Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was in High School of the Dead Part 1. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. Prologue. It wasn't pretty. Fires raged across the country, and the elemental nations were in ruins. Bodies littered the forests, deserts, and large villages. Most of the shinobi had survived the demon's outbreak, as was bluntly stated. However, there was one shinobi, a boy who stood above the rest in fighting the creatures. His name was Uzumaki Naruto. He had fought and fought against the creatures to protect his friends and fellow villagers. However, while his friends praised him, the villagers still condemned him. The Uzumaki now stood atop the shattered remains of the Yondaime Hokage's head. The great vices had been destroyed when Naruto had to use his strongest jutsu to take care of the undead. Now it was over somehow after years of surviving. The demons had finally been eradicated. Tired, almost broken, Naruto sat down on the rubble and reclined his head, allowing himself to fall into a blissful sleep. Almost as soon as Naruto fell asleep, he woke up inside his mindscape. Years ago, in order to cope with the outbreak of demons, Naruto had changed his mindscape to be a peaceful retreat for when he had his rare moments of good sleep. Now it was a sprawling land of green grass and flowing rivers. Trees were placed haphazardly in the distance. Naruto could see the one who helped him build this place, not far downriver next to the one he had woken up next to, the human form of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. She stood in the water as naked as the day she was born, though Naruto was never able to figure out when or how she was born. She had midnight black hair that fell over her pale figure to her hips. She was the perfect shape, as Naruto imagined most demon queens to be, and her breasts were nothing to shake a stick at, not too big and not too small, as Naruto had once told his group they were perfect. She had curves where curves were needed, and her eyes burned with a commanding fire. But the aura around her was so calming that Naruto could never remain scared or angry for long. Naruto stood up and walked over to her bathing form. He simply stood at the riverbank and smiled before laughing. Kyuubi quickly looked up and playfully covered herself with pouty lips. "Haven't I taught you any manners over the years, Naruto-kun? What did I say about walking into a woman during her bath?" Naruto simply laughed and sat down on the edge. "You're on my mind, Kyu-chan. There really is very little privacy here. Anyway, I came here for a reason." This piqued the fox demon's interest. "Oh? What is it, Naruto-kun?" Naruto leaned back and breathed a sigh of great relief. "This damn thing is finally over. We were finally able to kill the last of the demons. The sad thing is, the collective councils of the nations want to erase this event from the pages of history. They want things to look like they never happened." Kyuubi sighed at the information he was given. "While I'm happy it's finally over and I'm angry that the council would erase it, there are far more important things in the universe. Like another outbreak at another time in this world." Naruto looked at her as if she were crazy. "What are you talking about? Another outbreak of this would be impossible." Kyuubi became stern with him. "Before this, people thought these things were nothing more than fiction. Another one of these outbreaks is going to happen. It'll happen in the distant future, and I think you're the only one who can stop it." Naruto was starting to get confused. "If it was in the distant future, how the hell would I be able to stop it anyway? I'm here, not there." Kyuubi sighed and stood up before snapping her fingers. Soon, a black dress appeared over her, but it was cut so it wouldn't touch the water. She stepped out and motioned for Naruto to follow her. He listened, and they walked downriver. "Naruto-kun, this won't be the only outbreak in history. There will be another. But it will be much more dangerous than this one because of the world and its increased population in the future." Once again, Naruto was confused. "Wait, how the heck can you see the future?" Kyuubi stopped walking and sighed once more. Naruto stopped and turned to her, waiting for her answer. She looked up at him and began to explain. "Naruto, we Bijou are timeless beings. When we were born from the Kyuubi, we were also given small fractions of its abilities. One of those abilities that was granted to me is the ability to see into any time period. That is not the only power I gained from it, but one that comes afterward. With my ability, I could see that this outbreak certainly won't be the last. In fact, I am simply putting the stones in place by telling you this because I also foresaw this conversation. One of the other things I noticed in this vision is that people in the future possess only enough chakra to simply live. That is the main reason why the outbreak will be so bad. Our abilities and jutsu are unusable to them. That is why I am going to do what I plan to do. Naruto was starting to get it, but he still didn't know her plan. What is your plan, Q-chan? She looked him in the eye and spoke. I'm going to tear a hole in the fabric of time and send you to the moment of the outbreak. But I'm also putting you in the place where the potential leaders will be. Naruto nodded and spoke again. Where would that be, Q-chan? Kyubi waved her hand and the sight of a building appeared in what seemed to be a rather peaceful place. This is Fujimi High School. It's very similar to the civilian academy in your village. However, it's on a much higher level than yours as it offers many more courses than your academy. However, there are no shinobi academies here. It's like I told you, they can no longer harness the chakra that we do. Either they've forgotten and it diminished or someone just wrote it out of history and everyone turned a blind eye to it. How it happened, I'm not sure, but if I send them then they have a much greater chance. After all, sending a Jinchuriki would make the biggest difference in the world. Kyubi spoke the last part with a cute head tilted, eyes closed, and a smile. Naruto laughed at her but quickly became serious. If you think I can make a difference in the next outbreak, Q-chan, then I'll go. But… Yes, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked at her for a minute before continuing. Can I say goodbye first? I'd like to explain all of this to Bachan as well. Kyubi smiled at him and walked over to him, cupping his cheek in her palm as she looked up at him. I would never deny you that, Naruto-kun. You may say your goodbyes and speak with your Hokage. But remember, we must leave tomorrow. Naruto is, once again, confused. Why tomorrow? I thought you could time travel. For what seemed like the millionth time in the last few minutes, Kyubi sighed once more. While I can do that, I unfortunately haven't been able to fully master it. Before being sealed within you, I could only jump in 1,000-year intervals into either the future or the past. Tomorrow will mark 3,000 perfect years to the beginning of the next outbreak. However, the thing is, I've never attempted to take myself or another to another time. If we leave, we might not come back for you. Naruto nodded solemnly but did not hesitate. If the human race can be extinguished by another outbreak of this hell on earth, then I am willing to do whatever is necessary and take whatever risks I must. Even if it means I may never see my friends again. Kyubi looked at him and began to smile. Then she spoke to him softly. All right, Naruto-kun. Go now, spend your last day with your friends. When you wake in the morning, meditate and I will guide you through the process of time travel. Naruto nodded as he closed his eyes and began to fade from his mindscape. Outside, things were already getting moving when Naruto woke up from his sleep. Shinobi had already begun rebuilding the destroyed buildings. Naruto suspected he had been gone for a few hours since the sun was now high in the sky. He looked around and saw the first person he wanted to see. Tsunade. He quickly ran towards her with a purpose. As he got closer, he saw that she was monitoring the survivors they had hidden in the safe rooms on Hokage Mountain to make sure they weren't infected by her bite. He stopped a few feet away from her, seeing that she was very busy. Not trying to be selfish, Naruto waited for what felt like hours until she finally noticed him there. She signaled another medic Nin and approached Naruto with a smile on her face. Naruto-kun, how are you? Can you believe this is finally all over? Naruto laughed darkly and looked at the ground with cold, dead eyes. It's over for you guys, at least. He looked back at her with a weak smile on his tanned, dirty face. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Bachan. Tsunade put a questioning look on her face and followed Naruto as he started walking. She walked up to him. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Naruto stopped walking and sighed as if Kyubi had done as much when he told him about the situation. He turned to Tsunade with a sullen look on his face. Bachan! I can't stay here. Naruto's first words shocked Tsunade to no end. She felt her eyes start to burn. She didn't want to lose her godson to this. What do you mean? Why can't you stay? Naruto's face seemed to darken. Because while this is over for all of you, it wasn't over for me. Kyubi spoke to me when I slept a few hours ago. Tsunade's next gasp was understandable to Naruto. He had never told anyone that he had started talking to Kyubi. Hell, they still thought he and the fox hated each other with a deathly passion. However, Tsunade's next words shocked Naruto. What did Kyubi say, Naruto-kun? Unwilling to look a gift horse in the mouth, Naruto continued. She told me there would be another outbreak much more dangerous than this one, but it's far from here. She's taking me there tomorrow and the odds of me going are low. I wanted to tell you before I left. Naruto could see that Tsunade was ready to cry. What if I say no? Naruto smiled weakly and looked down, but then he steeled himself and looked back up. I'd still go. If what she told me is accurate, then I could be the wild card in the outbreak. Wherever it is, they can't use chakra, which in turn means they can't use jutsu. I'll have a chance. Tsunade had small tears running down her face now, and her face was starting to fall. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She looked down with a pitiful frown. Naruto-kun. Naruto began to feel his own eyes sting with tears and closed the distance between them, pulling his grandmother into a tight hug. He squeezed his eyes shut as he felt tears starting to fall onto his hair. Bachan, don't worry about me, please don't cry. Naruto's words only made her cry more, but underneath all the tears, Tsunade gave a small but genuine smile as her thoughts ran through her head. My godson is finally a man. Tsunade pulled back and looked at Naruto with a smile on her face. Naruto-kun, as long as you know what you're doing, then I'm happy. I'll be sad, yes, but I won't stop you from doing what you think is right. Naruto smiled and pulled her into the hug. When he finished, he spoke. Bachan, thank you. But you know what that means you'll have to do, right? Tsunade looked down and nodded. I know. I'll bring your resignation papers and sign them myself when the repairs to the Hokage Tower are complete. Since you'll be leaving before them, I'll have to sign them as a dishonorable discharge, though. Naruto smiled softly to reassure her, but if he was honest, the thought of a dishonorable discharge after everything he had done for the village, it burned him. Naruto erased the thought and spoke again. I know, but it's necessary. Well, I was planning on talking to the rest, but I remembered I have to pack some of my things. If this is going to be as bad as Kyubi said, then I'm going to need all of my supplies. Since I'll be leaving, can you gather them at your office when it's rebuilt and tell them where I am? Tsunade simply nodded with a tearful smile before pulling him into a hug. Naruto-kun, I'm going to miss you, I really am. As their hug broke, Naruto started to walk away, but stopped and turned. I know you will, Bachan, I know you will. With her last words spoken, Naruto left without saying anything else. It took him a while, and he saw the sun beginning to set, but he finally reached his apartment. He chuckled when he saw the state of the complex, perfectly untouched. Guess they'd had enough of hell. He walked up to his apartment, and opened the door to find that nothing had been touched by the raiders Konoha had experienced during the past few years of the outbreak. He chuckled darkly at this and returned to his room. I guess I should be glad I live in hell, because at least they wouldn't think twice about what I might have. Opening his closet, Naruto began to go through his things before he was able to find what he was looking for. It was a medium-sized chest underneath the junk lying in his space. He dragged it out and began working on the lock. It took him some time, but he finally remembered the combination after not opening it for so long. Setting the small lock aside, Naruto opened it, and inside were 3 storage scrolls. One was black with white edges, another was white with black edges, and the last was a very shiny but dark red that was held closed by a silky black ribbon. The black one was on the left, and the white one was on the right, while the red one was in the middle. He sighed to himself as he thought, I never thought I'd actually have to use these things. Putting aside his depression over this situation, he took out the predominantly black scroll and opened it on the ground. He removed the headband, jacket, and pants of his orange jumpsuit and opened the first item. It was a pair of black cargo pants that had multiple storage scrolls around the waist. Inside the scrolls were over hundreds of kunai and shuriken knives. He quickly put them on and then put on another pair of socks. He opened the next item, which turned out to be a pair of black steel-toed boots. He quickly put them on and tied the laces, letting the cargo pants fall over them. Naruto kept his black shirt on, and then opened the second to last seal on the scroll. Inside the seal was a long, black trench coat that fell just above Naruto's ankles. He put it on and inspected it to make sure the years hadn't taken their toll. The sleeves were intact and fell to cover half of his hands. Inside the jacket were strength seals to prevent it from ripping easily. Bending down, he opened the last seal. A slew of items appeared, which Naruto proceeded to put on. First, he put on his black gloves that had metal plates on the back. Then, he put on the black mask that covered his mouth and the lower half of his nose. Hesitant at first, Naruto took the black banded headband and looked at the Konoha symbol carved into the silver metal. He sighed, placed it back over the seal, and resealed it in the scroll. I won't be needing that where I'm going. Naruto sat on his knees and rolled up the scroll before placing it back in its place in the chest. He then took out the white scroll. Naruto opened the white scroll in the same place the black scroll was. On the scroll were 10 seals. Naruto opened the first one and simply inspected its contents. Inside the seal was a stack of 20 blank seal tags. Naruto inspected them to make sure they weren't deteriorated or damaged in any way. When he was satisfied with the tags, he resealed them. Naruto then simply inspected the seals on top of the others. Along with the 20 blank tags, I think I have 20 of the other ones. Q-chan, what were they again? Naruto then heard Kyubi's sultry voice in his head. If I remember correctly, you packed the explosive tags back then. Shock blast tags. I think you packed the experimental ones as well. It's a shame we couldn't test it out. I really would have liked to see what it could do. Naruto chuckled at the mock pouch she made in her head. Well, if things are going to go the way you said, then I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to use them. The only problem is, since we never tested them in an open environment, I'm not sure we got the seal formula right. Naruto sighed, closed the scroll, and placed it in one of his cargo pockets. He then moved on to the last scroll. The last scroll, the red one, was the most important scroll Naruto owned. When he thought about it, all the money he'd invested in its contents probably paid for his own life. He carefully laid it down and removed the silky black band that kept it closed. He placed the ribbon on top of it on the floor and unrolled the scroll with extreme care, so that it wouldn't bend in any way. When it was fully unrolled, Naruto looked at the intricacy of the seals that were expertly placed together to ensure the contents were perfectly preserved. Naruto pricked his fingers so that only a drop of blood was drawn out, and dripped a single drop onto the center seal, the blood seal. Naruto watched as smoke began to rise from the seal in different places instead of bursting out like the others had. However, Naruto had his reason for designing the seals this way. He watched as the individual streams began to collaborate in the middle into a perfect sphere of smoke. Intrigued by his own seal's design, Naruto continued to watch as the smoke spread from its ball form and formed a rod-shaped smoke box in the landscape of the scroll. Eventually, the smoke burst into a cloud that covered the entire room. When the smoke finally cleared the room through the window, Naruto looked back to see that his sealed design had worked the way he wanted. Naruto had designed the seal to split the item into parts and seal them in different parts in the scroll that would keep them in conditions that would preserve them without problems. In the scroll now lay a katana. It wasn't a katana any swordsman would recognize, simply because it wasn't any swordsman who created the sword. Naruto had asked the Kyubi herself to create a sword for him that could withstand scratches, breaks, and dulling. Kyubi quickly obeyed his request and used their combined chakra to create a blade that would make any swordsmith worth crying in awe and make them fall to their knees and beg for the chance to even touch the edge. She had created Shiketsu Suru. Shiketsu Suru's scabbard was blacker than the deepest abyss. Its tsuba was also black and rectangular in shape. It had no defining markings as it ran down the white banded handle of the blade to the golden blade pommel that topped it. Naruto carefully picked it up in both hands and stood up. He strapped the blade to his side inside his coat, and quickly and gracefully drew the blade with no resistance, and only the sound of the blade ringing to indicate its approach. He inspected the blade closely. He had no idea how Kyubi had been able to create such a magnificent sword, but he was grateful to her for doing so willingly. As Naruto inspected the blade, he heard Kyubi's voice once again in his head. You can feel it, can't you? You can feel the presence within the blade. The energy pouring off of it in waves. You can feel the power, can't you? Naruto nodded as he thought about it. I can, and it confuses me. I knew swords could be imbued with power, but this is very different. This I'm sensing isn't simply power, it feels as if it's a living being, and it feels strangely like your own presence. Naruto heard Kyubi's laughter ring in his head and smiled slightly. He loved the sound of a woman's happiness. That's because I've imbued the sword with a fraction of my soul, Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked over the sword with newfound intrigue. Did you put a piece of your own soul into the sword? Why did you do that? Because I knew that whenever you used the blade, a little extra help never hurt. With a piece of me inside the sword, your possession of Shiketsu Suru would grant you considerable mastery over the fire element. Naruto nodded in acceptance to the answer and sheathed Shiketsu Suru. Naruto then turned towards his door as he began to think to himself. Q-chan, do you think, maybe I should leave tonight? Go out so I won't draw too much attention to myself when I leave in the middle of the day when everyone is awake? Naruto heard Kyubi sigh and couldn't help but laugh at how many times she had done that in one day. I know you don't want to face your friends, Naruto-kun. But sadly, you must rest before you set off, otherwise, you might not survive the time travel process. Rest, Naruto-kun, trust me when I say that you will need it. Naruto sighed, walked over to his bed, and sat down. He cradled his head in his hands as he began to think to himself. I still can't believe all of this happened. Now that it's over, I'm leaving to fight another outbreak. Did I do something in a past life to deserve this? Did I wrong someone I shouldn't have? Unable to think of a reason for the madness he was being subjected to, Naruto simply lay back down on the covers and closed his eyes, drifting off into a dreamless sleep. The next day wasn't something Naruto looked forward to. With everything that would happen that day, Naruto wished he could go back in time and be with his friends again. But now he was going to leave them all forever. He was going to leave with the possibility that he might never return. Naruto woke up to the sun shining on his face through his window, and the sound of birds chirping for the first time in a long time. He tried his best to smile, but the knowledge of what was to come was merely a premonition for him to be happy about. He sat up and did his best to hold back the tears that tried to make their way through his eyes. He barely held them back as a few slipped past his guard. Steeling himself as best he could, Naruto stood up and grabbed Shiketsu Suru, tying her to his waist inside his jacket as he had the night before. Looking up at his full-length mirror he had put up before the outbreak, he looked over her obscured form, except for her blonde hair that was pulled back on top of her head. He laughed to himself in a slightly cold manner. As much as I don't want to leave, I honestly think that maybe this was my calling in life. Maybe I was just born to kill. Trying to maintain the petty insanity he had been clinging to for the past few years, Naruto pushed the thought aside and left his room and continued outside his apartment. When he stepped outside, he saw that apparently, despite the village being in ruins, the people were trying to return to normal. There were small, simple stalls set up along the streets, and Naruto also saw that there were also shinobi running around trying to get their daily schedules back on track. Naruto sighed as he walked through the dirt streets towards the great fire gates that separated Konoha from the forest of fire. I wish I didn't have to leave. I honestly wish I could stay, but maybe this isn't so bad. Perhaps it's a good thing. For some reason when I felt her blood on my hands I could feel the ecstasy. Kyubi, is there something wrong with me? No, Naruto-kun, there is nothing wrong with you. It's only natural to feel what you're feeling after having been through so much. It wasn't just this outbreak and the one you will now face, but also everything that came before it. All the neglect and lies you were subjected to, it was all simply a time bomb they had placed inside of you, ticking to see how long it would be until you finally snapped. Your bloodlust is not your own fault, but like I said, a collaboration of their own evil deeds. Naruto accepted the long, drawn-out answer with a nod and a small smile. At least I'm not crazy. Naruto kept walking and walking as he walked out the unguarded gates of the village. He walked for 3 hours until he heard Kyubi speak. Naruto-kun, that time is coming in the future. Fujimi High School will be under the outbreak within the hour. You should leave now. Naruto nodded and started moving faster towards a clearing he knew very well. It was the same clearing where he remembered Rock Lee and Sabaku no Gaara fighting Kimimaro until he said that Otonin died of an illness. Naruto sat down in the middle of the clearing and started meditating so he could talk to Kyubi a little easier. Okay, Q-chan, what do I do? Minutes passed until Naruto heard her reply. You'll need to gather your chakra massively equally across all parts of your body before you can perform this jutsu. Naruto did as he was told and began redistributing his chakra equally throughout his body until he was completely sure his chakra was perfectly equal in both capacity and flow. What now, Q-chan? It's quite simple, really. Now you must put an equal amount of my own chakra into your body. Then I'll use our combined chakra to open a hole in time, and before it closes, you'll jump out. It might hurt a little, but at least you'll live. Naruto felt a spike of fear run down his spine and tried to push it away. He simply did as he was told and began filtering Kyubi's own chakra into his coils. When he had the correct amount in each part of his body, he replied, "Alright, I'm ready." "Okay, Naruto-kun. Just to let you know while we're there, I'll think of everything I can to make sure you get back home, I swear." Naruto smiled and began to feel his eyes burn with tears welling up in his eyes. "Q-chan, thank you, you're a great friend." Naruto could tell from the silence that Kyubi was pondering the comment, and she enjoyed it, as she felt a wave of warmth flow over him. Kyubi then began to give him the information about the jutsu. At first he was confused, it was more of a chant than a jutsu. He ignored it, and simply began flashing through hand seals that went up to his head as she chanted the jutsu. Naruto didn't understand the language the jutsu came to him in but began to say it when he heard it. Naruto began to feel the air around him bend and twist as if it were made of water. He opened his eyes and saw the air moving in ways he thought impossible. The images of the trees in the distance began to distort, and Naruto simply continued chanting. In front of him, a small sliver of darkness began to form in the air. As the chanting continued, the sliver grew larger and larger until it was finally big enough for him to enter. Naruto stood up as he looked at the slash-like formation in the air. It was completely dark inside, like what you'd think nothing would look like. He took a step forward and stuck his hand inside. It was freezing cold. He quickly pulled it out and began to warm his hand back up to its normal temperature. Naruto looked at it and began to speak to Kyubi. "Q-chan, why the hell is it so cold? Time isn't a living thing. There's no father time, only time itself. It's cold and uncaring. It would be natural for a portal through time to freeze." Naruto nodded once more and began to take a step before stopping with half of his body inside and cold, while the other half was outside and warm. He turned his head and gazed at what might be his last sight. "I'm going to miss this place." Naruto sighed and turned back to the portal before taking his final step inside. As soon as he stepped through, the portal sealed, leaving no trace of anyone having been there. Inside the portal, Naruto was nearly frozen to death. It wasn't so much that it was an icy wind, it was the fact that there was simply no warmth whatsoever. Everywhere there were events that took place in different time periods. Some disgusted Naruto, and some intrigued him. "Q-chan, what is all this?" Naruto was answered a few minutes later. "These are the events that have happened at this particular location in time. Honestly, it was an amazing location to choose because at the time we're going, this is an alley near Fujimi High. It's exactly 2 blocks away from the school. And the time you'll arrive around the time that the person you're meant to help will witness the first murder to occur in Japan." Naruto continued walking as his body began to adjust to the cold, but he could still see his breath. Japan? Aren't the elemental nations still alive in this time? No. The elemental nations were sunk by an unknown force and dragged to the bottom of the sea. Even the bijou were destroyed by this thing. At least now that we've traveled through time, you'll be spared that fate. Don't worry about your friends. They all die of old age long before what happens. Naruto sighed and nodded as he continued through the portal. As he felt he had been walking for hours, Kyubi spoke again. "You're getting close to the time we're meant to be. However, I must say one thing. You can't talk to me once you reach the place you're going." Naruto stopped walking and began to panic. Why can't I talk to you? Will our mental connection be messed up by the time period? Will something happen to me? Will. No, Naruto. It's not that at all, Naruto-kun. I told you before we left that I'd be working on a way to get you back home. If I'm going to do that, I'll need all the focus and free time I can get to research this jutsu. You and I will be fine. Besides, I believe you'll find a person in this time period who piques your interests. Kyubi's voice was laced with a certain mischievous tone that made Naruto shiver. What do you mean, Q-chan? Naruto heard Kyubi laugh, a chuckle very similar to Jiraiya's. He could practically sense the perverted undertones. I just think she'll be very interested in a certain someone who'll be joining her group. Naruto sighed, defeated by the fact that he wasn't going to get a straight answer from Kyubi. Finally, Naruto had reached the end of the line. At the end of the timeline of events, a moving image of cars passing through an alley with sakura blossoms blowing in the wind. This is it, Naruto-kun. I will delve into the depths of your mind so I can have a little privacy from all the things that will happen. I wish you the best of luck. Don't forget that you can use your techniques, but also remember to look out for those people. However, there's one in particular I would like you to look after. One who happens to be a descendant of mine. Naruto's eyes widened. Do you have a descendant? Yes. I thought their clan name had changed due to the fact that all my descendants are women and married outside their clans. My descendant at this time is an excellent swordswoman. This is the first time I've felt you get so excited about something, Q-chan. Though I think it's a nice change from the perverted jokes and lewd comments you've given me before. What is her name? Kyubi remained silent for a while until she finally divulged the information to him. Her name is Busujima Siko. Naruto nodded his head, understanding that she would want her descendant to be protected. As he accepted his secondary goal, Naruto placed his hand over the image, and it expanded into something real. However, without another Naruto entered the next outbreak. Chapter 2. Naruto had to admit, his idea of just walking couldn't have been a better idea. As soon as his foot touched the concrete alleyway, a car zoomed past him, its engine roaring. He quickly jumped as high as he could and grabbed the ledge of the building to his left, looking down with slight fear evident in his eyes. He looked up, pulled himself along the edge to the roof of the building, and stood up. Looking past the other buildings and apartments, Naruto saw the school Kyubi had told him to go to. Deciding not to waste any time, Naruto began scanning the rooftops, not caring whether anyone saw him or not. He sniffed the air and caught the scent of the sakura blossoms. He smiled as he gathered his chakra into his legs for his final leap. Stomping his foot on the last ledge for leverage, Naruto leaped with his full chakra-enhanced strength and shot through the air, over the school gate, nothing more than a blur to normal eyes, if there were any above him at all. Naruto landed gracefully on the rooftop with only a small circle of dust to announce his arrival. Before he could make his next move, he heard a scream coming from the direction of the main gate, and walked to the edge. He looked down and saw people beginning to eat each other, as the bitten wounds became infected. He narrowed his eyes. It's starting! He turned, his coat widening as he walked towards a door that he assumed would lead him deeper into the building. As Naruto walked down the stairs through the classroom building, he zipped up his trench coat so he could hide Shiketsu's Suru and began to think about who Kyubi had told him to look after. The image of a teenage boy with very spiky brown hair and light brown eyes. The boy had a rather depressed expression on his face, as if he had lost someone. So I have to make sure he and his group survive, and I have to make sure to protect Siko-san. I definitely have my work cut out for me. Naruto continued walking down the hallway until a boy ran past him as if he was scared to death. Naruto turned and looked at him as he ran and saw his hair and eyes as he looked out the window as if the outside scared him. The Uzumaki narrowed his eyes. That's him, I need to follow him. Naruto quickly started walking towards the classroom the boy had rushed to and heard him talking to someone. We have to get out of here, now! What the hell is your problem, Taka? Slap! Naruto was quite surprised when he heard the slap ring out through the hallway, but he still continued walking with purpose. Even though he was walking quickly, Naruto saw the child and two others, a boy and a girl, run out of the classroom. Tired of trying to keep up with the overly scared teens, Naruto shouted, his voice a little deeper than he had expected, especially for being only a year older than his supposed age. "Hey! Wait up, you three!" Immediately, they stopped and turned toward the new voice. Naruto continued walking and stopped when he was about 5 feet away from the group of 3. He then spoke again while pointing at the boy in the middle. "You, what's your name?" Stumbling over his words due to Naruto's powerful aura, the boy spoke. "Keikomoro Titi Takashi." Naruto lowered his finger and nodded with a low murmur of approval before speaking again. "I'm here to join you." Takashi's face was confused as he stared at Naruto's black-clad form. Looking at him, he swore he was no less than a modern-day ninja or government agent. "Why are you joining us? We barely have a plan." Naruto chuckled beneath his mask and closed his eyes before narrowly opening them. "Trust me when I tell you this. You won't survive what's about to happen without me." Naruto's laughter startled Takashi and his friends, but he quickly recovered. "And how do you know exactly what's going on?" Naruto sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose with his index finger and thumb. "That's none of your concern. But I must tell you, you'll have to hurry and decide whether you want me or not. Time is of the essence for us to get out of here." Naruto's words rang true as the intercom crackled to life with the man speaking. When Takashi heard the terrified screams of the speaker, he quickly motioned for the 3 to follow him. As they ran through the hallways, the gray-haired boy, whom Naruto now knew as Hisashi, had convinced them to stop while they collected wooden bats, and the girl, Rei was her name from what Naruto could tell, ripped the metal pole off the broom and used it as a spear. Naruto watched as Rei used a device called a cell phone to call her father. Naruto didn't know how it worked, but he didn't really care at the moment. All he was worried about was making sure everyone survived the outbreak. As they were moving again, Hisashi had taken them to the roof to escape the confusion in the hallways of students trampling each other. As they ran, Naruto saw one of the infected ahead of them but backed away, curious as to what the students were capable of. Rei quickly rushed the thing and it began to swing wildly until he caught it in an enormously strong grip. They almost forced it down until he forced it back and pierced its heart with his makeshift spear. Naruto sighed as he watched its muscles relax. "That thing's nowhere near dead. You need to break its head. Though I wonder if they'll be able to figure that out on their own." He continued to watch as Hisashi grabbed the thing from behind in a headlock, figuring he could hold it off until Rei finished it off. Before anyone could do anything, it whipped its head around and latched onto Hisashi's right arm with its mouth, but it still didn't draw any blood. From what he was seeing, Rei was a considerable martial artist, and if Hisashi's words rang true, then he was a black belt in karate. Though Naruto didn't know what a black belt was, only that there was a master and his student or students. Though from the way he said it, black must be good. Besides, though, if the creature drew blood, Hisashi wouldn't get the chance to test his skills. Rei yelled at Takashi to do something, but it took him a while to realize he was being spoken to. "Takashi, do something, damn it! Help him!" However, before Takashi could even move, the thing bit down harder and blood spurted out just like Hisashi's scream of pain. Naruto knew from that moment on that it was over for him, and simply closed his eyes and bowed his head. "Maybe I should have done something even if he wasn't one of the ones I was supposed to protect." He looked up when he heard an enraged shout from Takashi. He saw the boy rush the thing with his bat in the air. He quickly brought it down and smashed its head into pieces of blood, skull fragments, and brain matter. Naruto simply smirked at him. At least I can say he's not opposed to the idea of killing these things. Although, can he handle killing a friend if they bite him? Naruto had barely finished his thought when he saw the teens moving again. He quickly followed until they reached the top of the roof. Naruto came up behind them and saw that there were many more there than he had initially thought. Up above, as they were looking at things, a large flying contraption whizzed by and made Naruto nearly jump out of his skin. Takashi noticed this and turned to him. "You act like you've never seen or heard of a helicopter." Naruto regained his composure and answered. "I'm not from around here. I come from a place where we don't use these things like cell phones or helicopters. We had no use for anything so loud and extravagant. Anyway, shouldn't we be moving?" Takashi looked back and saw that the things were moving toward their group. He growled slightly and started running, and the other two teens followed. Naruto simply walked along the rooftop, without making a single sound. Kakashi, Rei, and Hisashi reached the stairs leading to the observatory and began to run through the creatures blocking their way, but Rei was caught in the leg by one and quickly plunged the broomstick spear into its chest. Instead of containing it from a distance, the thing simply slammed her against the wall with her own spear. Hisashi saw this. "Rei! Wait, I'm coming!" Rei looked up when she saw the thing crawling towards her and screamed, "Hisashi, please help me!" As the thing stood up and prepared to eat her, Hisashi came down the stairs with a roar and slammed the creature's head into the wall, sending blood and gore spraying everywhere. All the while, Naruto just walked around the death-filled rooftop. Kakashi saw this and just stared at him, too distracted to help Rei. Naruto sighed. They'll eventually have to learn that these things are far more receptive to sound than anything else. Though my past experience with this helps, Naruto continued to walk around the creatures and had a blank look in his eyes as if no emotion had ever passed through them before. If Naruto thought back, it had been far too long since he'd felt any real emotion. Even as the years had passed during his own outbreak, Naruto had begun to lose even his fear. His eyes began to dart around when he heard a sound coming from somewhere. It sounded like screaming windows breaking. Naruto's eyes darted to the area it came from and saw that the things had entered a room. Using his superior vision, an advantage of having Kyuubi inside him, he saw that it was a young man with glasses, perhaps a student, and a very buxom blonde woman who reminded him a lot of Tsunade in short bust size. His memory of his godmother returning, Naruto lost his train of thought. Instantly, he started running across the rooftop. He heard the three teenagers shouting for him to stop as they watched him from the observatory stairs, but he didn't care. He reached the very edge of the building and disappeared in a flash of black. The trio was speechless. They had broken in, her world was ending, or so she thought. Her medically intelligent, logically stupid mind couldn't comprehend what was happening. She trembled in fear at the sigh of the things coming from all sides toward her. She crouched down and clasped her gloved, bloody hands over her shining blonde hair. Her eyes squeezed shut. She hoped she would die as she trembled. She heard the groaning of things, but their thumps and bites on her flesh never reached. The world went silent as a quick, clean slash was heard throughout the room as it echoed and lingered in the air. Her golden eyes opened as she saw before her a silhouette in the sun. The only thing that dared to show its color was the man's blonde hair. Even the blade he held looked as if it was covered in blood, which it was. She watched as the man wiped the blade clean of the blood that adorned it like a diseased war trophy with a single cut, finally allowing her to see the shining steel that lay beneath the blood. It splattered the wall as she continued to watch the man begin to sheath his sword. She stopped when the habaki began to slide into the saya. Holding the tsuba with her thumb, she watched as the man raised his right hand and began signing. She couldn't read them, thinking it was simply sign language, but he soon stopped signing with his thumb, index, and middle fingers pointing at the ceiling and the other two fingers curled inward. What she saw next horrified her. Naruto was angry. He couldn't help his emotions at that moment. He knew the woman wasn't his godmother, but he couldn't stop himself. He burst into the room in a burst of speed and in the blink of an eye had cut through the horde of infected people, thinking that even they themselves didn't know. Without even thinking about his next actions, he wiped his sword clean and incompletely sheathed Shiketsu's suru. He began to cycle through the hand seals and finally stopped when he thought he had it. Monsters, they're nothing but monsters. I'll kill each and every one of them. I'll kill them all. Sudoto, Demudo no Imoreshin. Flames began to dance around the room as fire erupted from the single wound on each creature's neck. Naruto felt the temperature rise as a horizontal wave of flames took over the room. He quickly activated Shiketsu's suru and grabbed the woman to shield her from the flames, using his body to protect her. He felt the flames try to burn through his trench coat, but he knew his seals would remain true to their design. He simply had to endure the pain. After what seemed like an eternity, the flames died down. Naruto felt the cool air against his back and opened his closed eyes without realizing it. He released the shivering woman, stood up, and turned to survey his useful work. The bodies lay scorched and charred to a perfect crisp on the floor, and Naruto began to smile darkly, baring his deadly canines. However, he quickly composed himself when he heard the door to the room open and a woman enter. Naruto, while on the outside, remained composed and professional. On the inside he was intensely admiring the serene woman's luscious form. Her violet hair fell to her shapely thighs and a bent triangle of hair hung between her exotic violet eyes with 2 strands of fine hair flanking it on either side. She was wearing the same shirt he had seen Rei wear, but her skirt was much more appropriate, reaching mid-calf. In her left hand she held a baken. She walked up to Naruto and inspected his black-clad body, looking curiously at his covered face. Looking into his eyes, she spoke. "You've done very well protecting Marikawa-san. You prove yourself quite the gentleman." She tilted her head and looked up. "My name is Busujima Siko. If I may I know your name?" Naruto was stunned, though he didn't show it on the outside. This girl, Siko, the girl he was searching for at Kyubi's request, was not only beautiful, but she was obviously also very respectful to her so-called superiors. Naruto leaned back and spoke. "Thank you for the congratulations, Siko-san. It's much appreciated. My name." Naruto hesitated for a second. "Well, I'll have to trust her anyway. After all, she is Q-chan's descendant. Is Uzumaki Naruto?" Naruto saw a small smile grace her face and noticed her eyes soften a little. He felt her body heat up at the small display of emotion. Then he heard her voice again. Naruto in English that would translate to Maelstrom, am I correct?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "English?" Siko was visibly surprised by this. "You don't know English and American?" Naruto shook his head honestly and Siko simply sighed. "I didn't think anyone could be that stupid." She turned her head toward the fallen boy sitting in a pool of his own blood. She proceeded to ask him his name, and if he wanted her to put him out of his misery honorably. When he said yes, she did so quickly and without remorse. The blonde Marikawa, if Naruto remembered correctly, was shocked to see death. Naruto simply bowed his head in honor of the boy who had given his life to protect his senior. Naruto leaned over the boy's body and placed a hand on his forehead. "Kami wa shigo no sekai de anata o shukufuku." He stood up and maintained his stern gaze before moving towards the door. However, before he got there, he stopped and turned his head to the 2 women in the room. "If you 2 wish to survive this, then I suggest you follow me. I have other duties to attend to, but I feel you can be an invaluable asset to me. Especially you, Siko-san." Siko was confused as to why a stranger would need her, but she didn't argue and followed, as did Marikawa. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize where he was. In fact, he and the 2 women were heading down the exact same hallway Hisashi had led them through earlier, except now it was filled with the bodies of the dead, dying, and undead. Naruto was able to make his way through the horrible mess of bodies, but Siko and Marikawa, whose given name he had learned as Shizuka, weren't faring as well as he was. While Siko was able to contain her horror inside, she couldn't stop the slight shiver of fear from creeping up her spine. As she watched Naruto step over the bodies without even giving them a second glance, she couldn't help but start thinking to herself, how is he capable of doing this? It's almost as if he's been through this or worse. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't find an answer that satisfied her. Shizuka, on the other hand, wasn't approaching as well as the other 2. Her shrieks of terror and fear could be heard every few seconds as they walked over newer, fresher corpses. No matter how many times she'd seen the bodies, she couldn't muster the courage to do anything other than force herself through with her medical bag. As they approached the staircase leading to the rooftop, Naruto heard another sound, as did Siko and Shizuka. It sounded strangely like something motorized hitting something and a girl screaming. Immediately, Naruto was running back down the hallway with Siko and the nurse in tow. Things weren't going exactly as Takagi-saya had planned. In fact, they were going in the exact opposite direction she'd intended. Not only was she trapped with the first-year otaku gun fanatic, but now she was cornered by an infected thing with nothing to defend herself with. Looking around frantically, she'd started throwing the trophies out of the display case she'd been backed up against. Realizing it was a fruitless effort, she grabbed what she saw on the ground, which turned out to be a motorized drill, and immediately turned it on and slammed it against the thing's skull. Blood flew everywhere as a clean hole was drilled into her skull, and she screamed. She couldn't take it anymore. For the time being, she indulged her darker side. When it was over, she fell silent as she stood with a dead yet trembling look in her eyes. The boy she was with, Kota Hirano, did his best to fend off the things as they responded to the sound of her scream. However, she was starting to run dangerously close to home. She flinched as she fired her last shot, and was met with the sound of a click and the hiss of gas. Damn it, it was at this moment that he felt as if things had started to multiply. There definitely seemed to be more of them than before in the small hallway. He wanted to fight them off, but he knew he didn't have the power to do so. He backed into a corner, close to Saya, and felt fear creep into his eyes. Is this it? Is this the feeling of fear? Is this what it feels like when you know you're going to die? However, as he was thinking to himself, a voice echoed throughout the hallway, cold and emotionless, and the two of them couldn't tell where it was coming from. Sadoto, Raito, and the thin line of fire cut clean through the heads of the advancing creatures, and they stopped dead in their tracks, as if frozen in time. Kota was stunned, and Saya was too buried on her knees and crying to notice. The flame dissipated, and the creatures remained standing, but now before them stood the man in black. He held a sword in his right hand, and Kota couldn't see his face. The man sheathed his sword up to the neck of the blade and paused momentarily. He turned and looked at Kota, his icy blue eyes seeming to pierce her soul, and spoke. Your name? Kota could barely breathe at the sight of the man. Kota! The man spoke again. Calm her down, Kota-san. It does a woman good to know she is being protected in times of danger. Kota followed the order immediately and knelt down to try and calm her. He then turned his head back and saw the man clash the tsuba with the scabbard and watched as the creatures' heads slowly began to slide off their necks. Some snapped off at angles, while others simply fell off. As the man stood up to his full height, Kota heard footsteps coming from the hallway. When he looked, he saw Siko and Shizuka running around the corner, and his jaw dropped at the sight. The man saw this, drew his sword, and quickly bashed him over the head with the pommel. While Kota helped his battered head with Shizuka's help, the man helped Saya and tried to do what Kota couldn't. Silence, child. There's no need for tears on such a beautiful face. Saya heard his soft yet gruff voice and looked up, her eyes shining as her tears continued to fall. Naruto tried his best to smile at her, but it was difficult through the mask and came out like his old sensei's smiles did. There now then, what is your name? She stammered, still fearful of what had almost happened. SS Saya. Naruto chuckled and turned around to walk to the middle of the hallway, between where Rei and Takashi had just appeared and the others. It's a pleasure to meet you, Saya. I must say, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Now, as some of you already know, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Takashi looked at him as he stood. His coat was now open and revealed the leaf hanging at his side. The fact that all Naruto wore was black made him look even more intimidating. Finally overcoming his dark form, Takashi spoke. Well, I definitely have questions. First of all, how the heck did you disappear like that? Naruto looked over his shoulder and glared at him, then sighed. I was hoping I could avoid a question like that for a while. If my emotions didn't control me like they had, not only would I still be a mystery, but Shizuka-san would probably be dead. Takashi sighed in response. I understand, but that still doesn't answer my question. Naruto turned his entire body and looked at him. I'll explain later when we have time to rest. For now, we should focus on getting away from this school. Takashi nodded and accepted his explanation for the time being, knowing he was right. When Naruto knew Takashi was satisfied for the moment, he started thinking. This isn't going to be easy. Back in Konoha, we were split into two-man teams when we went out on our extermination excursions. We have 7 people when counting me. That's a definite disadvantage in this situation. Hopefully I can get everyone to safety. Naruto stopped thinking and looked at everyone who had now gathered on one side of the hall to chat. He coughed to get their attention, and everyone looked at him. He could already tell they were talking about him. It's good to know I'm such a popular guy. Naruto simply spoke. Now, from what I'm used to, we'll have to do things slightly differently than we did where I'm from. Since we have 7 people, including myself, we'll have to stay relatively close to each other. If one person wanders off from the group for any reason, they should have a safe partner to ensure they have company and a second fighting hand. Find your friend now before we move. Everyone immediately went into a little soldier mode at the way he spoke. He spoke with an authority that spoke of nothing less than true experience with the situation, though they didn't know where one would get experience with these things. Everyone dismissed the thought, and quickly found their friends. The way Naruto saw it, the groups were pretty predictable. Siko and Shizuka had been paired up. Naruto saw this as a good choice because from the bakken she was carrying, he could tell she was well versed in hand-to-hand combat, so having the nurse with her would benefit her greatly. Saya had taken Koda along, and once again, Naruto thought the idea was a good one. He saw that Koda was a kind soul from what he had seen and thought Saya was an emotional wreck about the situation. Putting the two together would keep them sane for the time being. He wasn't surprised when he saw that Rei and Takashi had taken each other as partners. They were together on the way here, and it seemed like they were doing well along the way. Naruto was about to speak until Siko spoke before him. What about you, Naruto-san? Naruto looked at her and chuckled until he caught her words. You see, Siko-san, there aren't enough people for everyone to have partners. Siko nodded. I see that, but what are you going to do? With just you, you'll surely be swarmed by them. Naruto could only continue laughing as she spoke. What's so fun about it? Naruto stifled his laughter slowly and looked at her with a deadpan stare. It's quite simple. I have far more experience than any of you with these types of situations. I don't need anyone's help. Takashi scoffed slightly. You sound quite conceited. Naruto tilted his head lazily at the teen and spoke in a monotone. Don't mistake my confidence in my abilities for arrogance, child. Takashi jumped at Naruto's comment. Who the hell are you calling a kid? You can't be much older than any of us. Naruto put his hands behind his back and straightened. I call you what your society has labeled you as. You come from a place that simply wants to provide for itself, and not deal with the outside. I, on the other hand, come from a place that was willing to do whatever it took to kill, maim, and destroy any threat to our village. I come from a place that trains its children to kill to cool down because there is nothing more important than a nation needing to protect its people no matter the cost. Takashi was getting annoyed with his attitude. So you're saying we're weak because we weren't trained to kill? Naruto nodded. I don't mean to belittle you, Takashi-san. I simply want to tell you that at this point, I'm superior in this situation due to my past experience dealing with this. Do you accept my answer and my leadership? Takashi had to admit that Naruto was obviously skilled enough to overcome this. Breaking up with him would be detrimental to their combined goal of staying alive. He sighed and nodded. I'm sorry, Naruto-san. I guess I'm a little shaken up by all this. Naruto nodded. That's understandable, Takashi-san. It's not easy to have your whole world turned upside down. Now then, we've wasted too much time on this. We must move now. They all started moving through the hallways, covering each other and killing the things that tried to eat them and turn them over. Takashi and Rei had taken the front and were hitting the creatures as they approached them. Siko and Koda were on either side, hitting and shooting at anyone coming from the rooms while their partners were inside alerting them to their blind spots. Naruto had taken the rear and was keeping an eye out for anyone who might sneak up behind them. After traveling through numerous hallways, they finally arrived at a door that led outside. Naruto then moved to the front, crouched in the doorway, and looked outside. Many of them were out there, but they were relatively spread out. Naruto began trying to formulate a plan. There are quite a few of those bastards out there. But if they're anything like the ones I fought, then they're much more sensitive to sound than anything else. If we're usually quiet, then they shouldn't bother us. Naruto nodded to himself and turned to the group. Okay, let's head out. Takashi's eyes widened, and everyone else's jaws dropped. Shizuka was the one who spoke up. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? There are a lot of them out there. Takagi quickly spoke up for Naruto. I think he already knows what Koda and I are doing. These things are sensitive to sound. If we're quiet, then we should be fine. Naruto smiled beneath his mask. So there are people who are willing to use their brains to survive too, huh? She has my kudos for realizing that. I'd like to know how, though that's for another time. Naruto stood up from his crouch and turned to face them. She's right. If we keep quiet, we'll be fine. Does anyone object to this plan? This isn't a dictatorship. A hand was raised and Naruto looked to see it was Shizuka's. What is it that makes you not want to go, Shizuka-san? Her golden eyes shifted as she felt shaken under his gaze. I'm scared. Naruto sighed and calmly walked over to her. He placed a hand on her shoulder as he looked into her eyes when she turned her head toward him. With deep sincerity, he spoke. If it will make you feel better, I will stay by your side until you overcome your fear. Shizuka looked up with a small smile and bright eyes before hugging him gently. Naruto simply put an arm around her back until she broke the hug. Naruto walked to the front again with Shizuka and Siko following him. He placed his hand on the door handle and looked back. Everyone nodded, saying they were ready. Naruto looked forward and took a deep breath. It's time for the real fighting to begin. Naruto pushed with great force and they left. Chapter 3. The door slammed into the exterior wall a little harder than Naruto expected. He cringed as he thought to himself, that probably wasn't the smartest thing I've ever done. The crash echoed through the schoolyard and up the stairs. Naruto froze and began to sweat until he heard the final roar of the tandem creatures. Buck me! He turned to the group and grabbed Shizuka's hand. Everyone, run! Now! Each group split up and went their own way, but each had the same destination. Naruto tried to keep Shizuka calm and safe as they ran. She soon pointed when she was finally able to keep up. There! That bus! Naruto looked where she was pointing and his eyes widened when he saw the large mode of transportation. What the hell is that thing? To his left, Siko sighed as she hit something to her right as she passed it. It really is stupid. As he watched the bus, Naruto soon realized how distracted he was and looked back. Unfortunately, he couldn't see through the massive horde blocking his path. With a near-perfect flourish, Naruto let go of Shizuka's hand and grabbed Shiketsu's Sura tightly. Approaching them with increased speed and leaving Siko and Shizuka behind, Naruto drew his sword and slashed the creatures in groups. Heads fell to the ground, bodies shattered. Everything that could have happened to the creatures happened in spades. Naruto had quickly gone from a powerful protector to a killing machine. Shizuka watched in utter horror as he cut them down without hesitation or fear. It scared her. How can he do this? How is he able to do this and not go berserk? She covered her mouth with both hands, stopping in the middle of the horde and collapsed to her knees. Siko wasn't far behind her when she saw Shizuka fall. She hurried and ran faster to reach her when she saw the things already moving above her. Siko stepped in front of her and readied her bakken to fend them off. It started out something like she'd seen in the movies when she went to watch them occasionally. One came at a time, then maybe 2 or 3 as a little integrity test. She hit every single one, but they kept coming after her. It was starting to wear her down. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead as Siko began to force herself to keep going. This is starting to get annoying. No matter how many I take out, there are always more. But when another creature came behind her, it hit her and split her skull wide open. I can keep them out forever. Damn it, Naruto-san, where are you? As she finished her thought, she heard Shizuka scream and turned to see that 3 had snuck up behind them. Siko's eyes widened at the thought that Shizuka would surely die and at the same time herself. She moved to attack as quickly as she could, but she knew she wouldn't reach her in time. She prayed to herself that by some miracle they would live. When she saw the infected descend upon Shizuka, she could only close her eyes for fear of what she would see. But when she heard Shizuka scream, she also noticed that it wasn't stopping. She opened her eyes, and what she saw made her gasp. Naruto stood in front of Shizuka, who was still screaming. The 3 infected had bitten Naruto's right hip, his left arm, and his right shoulder. The thing was, Siko couldn't see any blood. It looked as if they hadn't even broken his coat, and they hadn't. Naruto grunted in pain from the bites, but he knew they couldn't get through his coat. He looked at Siko and gave her a small, painful smile. She blushed and turned to fight the other infected creatures. Naruto began to swing his right arm towards Shiketsu Suru, and when he saw Siko turn around, he charged his hand with Kyuubi's chakra. He grabbed the handle and quickly ripped it from its sheath, twisting and slicing through the three things with a single slash. Naruto then proceeded to take out other infected people that approached him and Shizuka. As he did so, he heard Siko speak. "Naruto! We have to get to the bus. We can't stay like this forever." Naruto looked around as he cut another one cleanly in half. He saw that Takashi and the others had already arrived and were waiting inside. "I have to use it. I just hope it works. I've never done this with anyone but myself." Naruto sheathed Shiketsu Suru, pulled one of the scrolls from his waist, and opened it. Siko heard it open and turned when she saw a small puff of smoke rise from it. Out of the smoke came a small, three-pronged kunai knife. How did he do that with a scroll? She watched as Naruto seemed to be calculating something. She looked where he was looking and saw the bus. Her eyes widened as she knew what he was trying to do. It would be useless, but even if it was, it could never go that far. That has to be at least 150 yards. She looked back at Naruto and saw him shrug. Then he pulled back and threw it straight forward. Siko watched with wide eyes as the air bent around the knife as it sliced through the hordes of infected. The metallic clang rang out as the knife plunged into the side of the bus, and Siko could only stare, mouth agape. Then she heard Naruto's voice. "Come on, Siko-san, you're a terrible fly catcher." Siko quickly clamped her mouth shut and looked at Naruto with a blush. She saw that he had Shizuka lifted up bridal style in his arms, while she clutched her coat in her hands and buried her face in his chest. Naruto gestured for her to come closer with his head, and she jumped over the bodies of the dead to do so. "Grab me, Siko-san." Siko did as she was told, grabbing a piece of his coat and resting her head on his shoulder. "What are you doing? Do you just wish to die like this with someone by your side?" As she thought to herself, she felt a warm energy begin to flow over her. She opened her eyes and saw that Naruto was glowing. Yes, Naruto was glowing with a dark, blurry aura that was almost black. Shizuka stopped screaming and crying as she felt the calming aura wash over her. She opened her eyes slightly and sobbed. What is this feeling?" She looked up and saw that Naruto had a small smile on his face and was glowing with a dark blue aura. She blushed as he opened his eyes and looked at her. "It's okay, Shizuka-chan, Siko-chan will live." There was a surge of warm energy, and Shizuka and Siko could feel a pulse coming out and sending the dirt and dust at their feet in a thin, twisting circle. The sensation was indescribable to Siko as in a moment. They were surrounded by the infected, and only a second later they were right next to the kunai that was lodged in the bus. She reopened her unknowingly closed eyes and let out the breath she had been holding. Naruto staggered a little and set Shizuka down on the ground slightly as he started to feel dizzy. "At least it worked." He looked at Siko and spoke. "Siko-chan, take Shizuka to the bus and start it. I'll hold them off while you all get everything ready." Siko nodded and grabbed Shizuka's arm, dragging her with her as they boarded the bus. Naruto smiled softly as he turned back to the advancing horde of creatures. "Perhaps I'm not as dead as I thought." Naruto got up from his tiredness as he pulled Shiketsu's Sura forward slowly, the sun glinting off the blade. He held the sword in front of him in a tired battle stance as he watched them approach at a deadly slow pace. "I'm surprised none of them have become runners yet. Man, I hated those buckers." Naruto slashed at the first one that lunged at him, severing the top half of its head. Blood covered the left side of Naruto's face as the thing fell to the ground, blood spurting from the fatal wound. Quickly, Naruto filtered a small amount of Kyuubi's chakra into his body to replenish his own and felt a little better, but not perfect. He still smiled as he slashed at another and another. One after another they fell, one after another. Naruto's grin grew more crazed and deranged. As each infected enemy fell to his blade, Naruto could feel himself falling into simple pleasure, the pleasure of being in control. This feeling, this is so good. Naruto couldn't help it as he cut down nearly half the horde in minutes. He would disappear in a small flash of speed and reappear to cut down 5 in a flash of his sword. As the group watched on the bus, each had their own thoughts as to what was going on. Takashi stared in astonishment as he watched Naruto cut them down. But he could also tell Naruto was starting to get into it, maybe that too. What the hell is this guy? How can he do this? Rei wasn't doing much better with it. Naruto-san, what has he made you this way that you can do this so easily? Kota stared in utter amazement. He himself had always been a gunman, but he admired ones that could last in close quarters. This is incredible. He hasn't even been scratched by these things. His partner, Saya, could only stare in fear, not fear for Naruto's life but fear for Naruto himself. No person, how could there? This is impossible. Why did it happen that he could do it like this? Shizuka couldn't see what was happening as she worked to get the bus moving, but Siko watched everything as it unfolded. Naruto-san, what have they done to you? How can you do this? How can you do this willingly? She continued to watch as Naruto began to lose it more. Naruto reappeared in front of the bus and stepped back, letting out a roar that echoed throughout the surrounding area. He placed the Shiketsu Sura blade on his forearm and quickly slashed down, trailing a long, thin trail of blood. Naruto pressed his palm against the back of the blade and held it in front of his face with the same crazed grin he had before. As he gathered his energy into his sword, he spoke in a crazed voice. This will take care of all of you! The energy surrounding Naruto's hands spread throughout his body and began to turn evil. Those on the bus felt like pure malice. Naruto gripped the handle with both hands and leaned back like a batter at the plate. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs, Sadodo, Bura de Suppiazu! Naruto swung his sword so hard that his dark energy flew out from the edge with his blood and formed red energy spears. They then proceeded to shoot through the immediate horde and anything else within a football field's length of the oncoming blades. Bodies were ripped to shreds or sent flying by the shockwave of the energy blast. However, Naruto's smile began to fade. He felt dizzy as he felt a stumble in his step. He turned and tried to reach the bus door, but fell to his knees. His vision blurred, and his muscles felt like they were on fire. He gritted his teeth as the pain began to make him groan. What the hell happened? As his vision went black, the last thing he saw was Takashi coming from the bus to get him. Naruto laughed lightly as he fell unconscious. At least he's got guts enough to help his friends and a complete stranger. Takashi couldn't stand what had just happened. He'd watched Naruto take down half the horde that had cornered them, and then completely decimate nearly half of the entire parking lot to kill even more. He had to close his eyes and turn his head so he wouldn't be tempted to stare at the carnage unfolding before him. But when he heard the sounds of roars and the wasting of energy expenditure, he looked back. Naruto was on the ground in pain. Takashi couldn't, even though every thought in his head told him to, leave him. He opened the door to the outside and ran out of the bus. He turned and saw Naruto reach the bus, but then fell unconscious. Takashi quickly grabbed him and threw him over his shoulder. He then grabbed Shiketsu Suru and ran toward the bus. He placed Naruto in a seated seat and was respectful enough to place Shiketsu Suru in the seat next to him. Takashi moved to the front and spoke to Shizuka. Are we ready to go? Shizuka nodded and started the bus. She was ready to get going, but then she heard Takashi speak again. Wait! There are still people out there. Shizuka turned her head, as did everyone else who was awake, and saw who he was talking about. It was a small group of people, about 4 or 5, maybe 6, and they were running across the parking lot toward the bus. Takashi spoke up again. Who the hell is he? Siko was the one who answered him. That's Shido-sensei. I think he's from Class 3A if I remember correctly. Rei's eyes widened when she heard Siko say her name. She quickly turned to Takashi and practically screamed at him. Leave now! We can't save him! Takashi looked at her like she was crazy. Are you out of your mind? We can't leave other survivors with these things. We might as well murder them! Rei snorted and crossed her arms before sitting back in her seat. She then spoke in a low voice. You'll regret saving a man like that. Siko heard this and looked out the window. She had seen Shido stop to possibly help a child who had fallen on a sprained ankle given the state of things. However, the point was, he didn't help the boy up. Instead, he smacked his face with his foot and casually walked away as the creatures approached at the sound of the children's screams. Siko grimaced at the act of total disregard for human life and walked away. Perhaps Rei is right. Should we save him? A person like that is definitely not the type I'd want to be around. Her thought was cut short when she saw Shido walking towards the bus with a calm smile on his face. He looked at Shizuka and smiled. Thank you for waiting, Marikoa-san. Shizuka simply turned her head and pressed the button to close the door. When everyone was seated, Shizuka had to force herself to press the accelerator. It first started as a simple thought. They're not human anymore. Then she hardened her eyes and then looked ahead as she pressed the gas harder. They're not human anymore. The bus sped through the hordes of creatures until it was on the sakura-covered streets leading into the city. It took some time for Siko to calm down, but she was soon able to calm down and ease up on the accelerator. Shizuka took a deep breath as they passed the cliffs overlooking the city. Rei looked out the window and gasped. Clouds of smoke and the glow of bonfires spread throughout the city. It didn't take long for them to reach the city. Shizuka had driven for hours and hours, but the noise on the bus was finally getting to the point that she was having trouble driving. Some student in the group Shido had brought was starting to try to pick a fight with Takashi. Finally, having enough of the noise, Shizuka slammed on the brakes and unbuckled her seatbelt before twisting and turning in her seat. She looked back and let go. Enough! I can't drive like this! Sit down now! The boy didn't back down and took a step forward, only for Rei's broomstick spear to slam into his stomach. He fell to the ground, gagging and trying to keep his lunch down. Shido, on the other hand, simply stepped forward, clapping his hands. Very nice, but this little drama just goes to show we need a leader. Saya had her arms crossed as she spoke. And I suppose you think you'll nominate yourself for the position? Shido bowed with a devilish grin. I'm the only teacher present, which would make me the best candidate for the position. He then spread his arms dramatically and turned toward the back of the bus. But what are you all saying? The entire back of the bus erupted in applause as he bowed and spoke. I thank you all for trusting me with this. I will take the burdens of this position and make sure we all survive. As Shido spoke, Rei could barely contain her anger as she opened the door and stepped out of the bus. Takashi saw this and ran after her. Siko was about to follow until she saw something out of the corner of her eye. She turned and saw another bus, only this one was full of the infected. She ran out to try and pull Takashi and Rei out of the way, but it was too late as they plunged into the tunnel as the bus slammed into it and stopped. Siko got off the bus and saw the infected crawl out the windows and watched as they burned and fell. She shouted over the roar of the fire so Takashi and Rei could hear her. Where should we find you? Takashi answered immediately. Meet us at the police station across the bridge at 7. If we can't make it today, we'll meet tomorrow at the same time. Siko nodded as she walked back to the bus. Just as she boarded, the bus at the beginning of the tunnel exploded. However, she knew they had escaped. All the time Naruto was in the depths of his mind. It was dark, not the sewers they used to be before the change, but it was simply darkness. It was an absence of light and Naruto could only stare into eternal nothingness. It was as he stared ahead that he heard the chilling laughter it let out when it became drunk on the Kyuubi's power, or he thought it was its power. He whipped his head around in a furious jerk as he tried to find the source of the dark laughter. You're looking for me, aren't you? Naruto turned his head to find where the voice was coming from and stopped when he saw something in the abysmal darkness. It was him. The person looked exactly like him. He even had Naruto's new appearance. Only it was gray instead of black. The main difference was his eyes. They were cold, dead, unfeeling. Naruto could see that they weren't his blue eyes, but an evil black. Naruto was ready to talk until the other spoke for him. Who am I? Is that what you're going to ask? Well, don't worry because the answer is quite simple. I am you. Naruto was stunned. Was this thing him? He was about to speak again until he was interrupted again. How is it possible? Simple, it's very simple. You're crazy, my dear friend. Naruto heard Naruto's dark voice around him as he spoke. Am I crazy? The evil Naruto nodded with a small smile and a light laugh. Well, not entirely crazy. You're still retaining some of your sanity. But that's only because of the people you have around you. Naruto accepted the answer because it was logical enough. But how do you know I'm insane? Dark Naruto laughed evilly and pointed at himself. I'm all the proof you need. You're here talking to me and I'm answering back. An alternate personality does not make a sane person, my dear Naruto. Especially when that personality is a bloodthirsty, young grasshopper maniac. Naruto sighed and watched as Dark Naruto approached him on the invisible floor. You see, during the outbreak in the elemental nations, you were already missing. It was the Kyuubi's corrupting chakra and the dark atmosphere that contributed to my creation. Remember when you touched Kyuubi's chakra to replenish yourself? Naruto nodded and waited for Dark Naruto to continue. That was just the beginning. You see, when Kyuubi put herself in the back of your mind, she took all of her chakra with her. Well, all of her chakra that wasn't yet assimilated by the seal. The chakra that was left behind was formed to make me. Naruto finally spoke his first words in the entire conversation. But I thought that chakra had been assimilated into me. Dark Naruto wagged a finger as he walked in a circle around Naruto. Now you see, that's your problem. You thought it was you when you never bothered to check. Instead, over the years when they took it off the Kyuubi, they didn't put it in your side, kind of like a trash can. Well, when you were fighting in your outbreak, your soul was starting to break into two pieces. I personally blame it on the stress. That bitch Tsunade wouldn't let us rest for a bucking day while those things were on the loose. Don't talk about Bachan like that. Naruto's face was twisted with rage as he roared at the evil version of himself. Dark Naruto chuckled once more as he stopped in front of him. Anyway, when your spirit was broken, they were both the same. They were simply in two parts inside your body. Now, if you had noticed this when trying to use your spirit energy, maybe you would have caught this and reversed it, but you're an idiot. Only death cures stupidity, my idiot friend. Naruto was getting angrier and angrier by the second. Tell me what you need to tell me. The malice pouring from Dark Naruto couldn't have been heavier. His laughter was starting to scare Naruto. I'm playing chords here, aren't I? Oh well. When the Kyuubi's assimilated chakra came into contact with one of the halves of your soul, it hadn't yet been purified by the coils in your body. The corruption spread and gave you a split personality. Also known as me. Naruto's eyes went wide at what she was telling him. So when I leaked that chakra into me, it was actually yours. Dark Naruto nodded and Naruto continued. And when I did, you took me over? Dark Naruto held up a finger and shook his head. Wrong, idiot! While my chakra is still a secondary reserve like the Kyuubi's, I'm still a part of you. When you took my chakra, you were merely bonding with the other half of your soul for a short period of time. The two personalities clashed and mine won for a short time until the halves of your soul separated and your natural chakra was replenished. Well, now that I think about it, maybe there was a bit of possession, but only minor if any. Naruto sighed. Well, this definitely sucks. I'll have to get Kyuubi to fix this later. Dark Naruto smirked and spoke. She can't do anything about it, my friend. It's too far gone to fix now. You'll just have to deal with it. Naruto frowned. Well, this just got even more horrible. I'll have to be careful from now on with that chakra. Dark Naruto simply shrugged. Personally, I don't mind. But this conversation is definitely cutting into my sleep time. I need my beauty sleep, so why don't you get off your happy ass and wake up already? Dark Naruto began to walk away as Naruto began to fade away from the evil place. Before he and his other half left, Dark Naruto turned and spoke. Don't buck with her, idiot! With his last words, they both faded away. Naruto had woken up to the sounds of arguing around him. His eyes softly opened, but he let his body remain still so as not to alert anyone that he was awake. He cracked his eyes open slightly so he could still see what was going on. Kota had an enraged look on his face and was pointing his gun toward the back of the bus. Naruto could also see that Saya, Siko, and Shizuka were at the front near the door. It was brighter outside, so Naruto could only imagine it would be the next day. Kota was talking about his life before the outbreak. How difficult it was and how he was always made fun of and ridiculed. Apparently it was incited by some Shido character. Naruto could feel his emotions starting to rise as he remembered his own life growing up in Konoha. He remembered being beaten up and called names. He remembered the glares from his own teachers, but then he remembered Irika. He remembered his warm smile and cheerful face. He remembered the times he would take him out to get ramen, and also the times he would sit and watch over him while he cleaned the Hokage monument after he'd pulled a prank and gotten caught. It brought an imperceptible smile to Naruto's face. The argument was starting to heat up, and Naruto heard footsteps beside him. Sensing there might be danger, he quickly stood up, his fist drawn back and ready to attack whoever was heading towards the four in front. He came face to face with a bespectacled man. He had a pale, narrow face that reminded Naruto so much of Orochimaru that he wanted to cut the skin off his skull and burn it. His eyes were those of a manipulative man. Naruto could feel every vibration from this man that he had felt from Orochimaru, but he knew it wasn't him. Naruto also saw a small cut on his left cheek, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the nail embedded in the seat. Naruto smirked. "Good Kota." Naruto's face twisted in disgust as he spoke. "Who the hell are you?" The man looked like he was about to defecate until he spoke. "I am Koichi Shido." Naruto had a dark look in his eyes as he glared at Shido, but he quickly turned around and looked at Kota and smiled more like a smirk, though. "You did well, Kota-san. Though I must ask, what's going on?" Kota frowned and looked at Shido as he lowered his weapon. "We were trying to leave, but then this bastard was trying to make Marikoa-sensei stay when she didn't want to. I could feel the lust in his eyes on her. It made me sick." Naruto nodded as he lowered his fist and turned to Shido. The said man's eyes were shining with fear at Naruto's unknown, to him, anger. Naruto raised a finger and pointed it at Shido. "You will retreat now!" Shido quickly stepped back and nodded, raising his arms to protect himself if necessary. Naruto looked at his seat and found Shiketsu's tsuru. He quickly grabbed it and sheathed it. He turned and nodded to the four in front. "If you wish to leave, go now." And Kota-san. Kota, who had already turned to leave, turned back and looked Naruto in the eye. Naruto nodded, and Kota smiled slightly. Even if it wasn't words, the fact that his action was acknowledged was enough for Kota. He felt a small wave of warmth run through him as he turned to get off the bus right behind Saya. Naruto turned once more to Shido, who was cowering in fear of what would happen. Naruto walked over to him, and Shido could feel his body trying to shrink away from the angry blonde. As Naruto towered over his cowering form, he spoke. "If I ever see you again, then I will strip your skin from your bones and burn your body to ash." Shido nodded fervently as Naruto turned to take his leave. When Naruto got off the bus, he saw that the other four had taken their time waiting for him. Naruto approached them while observing his surroundings. A large bridge was in the distance, and they were trapped behind much smaller versions of themselves. Naruto looked at the group and also noticed that two were missing. "Where are Takashi-san and Rei-san?" Siko spoke up to answer his question. "While you were out, Takashi-san and Rei-san got off the bus because of Shido, or something he'd done. Whatever it was, Rei-san didn't trust him. Takashi-san had gotten off to try and get her, but before he could convince her, another bus full of them came along the road and crashed into the tunnel Takashi-san had followed her into, trapping them inside. We were supposed to cross this bridge so we could meet them at the police station at 7 yesterday. Since we couldn't make it, then it has to be there today, but this traffic lets us do that. We're going to cross a different bridge." Naruto nodded and motioned for them to continue onward. He followed a short distance behind and began thinking to himself. "Those two better be okay. If they die, this whole thing will go to shit." As he thought to himself for a while longer, he noticed it was getting darker. Naruto frowned at the sky with its orange hue. "These bastards get more active at night. We need to hurry or find shelter." In the distance, Naruto saw a bridge coming into view. Siko spoke from the front. "There it is. But it seems they've invaded that bridge." Naruto grunted, and in a second, all attention was on him in the back. Naruto looked at all the astonished faces and simply spoke. "If these things have invaded a bridge toward a target, then the only thing to do is eradicate them and move on." Siko nodded and turned to face the front. You're right about that, Naruto-san. We have to get there tonight, and the only way is to cross that bridge. Let's go! Everyone became excited, and Naruto smiled imperceptibly beneath his mask. Both she and Takashi are excellent leaders for their age and lack of experience. I wonder what else she can do. When they reached the bridge, Naruto saw that there was much more than he expected. Siko and the others were shocked and began to back away a little. Naruto grunted and caught their attention again. I thought we were going to check them. Siko's eyes hardened as she found her courage. She pulled her bakken forward only to be stopped by Naruto. She met his gaze as he shook his head. This isn't practice anymore, Siko-chan. Siko could only stare at him. It's not like I carry a real sword with me. It's illegal in school for students to keep them. Naruto shook his head once more and reached for a different scroll at his waist. It's rather sad that you can't because you never know when it might come in handy. Naruto opened the scroll extravagantly like he had his kunai and bit his thumb before sliding the bleeding appendage over a small portion of the scroll. In a puff of smoke, a katana with a white handle and sheath floated in the air for a minute until it fell into Naruto's hand. By the time it had to fall, Naruto had already put away the scroll and caught the blade. He quickly handed it to Siko, who took it with a confused face, the same face everyone else had. Naruto simply looked at them with an innocent look on his face. What? Saya pointed at the scroll at her waist. How the heck did you just do that? Naruto looked at the scroll and then back at her with a confused face. Of all the things that have happened in the last 24 hours, you're going crazy over a scroll? Saya nodded excitedly while Naruto sighed. I'll explain everything when we have some downtime. For now, we have to deal with the problem at hand. Saya accepted the answer, and Naruto looked at Siko. He held out his hand with the white katana toward her, and she carefully took it. She didn't have time to inspect it, as they soon heard the roars of the infected approaching them. Everyone looked forward, and Naruto unsheathed his own sword. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Let's do it. Chapter 4. Naruto charged at the massive horde that had taken refuge on the bridge with his sword raised. As he brought it down, he sliced one of the infected in half and watched as it fell into 2 pieces. He looked to his side and saw that Siko was making quite a run for it. She had already taken down 3 of them and was still going while he had only 1 kill left. He yelled at the individual roars and noises. Hey Siko-chan! Trying to outdo me, huh? All he heard was her voice as he could no longer see her, as she was far ahead of him. Well, I need to make up for all the kills you made back in school. Naruto laughed as he slashed 4 of them with a horizontal slash. So this is turning into a game, huh? Once again he heard Siko, but now she was like a distant noise. Yeah! Naruto kept laughing as he began simply slashing at the creatures in quick bursts. He smiled as he charged his chakra into his sword hand and legs. He bowed and began to laugh as he disappeared in a burst of speed. Everyone looked up as the area began to darken. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the area as the air chilled. Sadoto, Garando Raido-en! Siko watched as a silver line about a meter wide cut straight through the creatures until it reached the end. She was close enough to see Naruto appear in a crouching position with his sword arm extended. He quickly got to his feet and wiped the blood from his sword in a single slash before slowing down to sheath Shiketsu's Suru. As the neck of the blade reached the sheath, Naruto showed the same signs he had when he was protecting Saya and Kota in the hallway. At the sound of Naruto clashing with the sword, Siko heard something, like a small explosion, and looked back to see that where Naruto had started his large slash, a line of fire had begun to follow the same path as the silver streak in a terrifying rhythm with a deafening roar. As the flames tore through the infected horde, Siko saw them fall to pieces and their mouths hung open. When the fire reached Naruto, he simply vanished. Naruto looked at her with a smile and whistled to get her attention. She watched as Naruto brought Shiketsu's Suru back. He snorted lightly as he looked at her. What the hell, my chakra is crap now. Is this because of my other half? Wiping the thought aside for a later date, he spoke. I think you have a long way to go until you can catch up to me, Siko-chan. With that, he winked at her and disappeared again in a black blur. Siko blushed at the wink and shook her head to try and erase the image. She couldn't and simply dealt with it as she began to cut even more things. She gritted her teeth and narrowed her eyes when she saw that she was working too deep and was starting to circle. Of course this would happen to me trying to figure out how to fix her situation. Siko failed to notice everything that was happening at the other end of the bridge. Shizuka was having a very difficult time with the situation. When the headlong assault began, she'd been fired up and ready to go. But now that she was facing the creatures head-on, she could barely lift a finger. She was scared beyond belief and had a feeling of loneliness looming over her head. Both Siko and Naruto had left her to charge into the horde. They'd spoken to each other as if it were a contest, some kind of twisted, sick game. She wanted nothing more than to cave in and cry. Saya and Koto were no better off, as they had run to the other side and Saya was using her drill in a mediocre performance while Koto was pinning the creatures to their foreheads with his nail gun. However, she knew they weren't as interested as Naruto or Siko. It scared her when she heard their swords slicing through the dead flesh of their infected antagonists. But it scared her more when she started hearing Naruto's laughter following the sounds of the swords. However, it was nothing compared to what she saw when she saw Naruto disappear and the area go dark. She covered her mouth with her hands to suppress her moans of fear as she saw a large silver line cut through a chunk of the horde. She watched in horror as it soon burst into fire and tore through the infected at a furious pace. Watching them fall to pieces made Shizuka almost miss her breakfast, as she hadn't even had lunch yet. Tears began to roll down her face as her mind began to rage with thoughts. Why can't things go back? Why can't things just go back to the way they were? Why can't this ever happen? As she thought to herself, she didn't realize she was backing away towards the edge of the bridge while her eyes were squeezed shut, trying to keep the tears at bay. When she reached the edge, she stumbled. Shizuka's screams echoed across the bridge. Naruto heard them as he slashed at another creature. He whipped around fast enough to just catch her foot and lose sight of her falling. He jumped over their heads and started running over them toward her. He could still hear her screams, which meant she hadn't hit the water yet. Reaching the edge, he sheathed his sword and channeled chakra into his legs as he walked over the last infected head, crushing it as he shot over the edge. He could still see it, but it was approaching the water at a deadly pace. At the speed he was moving, hitting the water would be like crashing into concrete. Naruto squinted in the wind as he tried to think of a way to speed it up. He looked to his side and saw there was nothing he could jump off of and growled softly. "I have to hurry!" He kept looking around when he saw something infected falling. He smiled slightly as he maneuvered it while placing his foot on its chest while charging his muscles with chakra. Feeling his leg holding as much as it could, he pushed as hard as he could and felt a shockwave as he went one way and the creature climbed back up to the bottom of the bridge and through it, up into the sky until it disappeared. If the situation wasn't so dire, he would have found it comical. Naruto flew through the air as nothing more than a black blur toward Shizuka. He squinted at the force of the oncoming wind as it shot past Shizuka's screaming form toward the water. He flipped and slammed into the water's surface, sending widespread mist everywhere in a 50-meter radius as Shizuka fell into it. Up above, Saya had reached the edge just as Shizuka fell into the massive cloud of mist. Ducking down, hoping that by some miracle the two fallen men would fly back into the air, he felt tears well up in his eyes as he cried out, "Shizuka-san! Naruto-san!" That's when she saw him, the black, slightly blonde blur shooting out of the cloud with a trail of mist following it. She was confused until she reached the edge. Time seemed to slow down when she saw the look in Naruto's eyes. Pure determination, like nothing in the world was going to stop him. In his arms, he cradled Shizuka, who clung to him like he was her only lifeline. Saya watched in awe as he went over her head and landed, sending up a small cloud of dust. She was speechless when she saw Naruto's hair fall in small, wet lines over his face. He looked down at her, and she blushed at his face. He looked hexy but dangerous at the same time, and she was starting to have a very difficult time trying to make sure he didn't faint. However, it was when he spoke that she almost lost it. "Why are you standing there, Saya-san?" She looked away and blushed, sticking her finger under her lower lip and squirming slightly. "I don't have a weapon with me. I can't do anything but get in the way right now." Naruto sighed as he sat Shizuka against a post and looked down at Saya. Watch over her and make sure she stays calm, please. From the looks of it, Siko-chan, Koda-san, and I should have this bridge clear in no time. Saya nodded as Naruto charged into the horde with a freshly drawn Shiketsu Suru. She watched as he forced his way in with slashes, cuts, and dismemberments. She saw blood fly into the sky as Naruto roared with every swing of his sword. Now she realized why Shizuka was acting this way. She could feel it in the air, the bloodlust. She felt it now even more than when they were in school and Naruto had lost it. This can't be, this is too much. Could it be? Isn't it just him? Siko, for lack of a better word, was having more fun than she'd ever had in her life. She could feel herself starting to lose control, just like she'd seen Naruto do back in school before he'd passed out. When they'd gotten to the bridge, she hadn't even been sure if she could fight off so many and stay herself, but now that no one could see her, she didn't care. She could break free, she could escape, she could free the real person lying beneath her skin. One by one, the unholy creatures fell to her sword. Their blood now coated her shirt as a crazed, bloodthirsty grin spread across her features. She felt a slight tickle in her throat as she began to giggle to herself. She was moving at a speed that was beyond human, but she didn't care as she cut down the horde one after another. She was on a high, an adrenaline rush of the worst kind, and she wasn't ready to come down. In the distance, she felt Naruto's aura of sick power. She felt his determination and bloodlust mixed to form something she'd never felt before. It was a strange feeling, completely foreign. It made her hesitate a little and almost get bitten until she composed herself and began her rampage once more, her smile still plastered on her face. However, she had no idea what was coming behind her. Naruto was back at it, having fun. He was getting on his rush. To him at this point there was no goal, no more mission for him, it was all just fun. He felt no resistance as he let his sword slice through the infected horde. He felt a slight pang of disappointment when he saw their ranks thinning. How sad they couldn't hold on long enough for me to have my fun. Humph, so disappointing. It was as Naruto began to descend that he heard the scream coming from Siko's direction. He cursed silently as he knocked down another. Buck, I know these people can't use jutsu, but the fact that they can't protect themselves tells me they wouldn't last a single day in Konoha. As soon as his thoughts ended, he disappeared in a burst of speed. He reappeared above where he'd heard the scream and saw that Siko was trying to break out of the circle of infected she'd gotten herself into. Naruto himself was standing on a beam above her, watching her struggle. At least she's not totally helpless. I'm willing to bet it was simply her surprise that made her scream like that. I wonder how she'll get herself out of this. Naruto watched as she began to lash out at the creatures like a caged animal, alone and scared. He mulled this over. Funny how, when cornered, even the most sophisticated of us can revert to our animal ancestry, though the energy I feel coming from her reminds me a lot of Q-chan. Maybe she's tapping into some of her dormant chakra that came from what? He was torn from his thoughts when he felt another source of energy coming from Siko. It felt all too familiar, so familiar that it scared him to his core when he recognized it as his own. His eyes widened and he straightened. What the hell, kid? I have no idea. And very personally, I really don't give a buck. If I were the one in control, I would have jumped her as soon as I saw her. Buck, she's hot. Naruto didn't appreciate the intrusion into his head. What the hell do you think you're doing here, Alter? Alter? What the hell is an altar? Naruto sighed as he continued to watch the battle. I needed a name for you because I can't just say hey, yo. That's fucking weird. Whatever, I don't really care what the hell you call me. Anyway, the reason I'm here is basically because Kyuubi's soul isn't using the line. In a sense, I can use it. Since she's in the back of your mind, I took her place. Naruto growled at this. I thought I had control over things like that. Once again, you're a bucking retard. We're souls. We act as we please. Unless you were death itself, you'd never be able to truly control us. You see, that's why she was able to go back to the dark parts to research the jutsu. Damn, I'm so glad I parted ways with your other half. If I didn't, I'd probably still be an idiot. Naruto cut the connection with an angry groan as he looked at the battle once more. Siko was doing quite well, so he looked at the others. Saya was fine and was comforting Shizuka. Koda was starting to run out of ammo, which Naruto could see because he was starting to become more conservative in his shooting. Naruto sat down and dangled his legs over the edge of the beam, his hands clasped over his forehead. That still confuses me. How the hell does she have my chakra too? That's simple enough. I just found out. Didn't I leave you out? Don't you hear? Anyway, the answer is simple enough. Tell me. What is the Kyubi no Kitsune? Q-chan is the 9th Bija. It's not that stupid, you bastard. Kyubi is nothing more than a mass of chakra with a soul. That's why your father had to seal it inside you. You can't destroy energy, and that's all chakra is. Physical and spiritual energy mixed together. Naruto groaned as he continued to watch the teens fend off the infected horde. Takashi and Rei had appeared in some strange contraption, and Naruto watched as they began to fight alongside the others. Siko had made her way through, and he too noticed that traces of her and Kyubi's chakra were gone. That still doesn't answer my question, Alter. She has my chakra for some reason. You give me the damn answer now, or so help me, things are going to change in there. What the hell are you going to do about it, idiot? I'll put rainbows, kittens, unicorns, birds, and colorful flowers in my mindscape. As tempting as a little stress relief may be, I'll pass. As I said, the answer is simple, my ever-faithful idiot. You see, with Kyubi being a mass of chakra, it itself is incapable of true physical form, thus lacking the ability to procreate. What Kyubi failed to tell you when it said Siko was its descendant is that, by conjunction, she is also yours. Naruto's eyes widened as he stood up. What? Everyone below stopped their post-massacre conversation amongst themselves and looked up with eyes as wide as saucers to see Naruto on the bridge beam. Naruto looked down and smiled sheepishly. Way to go, idiot. But yes, she is truly your descendant. The Kyubi's chakra was finally given to you because of the seal on you. It was designed to suck every ounce of Kyubi's chakra out and give it to you. And it did. While the Yondaime thought he would completely purify it, he only purified a little. Some of the impure chakra went to me and some went to you. When you had children, traces of their chakra went to them and so on. Naruto groaned as he began walking on the beam. Holding up the elbow, he was rubbing his temples with one arm. This is bucking fantastic. Alter started laughing inside her head. What's so funny? You know the distance in bloodline is something to consider. Your blood runs so thin it's almost like you're barely related. Perfect girl to live with, huh? Ha ha! Naruto continued to groan as he rubbed his temples harder to try and get rid of the growing headache. And now I've realized my other half is an incest-promoting pervert. Great, this day just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Naruto-san! Naruto heard his name and closed the link as best he could before looking down to see Kota calling his name. Yeah, what is it? Kota clapped his hand over his mouth in an attempt to give it a megaphone effect. We're on the move! Hurry and find a way down! Naruto nodded as he disappeared in a blur before reappearing in front of them. Komura looked at him. You'd best give us our answers, Naruto-san. Naruto gave him the same cold look. You'll get them, Takashi-san. However, time doesn't permit it right now, as we need to be on our way. We need to find a place where we can spend the night safely. It was then that Naruto finally heard Shizuka's cheerful voice. I know where we can go! Naruto turned to her. Do you? She nodded with a smile and closed her eyes as she spoke. I live with a friend of mine who stays in an apartment near here. It's very cozy and has a great view. And she has a car. It's the size of a tank. Naruto chuckled, still unaware of cars, as she held her arms out to emphasize how big it was. Sounds good. Where exactly is it? He had to think for a second. It's a few miles from here. It would take maybe an hour to get there on foot. Naruto nodded as he looked towards where he saw the sun beginning to set. He cursed his luck. Bucket would be easier if you could use Shunshin. At this point, it'll be dark in about half an hour. These buckers get more active at night. Fighting them off will add time to our hike. This would be a good time to try out that scout technique Shizen taught me. How thanks, Shizen-chan. Naruto broke his thought and looked at Komuro. That thing you rode on it can carry too, right? He nodded and Naruto continued. Take Shizuka-chan and have her drive you to the apartment. What about Rei-chan and the others? Naruto chuckled. We'll be right behind you. Shizuka-chan. She looked up at him with a slight jump towards her. Yes, Naruto-san? She held out her hand. Can you tear off a piece of your shirt for me, please? The two boys blushed at this, and all the girls gasped at the directness of his question. Naruto had a bored look on his face. I just need a small piece. It's not like I'm asking for your whole damn shirt. Shizuka quickly recovered and nodded. She tore off a small, 6-inch piece of her sleeve and handed it to Naruto. When Naruto grabbed it, he made a ram sign with one hand and channeled his chakra into his nose. He lifted the fabric to the appendage and inhaled a large breath of the scent before exhaling. This made Shizuka blush, as she thought it was simply a perverted act. The other girls obviously thought this as well as they started growling at him. Naruto shrugged as he stuffed the piece of sleeve into a pocket inside his trench coat. I've got your scent, Shizuka-chan. When you and Takashi-sen leave for the apartment, we'll follow on foot. But go now. We only have half an hour until sunset. These bastards will start becoming more active then. The two in charge of moving forward nodded and quickly headed towards the bike. However, before they left, Naruto called out to the nurse. Shizuka-chan. She looked at him with her golden eyes as she wrapped her arms around Takashi's waist to keep him from falling. For some reason, this made Naruto's heart ache a little, but he pushed it aside. He looked at her and spoke. Be brave, Shizuka-chan. She nodded with a bright smile and Naruto chuckled as they headed towards the apartment. Naruto watched as they walked away and then turned to the others. Okay, well now we just have to follow them. Come on now. He turned and started walking away. Everyone started moving as they followed close behind him. Calmly, he stepped onto the sidewalk as they followed. Catching a whiff of Shizuka's scent, he knew they had gone too far down the road and turned right. He stored the information in his head as they exited the bridge. Things remained relatively normal as things could be in an outbreak of infected cannibal civilians, as they continued their journey through the city and arrived at the turn-off point. Naruto took in their scent again and saw that they had made it all the way down to the center and stopped. He looked up at the sky for a second. The rest of the walk is about 40 minutes and we only have 10 until sunset. I think we should speed up a bit. Naruto began to quicken his pace as he broke into a trot. He heard the others behind him do the same and saw up ahead that the creatures were beginning to converge at every street intersection. Naruto drew his sword and looked at Siko. He was having a hard time believing that she was actually his descendant, but Alter's explanation was all he had to go on. Siko-chan. A clear path. Don't stray. She nodded and drew the blade he gave her. Naruto faced forward as he brought his sword down on the first unsuspecting creature. He then used the technique he'd seen another kenjutsuist use. He began to swing his sword in a large zigzag motion in front of him, slicing through anything in front of him. He could feel his bloodlust beginning to rise from Alter's influence, but he held it back through sheer force of will. As they got deeper and deeper into the horde, Siko, Rei, and Koda were holding off anyone who tried to grab them from the sides. Naruto made his way to the slightly cleared center of one of the intersections and sniffed again as he fought off the creatures coming at them from all sides. The walk shouldn't be that long now. Cutting them all down instead of going around in circles really took a huge amount of time. But we still have a ways to go. Shit. Frustrated, Naruto reached around his waist to grab the same scroll he used in school with one hand while slashing another one to his right with his sword hand. Saya watched once more as he unfurled it with a glorious sweep of his hand. She gestured with her hand over the same seal, and out came the same three-pronged knife she'd seen pierce the side of the bus. It took to the air, giving Naruto just enough time to close it with a twist and put it back at his waist, as he turned around and snatched it out of the air with his left hand. She couldn't quite understand it, but why was her face heating up as she watched the wind pick up around her? Why was she intrigued by the way his coat flared as sparks of energy danced through his arm and toward the knife? Why was it so arousing that he looked into her eyes, making her breath catch in her throat? Why? He couldn't answer the questions roaring through his mind at a mile a minute. He didn't have time while his mind tried to comprehend what he was seeing at that moment. It was like something out of a movie. Blood danced through his vision from the movements of the others while Naruto stood in the middle, the great hero, crouched in a position that showed readiness to attack. But striking wasn't his plan. Her eyes were glued to him as he spun around, his coat whipping furiously against the wind around him. She saw the wind starting to become visible as it danced around the small leaf. What the hell? Her thoughts couldn't finish as she watched him release the leaf in the direction Shizuka and Takashi had gone. As soon as it left his hand, time seemed to slow down. She watched as the air immediately shattered around them and sent out a massive sonic boom that made everyone kneel in pain as they covered their ears with their hands. Through teary eyes, she saw that the blast didn't affect Naruto as he stood looking just like the Shinigami himself. The wind played with his coat, blowing it to his side as he calmly held his sword to the same side. He looked back at her, his icy blue eyes giving her a hard but caring look. She saw the wind from the blast playing with his hair like it was grass in spring. However, as much as she was focused on him, she could also see the knife cutting straight through the massive horde, sending them high into the air or simply slicing them in half as it sliced through them like paper. She watched as he walked up to her and held out his hand for her to take. She did, and he pulled her to her feet while doing the same to everyone else. He then brought them over to where she was and asked them to hold hands. Koda jumped up and quickly took her hand. Saya sighed and took Naruto's outstretched hand. Siko took Rei's hand and then took Naruto's other hand. Naruto was deep in thought as he looked around. Shit, I don't have enough chakra to take us all. Alter! The dark voice of his other half groaned in his mind. What the hell do you want now? I need some chakra so I can get us out of this. Would you mind giving me a hand without trying to take control? What's in it for me in there? Naruto tried to hide his growl. Buck, what do you want? The laughter that came from him only made Naruto groan even in my mind. I want you to change this prissy mindscape. The trees and the damn river are making me gag. This time the groan couldn't be suppressed as he began to growl, drawing the attention of the creatures surrounding them. It took me forever to make you that idiot. Like I give a shit. Naruto opened his eyes as his frustration began to get to him. He then saw that they were quickly being surrounded. He then closed his eyes as he frantically replied, Fine. I'll do it later. Just give me enough chakra so I can do this and stay awake this time. Good boy. Here you go. Naruto felt power surge through him as he began channeling more and more of Alter's chakra. He could feel the bloodthirsty influence, but it was all he could do to resist it. When he felt the urge to fight, he began gathering his chakra again, much the same way he had back at school. Everyone felt themselves begin to change slightly. Thoughtlessly, they hadn't expected to be shaken so hard as they disappeared and reappeared, not a second later, in front of a large metal door. They stumbled as Naruto let go of them. Koda was dry and shaken as he bent down towards some flora. Overall, Siko was fine, having done it before, and Saya and Rei were trembling on the ground. Naruto chuckled at the sight. HMHM, thanks, Alter. Yes, sure, whatever. If you die, that means I die too. I can't let that happen. Naruto laughed at his reasoning and walked over to the door. Takashi-san! We're here! Open the door, please! Naruto heard shuffling on the other side of the door, and watched as one of the doors opened to reveal Takashi and a smiling Shizuka. Naruto smiled back. I'm glad you're still in a good mood, Shizuka-chan. She nodded as she clasped her hands in front of her chest. I'm so happy everyone got here so quickly and safely. Naruto nodded as he walked through the door with the others following close behind to get away from the horde. When everyone was inside, Komuro closed the door and quickly kicked her out. Naruto, on the other hand, was too preoccupied with making sure Shizuka was actually okay. She insisted she was fine and wasn't scared, and he accepted that answer. He led the group upstairs and into the apartment. Everyone was surprised by his size as they began to wander around. Naruto was completely dumbfounded by the size and presentation of the apartment. His was a dump, while this one was stunning in every way. He sighed. This is one way to make me miss home, damn. He climbed the spiral staircase to find a small landing and walked past it to see a bedroom with a huge, black, rectangular thing just hanging there. Humph, what a waste of space. That could easily be used to hang a nice portrait, or even weapons. His thoughts were torn apart when he saw Takashi walk past him. Shit! That TV is huge! Naruto raised an eye at his comment. What the heck is a TV? Takashi stopped in his tracks as he looked over Naruto's shoulder, as if he'd grown 2 heads, an extra arm, and a tail. You don't know what a TV is? Naruto shook his head, his eyebrows still raised. Takashi slapped his forehead, but then remembered something. He looked at Naruto with seriousness in his eyes. We're safe now, and time will allow. I think it's time we got our answers, Naruto-san. Naruto sighed. You're really not going to let this go, are you? Takashi shook his head fervently as he kept his eyes on Naruto. Naruto sighed once again. It was starting to become commonplace here. Was this world really that ignorant? Fine. Get everyone in a room and I'll answer all your questions. Takashi nodded as he walked away. Naruto walked over to the bed and groaned as he sat down and leaned back, stretching his arms out. He slowly closed his eyes as he waited for the students to approach and question him. This is going to take a while. Chapter 5. It had taken a while, but soon everyone was filling an empty space in the bedroom. Naruto had moved to stand in front of the television with his hands in his pockets. Kodo was on the floor leaning against the bed, and Komuro stood in front of him, slightly to the side so Kota could see Naruto. Rei was sitting between Siko and Shizuka on the bed near the pillows, while Saya sat cross-legged near the entertainment center below the television to Naruto's right. Naruto nodded. I suppose now, as Komuro said a few moments ago, would be the best time for all of you to ask your questions. This started a small commotion as everyone erupted with their own questions. It started to give Naruto a small headache as he calmly raised his hand. The gesture quickly calmed them down, as they had seen what he could do. Naruto pointed at Takashi. You wanted this. I think it's only fair you go first, Komuro-san. He nodded as he spoke. Who are you? Naruto chuckled as he answered him. You know who I am. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Takashi was up in arms. That's not what I mean. Who are you? No normal person can do the things you've done. We all saw what you did back in school. Naruto nodded. I don't doubt you did it, then why won't you tell us who you are? To have this much power, that's a power no human should have. Wait, Naruto sighed at her. He then narrowed his eyes at her, speaking in a cruel voice. True, I could murder each and every one of you if I wanted to. I could rip your skin from your bones, I could do any number of things to you, and you guys couldn't do anything to stop me. This sent a cold spell down everyone's spine when they heard his words. But the chill began to fade. I have no need to do it, so it won't happen. It also goes against my mission. This caused Siko to raise her hand and Naruto to point at her to speak. What mission are you talking about? Naruto smiled, knowing this question was coming. He took his hands out of his pockets and sat down on the entertainment center before looking out the window to see the moon shining brightly. He then looked back at those gathered. I was sent here to make sure everyone survived this. He continued his question. Why would he send her a message to protect us in particular? Naruto shrugged. I don't really know, to be honest with you. He did say something about future leaders, but other than that, it's all a blank to me. Siko nodded and took the answer. She leaned back against the headboard and squinted her eyes gently, as if to rest them without closing them completely. Saya raised her hand and leaned forward to get his attention. She caught herself from falling with her other hand as she leaned farther forward. Naruto caught her eye and looked down at her. He closed his eyes and started laughing before pointing at her. Yes, Saya-chan? She blushed at the sound of his laughter and sat back. What was that you did with the scroll? On the bridge before we got here. Naruto leaned back to pull the scroll from its sheath at his waist and lifted it up. He held it up for her to see. This one? Saya nodded, keeping her eyes glued to the scroll. Naruto unrolled it a few feet and laid it on her lap. Look very closely, Saya-chan. She got on all fours and quickly crawled over to look at the scroll more closely. Naruto smiled beneath his mask and moved his hand over one of the million seals adorning it. When the puff of smoke arrived along with the resounding boom, Saya jumped and fell on her butt, and Naruto laughed loudly while holding a shuriken between his index and middle fingers. "Everything alright, Saya-chan?" HMHMHM. She looked at him with a tomato-red blush and nodded fervently with her eyes closed. She then opened her eyes and met Naruto's. Why were her cheeks heating up at the sight of his ocean blue orbs? Naruto saw her blush but focused on her eyes. Orange, my favorite color." Saya realized he was talking about her eyes and quickly looked away and blushed even more furiously. Everyone else noticed this as well. Naruto shrugged, being as oblivious as he was to women. He resealed the shuriken into the scroll and the sound caught her attention. She snapped her head back. "Wait a minute! How do you do it?" Naruto looked at her, and she leaned back slightly as she saw the scroll seem to close on its own. "It works with the use of chakra. It's something the people here can't use anymore." Saya continued with her questions. "How exactly do you know we can't?" Naruto happily obliged her with an answer. "Because I can feel the signatures. Everyone only has enough to live on. If they did a basic academic jutsu, they'd probably die of chakra depletion. What are jutsu?" Naruto stood up and walked to the sliding glass door, placing his hands behind his back. He gazed up at the full moon as it illuminated his face with its ethereal light. Saya saw her reflection in the glass and could see the moonlight shining in his eyes. It only made her blush more. He spoke in a serious tone like a teacher would, and his posture only made him that much hexier to her. "Wait, Hexy? Would you like the long explanation of the mechanics and seals needed to perform a jutsu, or would you just like to know what they are?" Ray spoke with an embarrassed laugh. "I think we'll settle for whatever's shorter, thanks." Naruto chuckled as he turned around, his voice still serious. "You should never be afraid to learn new things, Ray-san. No matter how much it takes to explain it." Ray felt his eyes on hers and blushed as she walked away. "But it's understandable. You're still confused about who I really am and want to ask as many questions as you can, so I will. A jutsu is a technique that we, in my particular profession, use to combat the enemy. There are 4 types of jutsu we can utilize. The ninjutsu we use is primarily for combat. We can also use a type of illusion known as genjutsu, though that's still my forte. I've always been a blood-drawing kind of guy." They all caught the dark glint in his eyes and a chill ran down their spines. He chuckled at the sight of them flinching at him. "Any questions so far?" Everyone shook their heads, and she closed her eyes and lowered her head before raising it again. "Okay then. Those 2 were the types that absolutely require the use of chakra. The next 2 are physical. Taijutsu is using your body to cause damage or paralyze an opponent. In my short time, I've seen many styles of taijutsu, but the greatest one I've seen in battle was used by a very good friend of mine." Everyone noticed the sudden drop in his mood. Takashi walked over to him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You okay, man?" Naruto nodded, but kept a grim expression on his face. "I'm fine. I just need to stop thinking about it. Anyway, the last type of jutsu is one that both Siko and I were trained to use. Kenjutsu is the use of a weapon to destroy an opponent. Or at least that's what I'm going for. Kenjutsu can be used to do many things. But my reasoning is that if you're going to use a sword, you might as well go for the kill, right?" Takashi nodded as he listened to her explanation, but he was still worried. He was going to ask about his friend, but then thought better of it, figuring it would just cause him more grief than it already seemed. Unfortunately, he was apparently the only boy being considered that day besides the blonde maelstrom. Kota spoke almost as soon as Naruto finished. "Who's your friend, Naruto-san?" Takashi glared at him, as did the women. Naruto just glared at him, and Kota felt a chill run down his spine. Takashi spoke. "Kota, that's her business." Naruto dismissed him. "It's alright, Takashi-san. The odds of me seeing her again are slim, so I guess I can at least tell you who she is. Her name was Hinata Hyuga. She was a very dear friend of mine." I told you before that she could use a great style of taijutsu known as juken. She could knock you down and out with a single touch of her finger. She was quite the fighter. Since they were on the subject, Saya decided to continue it. What happened to her? Naruto looked at her with a smile. Nothing. Everyone had the same confused look, and Naruto simply sighed before smoothly breaking into a small laugh. It's confusing, I know. Nothing happened to her, I'm just not sure if there's a way to get back to where I came from. Everyone got the idea and nodded. Shizuka then raised her hand. Naruto nodded and she spoke. Where exactly are you from? Naruto shook his head, his gaze dark as he looked toward the glass door. That, Shizuka-chan, is nothing I'll discuss with anyone. She looked disappointed, but didn't voice it. Why not, Naruto-kun? Naruto said only one word, memories. These words were all she needed to say, as everyone in the room felt the dark emotion that accompanied it. However, it made them wonder if it was that she hated her home or whether or not she feared she'd never be able to return, and they thought they'd never know the answer to her unspoken question. It was getting very late when everyone started taking their time in the bathroom. Naruto stood back as the boys watched the television contraption while the women bathed. He quickly appreciated the cleaning seals on every piece of his attire. I hate showers, hot showers with scalding hot water and no towel. He listened inside as the boys talked amongst themselves about the situation, while the girls took their time. He himself had taken a quiet spot on the balcony outside the sliding glass door. He had his hands behind his head as he sat in an outdoor chair and leaned back with his feet propped up on the railing. Naruto stared up at the moon while he still had the chance before it passed over the building and his vision was lost. Somehow, even though he heard the occasional moan from the infected below, it was peaceful for him. His ears perked up when he heard the door open. He tilted his head slightly to see who it was. Saya-chan, are you coming to keep me company? I thought you were taking a bath. He turned to the moon when he heard her close the door and walk over. She pulled her own outdoor chair up and sat down beside him. She spoke in a small voice that contradicted the one she'd used before at school and on the bridge as she barked orders to Kota. You seemed lonely. I thought he'd come by when I was dressed and finished. Naruto lowered his feet as he leaned forward while staring more intently at the moon. He spoke in a soft voice, one that made her warm fuzzy. Saya-chan, have you ever taken the time and just looked at the moon? She looked up at where the moon was and sighed softly. No, not really. Naruto leaned back once more and closed his eyes as he turned his head towards her. Saya saw this and looked at him. You're tired, aren't you? Naruto half opened his eyes and smiled slightly, though she couldn't tell since he still had his mask on and it was dark. I don't really get tired unless I haven't slept for over 48 hours. I can run on my stamina alone for 2 days straight if I have to. Bachan always said I'm too hyperactive for my own good. Saya chuckled. But you don't need to be awake, Naruto-san. Naruto sat down and looked at her. There's really no need to be so formal with me, Saya-chan. Naruto-kun will suffice. He topped it off with a tilt of his head and a smile that made her blush furiously. How the hell was he making her feel this way? She nodded. It's fine, Naruto-kun. Then why are you wearing that? She maintained eye contact. What? She pointed at her mask, and he raised a hand to make sure she'd done it right. She nodded, and he spoke as he lowered his hand. It's just part of the outfit. Why do you ask? She blushed as she looked away, shifting slightly. I was wondering what your mouth looked like. She thought he'd be angry or self-conscious, but he was surprised. Well, don't look away if you want to see. She looked up at him as he brought her hand to the edge of his mask. Her breath caught in her throat when he pulled it down. The first thing she saw was his cheeks, adorned with whisker-like markings. When he pulled it down far enough, she saw his mouth. It curved into a smile that showed off his larger-than-normal canines. She blushed a deeper red at the warm smile. Wow! Naruto pulled it all the way down and let go of it as it fell into a lump around her neck. You seem to be in shock. Should I do something about it? I can put the mask back on if you want. Saya shook her head quickly. No! It's not that, it's your face all is so calm happy. After everything that's been going on, a smile on your face? Naruto kept his smile as he looked up at the night sky. I can keep this smile, Saya-chan, because I know that no matter what happens, we will survive and see this through to the end. For some reason, she felt he was right. She knew that somehow every word that came out of his mouth was the truth. Every logical thought in her genius head told her it was impossible. He was saying there was no way. How could he do this, override her thoughts? How could he make her feel this warmth in her belly? All of this weight, why was she getting closer to him? Naruto-kun. Naruto turned his head to find her face right there. If it were any other situation, he would have jumped back, but when he felt the warmth of her breath against his lips, something ignited inside him. Her eyes were closed as his left one stared at her right. In his mind, he thought she was quite hexy, her glasses and her orange eyes. At the same time, both of their eyes moved down to each other's lips. They each saw the small cloud that came with each breath they took. Saya-chan. She had closed her eyes as he closed the small distance between her and his lips. He was soft, warm, much like how he had made her feel every time he had looked at her that day and the day before when he saved her. She felt his hand move up and around the back of her neck under her fallen hair. He pulled her deeper into the kiss, and she didn't fight him but instead grew bolder. She ran a hand under his trench coat and up his clothed chest and felt the muscle beneath his shirt. She blushed as she felt the cut beneath her fingertips. His other hand joined hers as she felt his other hand run over her waist and down her back. She squealed a little as he lifted her from the chair and onto his lap. Then he returned to the kiss and shuddered as a shiver of ecstasy ran down her spine to follow the path his ghostly fingers had traced along the spine of her blue tank top. She broke the kiss and barely pulled away. Her hair hung down to provide a curtain-like shield from the outside world, enclosing them both in a realm of their own. She spoke softly, her breath still hot on his lips. Naruto-kun, 2 days, it's only been 2 days. This feeling in my chest, a feeling I can't shake from the first time you saved me. My heart pounds every time I look at you, I can't shake this, why? Naruto looked into her eyes. I don't know, maybe this feeling you have, it couldn't be love. Do you love me? Maybe you love me. She felt his face heat up as he assaulted her lips once more, only more passionately. Then he broke it off. Of course I could, why couldn't I? I mean, sure, it's only been 2 days, but still. Naruto's eyes darkened as she asked the question. They darkened not with anger but with fear. Fear that danced through her mind. He turned his head to the side. It's just who I am. Normally that was enough to drive most people away. Hearing my name where I come from, it was like putting the plague on them. They'd all stay away from me, all because of who I was from and what I have. The last part was whispered as she felt her eyes start to burn. Saya could sense her distress and used her hand to gently move his face to look at her. Naruto-kun, what is it? He looked back into her orange eyes. He smiled softly. Oh, how they reminded him of his younger days when everything was easier and he could jump around like a little maniac, playing pranks on the people of Konoha. It felt like so long ago. Will you believe me if I tell you? And if you do believe me, will you still feel the way you do now? She nodded and gave him a reassuring smile. Naruto took it and smiled back hesitantly. Okay, well, I guess I'll say it. I have a demon. Saya laughed. We all have our demons, Naruto-kun. It's what makes us human. Naruto cut her off. No, I don't mean figuratively, I physically have a demon sealed inside me. Saya's eyes widened when she heard him say this. She pushed even further away from his face and stood up. Naruto could feel her eyes burning, but he knew it was coming either way he looked. He leaned forward and stared at the pavement at his feet, his elbows keeping him from falling. Okay, I knew I'd change it how you felt. It was inevitable. I knew it from the day I found out I'm nothing but a monster. He finished when he felt a hard palm meet his cheek. His eyes widened as pain shot through him and his head whipped around at the blow. He brought his hand up to where the blow had landed and looked up to see Saya. She was on the verge of tears with her eyes closed as she held the hand that hit him close to her chest. Saya-chan. She opened her eyes barely so she could see him. Why would you say that? What are you? She broke off her words. You know very well what I'm talking about. He knew it, he knew exactly what she was talking about. It was the same thing Hinata had said when she said that about himself. He looked back down at his feet. Most people have left after hearing that. I thought you'd do the same. Naruto heard sobbing. Looking up, he could see that she was crying. However, being oblivious to a woman's feelings, he had no idea why. Saya-chan, why are you crying? She looked up at him as she wiped her tears with the back of her hand, but it didn't matter as they kept coming. 2 days. I've known you for 2 days. You've massacred these things in 3 different places, and you've given me every reason to believe you are what you were going to say. Naruto felt his eyes burn again as he looked down. But he quickly looked back up and saw a small smile on her face, but the tear mark was still evident on her face. You've also done everything a monster wouldn't do. You saved me from those things in the hallway when a monster would have defended itself. You risked your life to make sure we were all safe when the bus wouldn't start at school, even if you did go a little crazy. Naruto could hear her voice tremble as she talked about the time she got lost. He wasn't proud of it. Why should he have been? But he didn't have time to muse to himself as she continued. On the bridge, when Shizuka-sensei fell, you risked your life to save her. You jumped over the edge to save her. Any monster would have let her fall, wouldn't have cared about her life. She chuckled almost half-heartedly. I have to admit, though, I did laugh a little when that thing tore a hole in the bridge. Naruto laughed a little before answering her. Hey, yeah, I needed something to launch myself off of. If I didn't, I wouldn't have made it in time. Saya knelt down while smiling. She brought a hand to his cheek and he looked down at her, his eyes bloodshot from holding back his salty tears. You see, that's what makes you human. You care, and you're different, I know that. You've done things no normal human can do. If I had to blame one thing, then it would have been a devil. I believe you, Naruto-kun, but I won't change how I feel because of it. Naruto looked into her eyes. He could see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. She gave him a tight hug and he felt her tense up. It's okay, Naruto-kun. He heard her soft voice. For some reason it calmed him. His muscles relaxed as he breathed softly on her neck, sending shivers through her. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her towards him. Saya-chan. Yes, Naruto-kun. He pulled back slightly so he could look into her eyes. They were lightly lidded as she gazed up at him. Do you swear no matter what that you'll never change? Saya knew he was speaking of his feelings and smiled. I swear. To prove her words, she moved up and placed a kiss on his lips. She quickly deepened it as she moved a hand up to grasp his shoulder from behind. She ran a hand through his hair so soft he couldn't help her hands as her nails gently ran down his back, eliciting a tense movement from him. She pulled away and smiled seductively at him. Sensitive are we? Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he laughed shyly. Maybe? She hummed a short laugh as she returned for another kiss. Much to Naruto's pleasure or disgust, she kept her nails in rhythm as they danced over his back. Naruto tensed greatly as she ran her hand over a spot on his lower back. She could feel both his discomfort and his scar through his coat, and stopped when she broke away from the kiss once more. Naruto-kun? Naruto winced as the pain and memory returned to him. He pulled back and gritted his teeth, doing his best to suppress the pain. In his mission to lock away the memory, the image came back to him. It was during the Elemental Nation's outbreak he had encountered Sasuke. He, in his naivety, thought that he would have been able to persuade Sasuke to return to the village. He was wrong, as Sasuke had wasted no time in charging him with a charged Chidori. In shock, Naruto hadn't moved when Sasuke plunged his hand into his stomach. The image was seared into Naruto's mind as he had almost died once again at Sasuke's hands that day. It also hadn't helped that she'd broken through the seal holding the Kyuubi. Naruto had no idea how she wasn't freed, and she wouldn't tell him under the guise that she hadn't either. When the wound was healed by her, the seal remained, but the scar would never go away for some reason. The scar and the memory the day he realized the darkness had taken his brother now haunted him, and would haunt him forever. Saya had gotten up while Naruto held his head in his hands as pain coursed through him in waves. His teeth were clenched shut by sheer force of will so he wouldn't scream and alert the creatures below. He opened his eyes and tears fell from his eyes. Saya saw this and began to cry. What did I do? This question flashed through her mind as she could only see his pain and grief. Then suddenly he just stopped. Naruto let go of her head and his arms fell limply between his legs as he leaned back in his chair, still wincing from the residual pain. Saya spoke up. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Naruto opened one eye after he flinched at the last of the pain leaving. Oh yeah, I'm fine, Saya-chan. Don't worry about me. I'm too tough to let a headache get to me. He gave her his most foxy grin as she laughed at his bravado. Are you sure about that, Naruto-kun? He nodded, and she sat back down beside him. She chuckled as she looked up at the moon. This wasn't exactly how I imagined tonight would go. Naruto answered fairly quickly. Sorry, she looked at him and noticed he was looking at her as well. She smiled before speaking. Okay, Naruto-kun. But I have one last question. He looked at her expectantly, waiting for the question. She looked at him as her eyes closed. Can you tell me what was wrong? Naruto looked away because he knew the question was coming. He shook his head as he answered. That's personal, I'm sorry, Saya-chan. She shrugged. I was just asking. It's okay if you don't want to tell me. I just hope it doesn't happen again, whatever it was you were really suffering. Naruto smiled reassuringly at her. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. He stood up as he placed his mask back over his mouth and nose. Shall we go in now, Saya-chan? She smiled and stayed with him. Sure, Naruto-kun. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before turning to walk inside with him right behind her. As they walked inside, they saw Koda walk out at the same time, and Naruto moved out of the way. He saw that Koda was dazed and had a trickle of blood. He raised an eyebrow at this, but as he walked inside, he saw what it was. On the bed sat Shizuka in her towel-wrapped glory. Naruto fought back the perverted thoughts his former sensei had instilled in him as he walked over to her. Saya simply stared at the dazed nurse with wide eyes. Takashi was standing there trying to reason with her and get her to come downstairs when Naruto arrived. Shizuka-chan. She looked up at him through her dazed vision, her eyes wide and otherworldly. She crawled to the end of the bed seductively as he watched with his arms crossed. Naruto-kun, would you like to join me? Naruto, while oblivious to some things, wasn't entirely stupid as he immediately picked up on what she was saying and his eyes widened as much as Saya's. He looked at Saya and she just stared at the woman with wide eyes. He then looked back at Shizuka and found her right there in his face. He tried to back away but she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. Oh! Naruto-kun, don't leave me! Naruto looked around for help, but found Saya was trying not to laugh, and Takashi had already left. He looked at Saya with an annoyed look. What are you laughing at? Saya kept trying to keep her laughter from breaking out as she pointed at Shizuka. Naruto's shoulder slumped in defeat. Shizuka immediately appeared in his face. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Naruto nodded as he looked over and saw his towel slipping off. He tried to reach up and fix it, but she quickly threw him down on the bed and placed him on top of her. Naruto's face landed in the valley of her breasts and Saya couldn't hold it in anymore. Her laughter erupted and continued until she heard Naruto speak or tried to speak anyway. Wafsefo fummy! Shizuka moaned as she raked her nails down his back like Saya had. Oh, Naruto-kun, so warm! Saya stopped laughing. HM what? Naruto raised his face and gave her a playful, pointless look. What's so funny? Saya walked up to him with a smile on her face. She leaned in when she saw Shizuka planting kisses on his neck and whispered in his ear. We haven't even been together for 10 minutes and you're already cheating on me, huh? Naruto's eyes widened once more as he tried to formulate an explanation. Saya noticed his distress and snickered. It's okay. She stood up as she walked away. I don't mind sharing. As he watched her walk away, his jaw dropped. He kept looking from her to Shizuka until she turned the corner to go down the stairs. He sighed, but then her head appeared behind him and he jumped. She chuckled and spoke. Don't make too much noise, Naruto-kun. She winked at him with a hexy smile and disappeared once more. Naruto just dropped his face and realized he was staring right at the cleft of her breasts. He shook his head and got up to find her right there. "What is it with these women and doing this to me? You really need to get laid, man," Naruto growled and quickly let him out. He was distracted as soon as he stepped outside when he felt Shizuka kissing his lips. He jumped back and had his hands on the wall as if he was trying to feel for some kind of knob or switch. Shizuka-chan, don't you think that was a bit much?" She sat up and her towel slid down, revealing her J-sized breasts to him. He was struck by this and stopped all movement completely when a small trickle of blood came from his nose. Sure, Shizuka-chan." Naruto then noticed her eyes were shining slightly. He squinted and saw a tear. She sniffed before speaking, her voice beginning to crack. "Oh, Naruto-kun, why does this have to happen?" Her mouth creased as she wiped a tear away with her hand. "Why this can have ever happened?" Naruto's eyes softened as he pushed himself up from the wall and walked over to her. "Shizuka-chan." He placed a hand on her shoulder, and she looked up at him. "Naruto-kun, why is it so cold?" Naruto chuckled as he looked away and pointed down. She looked over and was honestly surprised when she found her breasts hanging out of her towel. She looked up with the same look as before. Oh, Naruto's smile disappeared as he walked over to the head of the bed and pulled down the comforters. He waved his hand and she knew what he wanted. He crawled over and dropped the towel, and Naruto had to suppress a nosebleed as he snuggled under the covers. Naruto pulled them down over her until he heard sniffling once more. He pulled them down slightly and saw Shizuka looking at him. Her eyes were still watery, and she was curling into a ball. "Naruto-kun, I don't want to be alone." Naruto looked down at her and smiled softly. "It's okay." He let go of the blankets and removed his trench coat. He walked over to the chair and left it folded before reaching for his shirt, and pulled it off while removing his face mask at the same time. This revealed his back to Shizuka as she looked at the myriad of scars that adorned his back. The biggest one, however, was the perfectly circular scar on his lower back. It worried her deeply, being a doctor in training, as she knew that any scar like that couldn't be the result of a fatal injury, but she let it slide as he continued to undress. He continued, folding his shirt and placing his face mask on top of it before kneeling down and beginning to unlace his boots, taking them off before placing them side by side to the right of the chair. Naruto then unbuckled his belt that contained his scrolls and Shiketsu's suru. He pulled the blade from his belt and placed it over the arms of the chair with the curve of the sheath facing up before putting his belt on just one arm. He kept his cargo pants on in case they needed to make a quick retreat from the house. Turning to the light switch, he flicked it, and the overhead light went out, leaving only the moon to shine in from outside. He walked over to the edge of the bed and was a little hesitant as he reached for the covers. It was then that he heard Saya's voice. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" He jumped and was ready to fight until he saw her face and smiled in the moonlight. He adjusted himself and nodded slightly before looking at Shizuka, who was looking back and forth between the two of them. Naruto lowered his head. "She said she didn't want to be alone." "I don't want her scared," Saya smiled at him. "It's okay. To be honest, the way she was acting, I expected her to crash pretty quickly." Actually, Naruto looked up and saw Saya approaching him. "I came up to join you too." Naruto dropped his jaw as she walked over to his side of the bed. She looked up at him and winked. "You're in the way." She shook her head and swallowed before walking over to the bed and sliding under the covers. Saya smiled as she reached for the hem of her shirt and began to pull it up. Naruto's voice quickly stopped her. "What are you doing?" She looked through his crossed arms and smiled seductively at his wide eyes and cold sweat. "Impressive she can be naked but I can't?" She put on her best pouty face, which made Naruto start to worry. "No! It's not that, it's just, are you sure you want to be like that around me?" She smiled at his innocence, despite him being older than her. "I trust you, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded and laid his head back on the pillow, watching as Saya took off his shirt. When she saw how big it was, his nose bleed and he felt his pants getting tight. She then started reaching for his shorts and began to take them off, showing a wide-eyed Naruto that she was going commando. She left the pieces of clothing beside the bed and put her glasses on the nightstand before looking up to see Naruto looking at her. She smiled. Should I play with him now? No, I'll give him time to get used to it. She lifted the edge of the blankets and had him come to the center. When Shizuka felt him getting closer, she snuggled up next to him and hooked one of her legs through his. Naruto then felt Saya snuggle up to his other side and place a hand on his chest. Naruto's brain felt like it was going to short-circuit as he felt both pairs of breasts press against his sides. It made it a little more tiring when he realized that the way Shizuka had positioned herself was pushing her womanhood down onto his hip. He was tense until he heard Saya's voice. Calm down, it's okay, Naruto-kun. Naruto felt a little better as he felt the warmth of both women and the blankets converging on him. Suddenly he felt so tired. Had he really done that much since waking up on the bus? Whatever it was, he closed his eyes as he felt Shizuka and Saya's warm breath on him. As his eyes drifted shut, one last thought burst into his mind. Hey, you fools, how are you tonight? My name is Naruto, and I'm too much of a coward to grope you or have hex. Naruto growled softly so as not to wake the already sleeping women. Shut the buck up, Alter! You ruined the bucking moment. The last thing Naruto heard was the perverted laughter of his darker side as he faded away. He sighed and let the darkness take him into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 7. Naruto woke from his slumber when he felt the jolt of the Humvee. He tried to move but found he couldn't when he saw through his sleepy gaze that Saya was still attached to him from earlier. He smiled as he rubbed the top of his head. It would have run all over his head if he hadn't put it back on before leaving the apartment. He looked around as he ran his hair through his hair and saw that Takashi was asleep, Rei was on his shoulder, and Siko was on his lap. He chuckled as he wished he had some way to capture the moment on film. It would have been an incredible blackmail for him if he ever needed it. He sighed as he tried to see past the seats, but it was no use. He leaned back. Hey Shizuka-chan, he heard her acknowledgement and spoke. Where are we? She took a minute. We're crossing the river right now, Naruto-kun. We should be on the other side in a few minutes. Naruto gave his thumbs up and leaned back. Hey Alter, do you think I'll be able to sleep well next time? Depends on what mood I'm in. Do I feel like being an idiot? No. Do I feel like being a bigger idiot? Buck, no. Does that answer it for you? Naruto sighed as he began banging his head against the metal interior of the Humvee. Koda's head immediately popped up through the hole. Everything all right in here? Naruto stopped mid-explosion and smiled. Ah, Koda-san. Yeah, everything's fine. I'm just a little upset, is all it is. Nothing to worry about. Koda nodded, but stayed and spoke. So if you don't mind me asking, how did you, Saya-chan, and Shizuka-sensei happen? Naruto got a thoughtful expression on his face and took a minute before speaking. Well, Shizuka-chan, she's just an adorable woman. Honestly, I think she's one of the nicest people here besides Saya-chan. Besides, she needs someone right now. She's scared. Koda nodded. What about Saya-chan? Naruto had the same look until he had an answer. It just happened, I guess. She came out after bathing, and we talked for a bit. She had this feeling in her gut. She told me she'd felt it ever since I rescued you too. Honestly, I'm glad she felt that way. If she didn't, honestly, I wouldn't know if there were people willing to look past a person's dark side. Koda's face turned solemn. What do you mean? Naruto sighed as he prepared for another gift of his life. You see, I have a dark side like most people. Let's just say for the sake of argument that it's something of a demon. Everyone has their demons, as she pointed out to me last night. And I told her that most people, when they simply heard my name, just left. I had friends, but I noticed from the moment they found out that they were becoming distant, and when the outbreak started it only got worse. The otaku's face turned sad and he was about to speak until Naruto heard another voice from above that sounded like a child's voice. Koda Oniai-chan! Who are you talking to? Koda jumped a little before laughing shyly. He was about to answer until the voice spawn fell through the hole and landed on his butt. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her until she opened her innocent purple eyes and smiled at him. She was wearing a pink dress with a white jacket over it. On her head, she wore a white headband over her pink hair. It reminded him of Sakura in a way. She was holding a small white dog with its tongue hanging out of its mouth. She kept her smile as she spoke. Hello? My name is Masato Alice. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Naruto laughed at her and greeted her. Nice to meet you too, Alice-chan. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. She looked from him to Kota and then back to him with the same smile. Are you friends with Kota Oniai-chan? Naruto looked at Kota and smiled as he looked back at Alice. He's a nice guy, yeah. Alice laughed, and Naruto was mesmerized by the innocent sound that came out. Trying his best to revel in both Saya's sentiment and innocence, he didn't notice that she had woken up. She batted her eyes and yawned in a feline manner that only made Naruto see her in a cuter light. She sat up and rubbed her eyes with her fists as she lazily turned to Alice. And who might you be, little one? Alice gave her the same smile as she answered. Masato Alice. It's nice to meet you too. Saya smiled and leaned back and wrapped her arms around Naruto, pressing her breasts against him and hooking her leg with his as she spoke. I'm Takagi Saya. I take it you've met Naruto before. Alice gave a big, toothy grin as she nodded at machine speed. Saya giggled at her and turned to Naruto, expecting a kiss. Naruto smiled and complied, eliciting a massive groan of innocent disgust from Alice and Kota. Then they heard the little boy speak. Are you married to Naruto Oniai-chan? The pure, naive innocence in her voice stopped them in their tracks and made Naruto cough for some unknown reason. He looked at Alice and quickly shook his head. No! We're not married! Saya simply laughed at his distress and began to listen to the thoughts running through his head. You know, in a way he'd probably make an excellent husband, maybe even a father. Saya surprised herself with her father's comment. She tried to dismiss it, thinking to herself that it was just an instinctive thing. Succeeding for the moment, she looked at Naruto and smiled. He was still a little distressed by Alice's comment, but was calming down when Kota picked up the girl and threw her down the hole again, talking about teaching her some songs. Naruto looked at Saya with an embarrassed smile. Sorry about that. Saya had a cute, confused look on her face. Sorry for what? He looked away. I got a little more scared than I should have. Saya giggled before leaning her head closer to his. It's okay. It's only been a few hours anyway. Naruto smiled as he gave her a quick kiss before leaving her side and crawling through the hole without disturbing Takashi, Rei, or Siko. He landed right above the car's windshield and looked around. When he looked where they were going, he saw nothing. He gave a strange look when he heard Kota and Alice behind him singing a song. It fit pretty well with the position they were currently in, crossing the river in the car. But that wasn't his main concern. His concern, or lack thereof, was the fact that he didn't see any of the infected on the other side of the river. It wasn't particularly bad, it just surprised him, since they'd been everywhere on the opposite side. He turned around and dropped through the hole, jumping into the passenger seat next to Shizuka. He saw that they were getting closer to the other side. He looked at Shizuka. So you were awake the whole time driving? She nodded, but she didn't look tired at all. Yep. I was. I'll admit I'm a little down, but I'm still fit and ready to go. Naruto chuckled, but he wasn't prepared for the massive impact from the water to the solid ground. He was thrown from his chair and his head slammed into the roof of the Humvee. His cry of pain drew a giggle from Saya in his back and Shizuka beside him. Takashi had apparently woken up and let out a laugh of his own. Naruto slowly turned around with a dangerous look on his face as he glared at Takashi. What are you laughing at, huh? The look on Naruto's face only made Takashi laugh harder. Naruto was about to jump in after him until they stopped and Shizuka jumped out the driver's door. He looked over and saw that she had pulled a large trash bag out from somewhere. He looked at her. What is that? She smiled cutely as she held the giant bag with both arms. Clothes! Rei was immediately caught by this, as were Saya and Siko. They all shot out of the hole and ran towards Shizuka as she opened the bag and they peered inside with puppy dog eyes. I got them from my friend's house. After all, we can't just run around in the same old thing, right? Naruto chuckled as he heard them all rummaging through clothes. He came out on the other side and fully stretched out for the first time in a few hours. He gave a happy sigh as he seemingly didn't talk to anyone. "Oh man, that feels great! I hate being so cramped." He then heard a slight commotion on the other side of the car. It was about getting the girl, Alice, off the top. He chuckled as he walked around to the front of the car, leaning on the rack and crossing his arms, looking up at the clear blue sky. He watched as Kota and Takashi walked in front of him, and Kota began explaining the workings of some kind of weapon they'd found. Interested, he stepped away from the car and walked over to them. "What's all this?" Kota looked at him with his usual goofy grin. "These are all the guns we took from the apartment." "Why? You want one?" "There are plenty." Naruto bent down and looked at some of the weapons littering the ground and began to think. With things like that behemoth running around, it might be a good idea to carry something a little more. However, I can't carry something big. He straightened up and looked at Kota. "Sure, what the hell? But do you have something small and light?" Kota smiled as his eyes glittered. He turned around and bent down, checking the bag for weapons that weren't lying around on the ground. He walked over with a weapon and held it up for Naruto to see. He spoke. "This, my friend, is the Taurus Raging Bull 454 Kasul. This little thing can hold 545 rounds at once, but each one is a guaranteed kill against these things more than likely. Also, keep in mind the fact that these things have been used to hunt elephants." Naruto was surprised by the information and took the gun, but he didn't expect the weight that came with it. His hand drooped slightly until he picked it up again. Inspecting the weapon with the utmost caution, he turned to a tree and pointed at it. He aimed the sight and put his finger on the trigger. "I think that's how this thing works." He threw it, and was slightly jolted by the recoil of the gun. He also received shouts from the women in front. He turned, slipped the pistol through his belt, and rubbed his head self-consciously. Sorry, ladies!" My b. His eyes widened at the sight in front of him. All the ladies were dressed, but his overactive mind was taking it all in. Shizuka stood on the left, and was wearing a white button-down shirt with long sleeves. She wore a skirt that reached just above her knees with a yellow diamond pattern. Alice was also beside her. Saya moved forward further, and was wearing a black halter top under a white button-down shirt. The shirt had 2 pockets on her breasts, and 2 near her waist. She unbuttoned the chest area, and her breasts fell through the open shirt. She also carried a purse over her shoulder, and wore a short green skirt. Standing there, she was wearing shoes and a pair of black knee-high socks. He didn't focus much on Rei, as Takashi was obviously doing that enough. He looked at his granddaughter of many generations, and saw that she was wearing the same blouse as his uniform. She also wore a black skirt with slits on both sides for greater mobility. She also had black tights and knee-high combat boots. She looked quite formidable as she held the sword he had given her by the scabbard in her left hand. He smiled and spoke. "You all look amazing! Holy shit! Especially you two, Saya-chan and Shizuka-chan." Saya blushed as Naruto was tackled by Shizuka. Siko did nothing but smile as her thoughts ran. "He's actually been more distant from me since the incident on the bridge. Something's wrong, I need to find out what it is, but not now." Naruto turned when he felt Kota tap him on the shoulder. He saw him hold out a few boxes of bullets for him and smiled as he took them with a nod of thanks. He took out a blank storage scroll and sealed it into one of the seals. Kota saw this and had an idea. "Hey, if you can do that with ammunition, can you do it with guns?" Naruto nodded as Kota continued. "Can you carry the rest in that thing? It would make moving around with them a lot easier." Naruto nodded again and knelt down, quickly sealing the weapons before placing the scroll back on his waist. He then turned back to the hill and looked up. "So should anyone else go up that hill?" His response was the Humvee doors closing, and he turned to see what was going on. He saw that all the women had gotten into the car and sweat dropped at the sight. "Wow, they're lazy, aren't they?" Naruto quickly shook Alter out of his head before she could say anything and turned to see Takashi and Kota already climbing the hill. He sighed as he started walking, but was stopped by the sound of the engine roaring to life. He hunched over in fear as he turned around with a scared look in his eyes. He saw, not Shizuka at the wheel, but Saya. Her eyes widened and her pupils dilated when she saw the playful glint in her eyes. Oh shit! As Takashi and Koda inspected the area for the infected, they were distracted when they saw Naruto charging up the hill like a madman. Takashi tried not to laugh as Koda looked down to see where he was running from. He then saw the Humvee zoom past him as it came around the curve of the hill, nearly crushing Naruto underneath it, but he was able to dive out of the way just in time. He stood up and was furious when he saw Saya get out of the car. What the hell was that for? You could have killed me! Saya giggled as she walked over and kissed his cheek. But I didn't! She then turned and took out a pair of binoculars from her small bag and looked around. Man, those things really aren't here, are they? Naruto was broken by his fury and turned around to look. No, they're not. I wonder why. Then he heard the Humvee's engine roar to life again and screamed as he leaped upside down into the nearest tree, hanging upside down from the branch. He looked fearfully in the direction and saw that it was only Shizuka starting it and closing the door. He sighed and slumped down as he landed on his feet. Everyone piled into the metal monster except now it was Takashi and Rei on the back of the roof instead of Koda and Alice. He climbed into the passenger seat and buckled his seatbelt. He was about to lie back and rest until he heard the door open. He turned and saw Saya standing there with a smile on her face. He sighed and smiled back as he patted her lap. She smiled wider and got in, placing her legs up on the console and her feet resting on Shizuka's lap. Shizuka just smiled as she looked at them, and Naruto closed the door. They took the highway and Naruto just stared out the window at the buildings as they passed by them in a constant blur. Naruto-kun! He heard Saya speak and looked up at her. He wasted no time continuing. Earlier you were talking about your friends. You said that when this happened they grew further away from you. Why were they? If they were your friends, then they would look further, wouldn't they? Naruto sighed as he spoke. You'd think so, Saya-chan. Unfortunately, when they found out, it wasn't long after a friend of ours betrayed us. He went off and almost killed me, but then He looked back and saw that Siko was smiling and playing with Alice while Koda rested. He turned to Saya. I let my demon take over. After that, they still saw me as a friend, but they were becoming distant from me. We didn't hang out as much, and some would just ignore me when I said hello. Saya realized that bringing back the memories was hurting him. She brought her hand to his cheek like she had the night before and made him look at her. Forget all the terrible memories, Naruto-kun, you're here now. The friends who walked away from you were never friends at all, they just acted that way until you didn't fit what they were looking for. Naruto looked back out the window with sad eyes. I know, I just wish it wasn't true. Saya felt her eyes burn, but she fought the urge and leaned down and rested her head on his neck. Naruto rested his head on top of hers and closed his eyes. Hey, she made a sound that told him she recognized him. I need you to make me a promise. She lifted her head with a smile and looked into his eyes. Of course, what is it? He seemed nervous as he began to fumble his words. If I ever, it's them. Naruto was pulled out of his conversation and looked ahead to see a small group of infected. He grimaced in anger. Damn these bastards again! So they're here. Saya-chan, I need you to move to the back for now. She nodded and clumsily maneuvered into the back next to Siko. Naruto reached for his belt and pulled the raging bull out before leaning his body out the window with his own, but sitting on the door. He aimed and saw that they were forming some sort of blockade on the road. Shizuka-chan, turn right. She did as she was told and turned around. Naruto then came face to face with another behemoth, only this one was wearing black shorts that were once again taut and a blue shirt. It was also slightly larger than the previous one. He stared at the creature as time seemed to stop before it resumed and they sped past. Unfortunately for Naruto, he was lined with clothes and stopped moving as the Humvee shot by. Even in his daze he could hear them screaming for him, Saya even telling Shizuka to turn around. Naruto felt his head start to hurt as he fell to the ground in a puff of smoke. His eyes were rolling from the impact as he spoke in a dazed voice. Not this kid again, why me? It's because you're too stupid to realize when to duck, stupid son of a bitch. Naruto got up from the ground only to be kicked by the behemoth. He felt pressure on his chest and heard a roar coming from the creature. He tried to see if any infected were coming for him, but was happy to see it was nothing. He sighed as he felt the pressure increase in his chest. Gah! Oh well, at least it wasn't a. His words were cut off when he heard another roar in the distance, and his eyes widened. To catch up, he heard the Humvee approaching. He inhaled and shouted as loudly as he could. Turn around! It's signaling another! Too late. The next behemoth dropped in behind the Humvee, and had them boxed in between the horde and the two oversized creatures. Then he realized what was going on. These things, are they plotting? They're coordinating attacks. They're too smart. What the hell are these? Takashi had started firing his shotgun at the thing and found it wasn't very effective. Naruto also saw Kota pop out of the hole and started firing whatever he decided to carry. Naruto felt more pressure on his chest and swore he felt a bone snap. But this thing is going to crush me, he winced and saw that Saya had gotten out and was running towards him despite the behemoth being on top of him. She reached him and was crying. Naruto-kun! Her eyes were closed as she smiled at him. Hey Saya-chan. I need you to do something for me. She nodded as she clasped her hands together, hoping he had a plan to get out from under the thing. He kept his smile. I need you to go back and tell Shizuka-chan to get them all out of here. Her eyes opened and she felt a tear roll down her face. But what about? She chuckled. Don't worry about me, Saya-chan. It'll take more than a massive piece of rotten flesh to bring me down. My mission is to make sure everyone survives. Now go. Her lip trembled as she nodded. She was about to leave, but then he grabbed her arm. Naruto thought it was one of the infected but saw it was Takashi. Naruto kept a small smile. Good work, Takashi. Take her and go get out of here. Takashi nodded as he ran toward the Humvee with Saya in tow. They climbed into the car, and Saya took the passenger seat, her eyes wide as if she'd just seen a ghost. Shizuka looked at her worriedly. Where's Naruto-kun? Saya didn't even spare her a glance. He said for us to leave. Shizuka's eyes widened, and she looked out the window to see Naruto fighting the behemoth, only to grimace once more. She felt her own eyes sting with tears, but she forced herself to look away as she put the car in gear. Naruto watched as they were able to maneuver around the second behemoth and escape. He realized it wasn't following them. So they just want me, huh? Why's that? He writhed in his overflowing pain as he felt another bone break in his ribs. Gah! Buck! He counted 3 broken ribs now. You better not give up right now, son of a bitch! Naruto frowned. It's not like I can get out from under this shitty thing. It's got me pinned down, and I have no momentum. Are you bucking stupid? Wait, ask a stupid question and you'll get a stupid answer, never mind. Naruto ignored the comment. So what exactly do you want me to do? I'll let it slide this time, but I need you to use my chakra. I'll let you use it and I'll snap out of it. But I need you to live so I can get out of this body. Naruto chuckled but then felt another of his ribs break. God damn it! Okay, fine. Give it to me! Naruto heard him laugh in his head, and then felt his body convulse in shock. Black chakra began to seep out of his body, and seemingly burn Behemoth's foot because it rolled away from Naruto with a roar. Naruto made no move to get up, even though chakra was still leaking out of him. All the infected began to approach him, crowding around him like a school circle. A behemoth then reared back and roared as it swung its fist at Naruto's body. Still, his body didn't move. He just opened his eyes and felt his bones pop back into place. That feels better. I really needed to get that off my chest. He chuckled as the fist collided with his body, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying around him. The infected took this as their cue to leap forward and start tearing apart everything they could. They had barely begun to move when a massive shockwave hit them, sending them and the behemoths flying. The behemoths recovered fairly easily, getting back up and charging back into the crater formed by the fist and the explosion. The two were in a sort of synchronization, as one withdrew its left fist and the other did the same with its right. They then attacked whatever was hiding in the dust cloud, only for their massive hands to be caught by something. The dust began to clear, and there stood Naruto with a crazed look on his face. He held both of the monster's fists in his bare hands. His claws dug into the skin of his fingers, as that was all he had on his hands. His eyes were completely black, just like Alter's, and his grin showed off his now longer canines. Then he spoke in a voice that sent a chill down even the behemoth's spines. "Let's have some fun." He ripped off both monsters' middle fingers, and they drew back their other fists to punch Naruto again. He pulled out Shiketsu's Suru and rushed at them, slicing the left one down the length of its arm, and when he got behind them, he slashed the right one down the length of its spine. He flipped through the seals and announced his attack. "Sudoto, Kuruen, Demudo no Imoreshin." Black flames began to dance across their respective wounds before the arm and back exploded in a shower of hellish black fire. They fell to the ground before getting back up and charging again like mindless animals. Naruto, tired of the fight by now, took out the Taurus and channeled Alter's chakra into it. He smiled as he stared down at the beasts. "Rest in pieces." He pulled the trigger twice, and each bullet slammed into the center of their chests. They made clean holes, but blew a large portion of each one backward. Before they could reach Naruto, they fell dead. He turned with a flourish, spinning the gun by the trigger guard and quickly holstered it. He let Alter's chakra leave his body and turned to face the direction the group had left. "Hey Alter, do you have any way of locating them? That garment of mine is useless now that they've bathed." His mind remained silent for a few minutes until the malevolent entity spoke. "I know a technique that can be used. It's an older technique that Kyubi has floating around in her personal memories. Chakura no Kaori. Each person has a particular scent in their chakra. If you can focus on their scent packet, then you can locate them. Here are the seals." Naruto watched as the trivial seals flooded into his mind. He quickly made them and focused his chakra, watching the world take on a slightly golden hue. He looked in the direction they had gone. He saw all the paths. One was pink, and Naruto could easily recognize it as Saya's. He also saw Shizuka's white, Takashi's brown, Kota's dark green, Siko's purple, Rei's red, and Alice's hot pink. Naruto smiled. "You know, I think this is the first time you've ever done something useful for me." "What the hell are you talking about? I just saved your ass by giving you chakra." Naruto dismissed him. Mutually beneficial. This left Alta growling as Naruto began to follow the trail after them. It took him some time to find them, but when he did, he wasn't surprised to find them cornered. He climbed up onto a lamppost. He looked from about 100 meters away and saw that Takashi and Rei were on the ground while Siko was in the horde hacking them to pieces. "They're circling each other, that's bad. Saya-chan, Shizuka-chan, and Alice-chan must be in the car. Where's There's Kota. I almost lost him. How the hell do you miss that? The guys have the belly of a freaking whale." Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the comment, but quickly stopped it when he saw that they were starting to circle each other. They're definitely in trouble. Feels good to be needed. I guess I need to get them away from the group so they can escape. "Hey!" Everyone near the Humvee looked up and saw Naruto perched in the light, and their eyes widened at the fact that he was alive and unharmed. They smiled nonetheless, but the infected acted like he wasn't there. He frowned and jumped to the ground. He shouted his orders. "Takashi-san, get the others out of here! Siko-chan, help me get the infected out!" They both nodded at her command and got to work. Takashi started lifting Rei off the ground and slung his arm over her shoulder, leading her to the Humvee. Kota kept the infected out of them, and Alice handed him clips whenever she ran out. Shizuka was doing her best to get the Humvee started, but no matter what she did, it wouldn't start. Naruto drew the Taurus and Shiketsu's Suru, holding the weapon in his left hand and the blade in his right. He smirked as he raised the weapon in the air, pulling the trigger and listening to the resounding pop of the gunpowder igniting inside the bullet. All eyes were on him as he holstered the pistol on his belt and bent down to his waist, reaching for the white scroll tied there. He picked it up and quickly unraveled it, and quickly discharged some chakra, sending out a small puff of smoke. He timely rolled it back up and tied it to his waist. He then grabbed the puff of smoke and pulled out a red tag the size of his hand. His eyes narrowed with a small smile on his face as he sent chakra into the strip of paper, causing it to spark. He turned and threw it down the street it came from. It flew in a surprisingly straight line and landed only seconds before exploding. Everyone's eyes were wide as they saw the street explode from the sticker's touch, unaware it was the sticker itself. Naruto looked back at Siko and signaled for her to hurry. She nodded as she began to move toward him. She began to make as much noise as she could to attract the infected closer to her and Naruto. The whole time she did this, she couldn't stop thinking, doing this is going to separate us from the group. It might be the only chance I have to face him alone given his distance from me from the bridge. So I'll have to do it. She continued moving forward, occasionally slicing a creature in half when it got too close. Naruto watched her as she approached him. She was by his side, and he started moving as well. They climbed the stairs to their right, and when they reached the top, Naruto noticed something, and his eyes widened. They're not following us. The infected had turned on the Humvee and were chasing them again. He gritted his teeth as he used his steel-toed boots to kick the metal lamppost next to him, sending a loud metallic ring over the street. Follow us! Get here, damn it! They seemed to be ignoring him as they continued their dark walk toward the car. Naruto was about to jump over the railing until he saw another car pull up behind a cable that the Humvee was standing next to. He saw people getting out, and they were dressed in some sort of gear that looked like it would be the best protection against the creatures. Naruto sighed as he watched them start to help the group. Turning around, Naruto looked at Siko with a smile until he heard Saya's voice ring out over all the noise. Naruto-kun, come to my house! The house on the hill! Naruto smiled as he answered. Don't worry, Saya-chan. I'll be there. He then turned around and started running towards the back of the platform he was standing on with Siko right behind him. As soon as they landed on the ground below them, they ran again until Naruto heard a roar from above again. He stopped when he saw the behemoth pop out from behind a building and just smiled as he raised his sword with Siko by his side taking a stance. The monster charged and Naruto looked down at it with the same smile. The bigger they are, the more women scream when you put it on. Naruto just groaned and Siko looked at him. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled and looked back at the attacking behemoth. I'm perfectly fine. Chapter 8. The behemoth continued its deadly path as it tossed a car through the air trying to get to Naruto and Siko. He dashed forward and jumped, bringing his sword to its raised arm, cutting it deeply but not through bone. Naruto grunted at this as he landed behind it. He turned and saw that it wasn't stopping, going straight for Siko. His eyes widened until he felt the familiar presence inside her. She's using our chakra again. Does she even know she's using it? When she finished her thoughts, she rushed forward and swung her fist as it approached her. She planted a boot on Behemoth's face and used it to leap over and around it. Siko landed with a smile and prepared her stance with her left leg forward and straight and her right leg back and bent. Her left hand held the blade, her right palm pressed against the pommel as she narrowed her blue eyes. She shot forward with great speed that surprised Naruto and severed the behemoth's Achilles tendons, bringing it to its knees. Naruto was once again shocked to see her work. My god, she's strong! I wonder if this is the effects of the Kyuubi's chakra and my own. It might well be, but to be able to just walk right through that thing so smoothly is a sign of pure skill. I could do that, but I'd have to attack it unless I had Alter's chakra. She'd be a formidable foe even for me. Naruto then heard her call out his name from the other side. Naruto-kun! I need you to help me with this. She shouted her acknowledgement, and raised her sword in the same stance he had seen Siko use earlier. I already feel more effective, I should say. I guess my slack stance was bad compared to functional. Then again, you seem to have been trained in the arts of Kenjutsu. I was trained but only momentarily by Nico-chan of Anbu. He heard Siko move in for the kill and followed close behind her. She had leaped up, going for the head, and he stayed low to go for the waist underneath her arms. They both slashed at the thing as if there was nothing there in the first place. Siko landed in her stance with a small line of blood coming from her sword while Naruto stood with his sword to the right, as it had blood dripping in a steady line until it turned into small droplets. He flicked the blood off, and Siko did the same, her body unwavering as she began to sheath her sword at the sound of Naruto's. The blades stopped firmly in their scabbards and, at the same time, clashed. The behemoth's body stiffened before the ring of blades, its head slowly sliding off as a thin fountain of blood marked where it had been. Naruto heard the small thud and smiled, waiting for his handiwork to make itself known. They stood motionless for what seemed like an eternity until Naruto began to grow impatient. He turned and walked over to the once again dead monster and delivered a solid kick to its chest, smirking as he watched it fall with a bigger thud. Siko heard the thud and chuckled as she turned around. "You're definitely one to brag, huh?" Naruto looked around before pointing at himself. She nodded and laughed as Naruto scoffed indignantly. "I'm not a braggart." She nodded at the behemoth. "Then why did you kick it?" Naruto looked past her at the body and then back at her before shrugging and turning to walk. Siko stepped right next to him. She chuckled when they were able to walk a few paths without encountering the infected. "So why exactly were you using my stance against that thing? Don't you have your own?" Naruto nodded. "I have my own, but I was simply experimenting. Using your stance made me feel a bit more efficient with my sword. My normal lax stance is good for taking down multiple small enemies and occasionally taking down a behemoth, but when I saw you sever the tendons, I thought I'd give it a try." Siko reached the edge of a building and looked over to see what was behind it. She saw the path leading to Saya's house, but it was blocked by the infected. She turned back and leaned back with a sigh. "That path is blocked shit." Naruto walked up to her and gave her a once-over. "That? That's not much of an obstacle if you asked me. What would you say? 1, 2, or 100? Siko sighed. "This isn't a game, Naruto-kun, this is a serious situation. We have to get to Takagi-san's house as fast as we can." Naruto shrugged as he drew his sword. "I say we go through them and get to her house." Siko rolled her eyes and shook her head. Naruto then sighed as he lowered his head. "I'm so bored when I have nothing to kill." Siko raised an eyebrow as she walked away, silently walking down the other street away from the prowling creatures. Naruto then looked up and followed faster and quieter. They approached the edge of a park and Naruto looked up, seeing that it was starting to get dark. He looked down and saw that Siko had stopped once again and groaned. "If we keep stopping like this, then we're going to end up here when night falls. We can't risk that, Siko-chan." He sighed. "I know I'm just trying to avoid any confrontations with these things. I'm confident in both your abilities and mine, but I don't think we can take on these things and those other things running around. We have to stay quiet." Naruto nodded, as the answer was understandable, but continued. "I understand, Siko-chan, but you do realize that these things also become more active at night. When that happens, we run an even higher chance of encountering the behemoths and maybe something even worse." Siko glanced at him before looking ahead again, approaching the park gate. "What else could we run into here?" Naruto shook his head. "I don't know for sure, Siko-chan. But if there are things like those behemoths running around, then it's very possible there's something worse out there." She paused for a second, as if thinking. "Basically, he's giving me a chance to ask him why he's been so distant from me. Also, it would give me a night alone with him. Mean. Anyway, there's a shrine near here. We could go there." She turned and nodded. "All right, Naruto-kun. There's a shrine near here that I think we can use to hide out for the night. We have to get there fast, though. You were right, they're already starting to show their numbers and it's still in a state of twilight. Hurry, follow me." Naruto nodded, and Siko finally stood up and broke into a run. She got up from her stealthy crouch and took off after her. She dashed through the park gate and quickly drew her sword, taking the head of the first thing she found. Naruto felt a spike in the hybrid chakra inside Siko and felt something in the air change. He narrowed his eyes as his brain kicked into gear. Something about mine and Kyuubi's chakra is changing her. It's making her bloodthirsty. Alter, do you know anything about that? Wow, just when I thought fools couldn't get any dumber, go make sure they are. The Kyuubi's chakra is a corrupting energy. Anything that it isn't normally used to is sure to see results like your granddaughter over there is. The only reason she isn't freaking out is because your chakra is more dominant in her. You know, stuff like this is pretty simple to figure out if you had even a tiny shred of common sense. Naruto just groaned and mentioned Shiketsu's Suru before pumping massive amounts of his chakra into the sword. He brought his arm down, and the tip of the sword began to drag along the ground as he ran, sending sparks trailing behind him. He saw Siko slashing at an infected one every few seconds, only taking the time to steady her body and breathe before doing it again. He twisted his body to match her vision and was running towards her, but the things began to form a small crowd, like some kind of riot of rotting flesh. He brought out Shiketsu's Suru and made a seal with one hand. He smiled as he thought of a new way to perform his first sword art. Kige Bushin Sadodo, Demudo no Imo! A large cloud of smoke formed in a line in front of the small crowd of things before something shot out too fast for anything to catch. Then, on the other side, another line of smoke appeared and everything coming from the first line disappeared. Naruto jumped over the crowd and landed on the other side just as he finished his chain of seals. The creatures burst into flames as the cuts on their necks ignited. Naruto smirked at his handiwork once more as he stood up and was about to walk over to Siko until he felt the presence of the hybrid chakra begin to diminish. He quickly turned his head towards her and saw that she had her sword raised to attack, but she wasn't moving to follow through. He looked in front of her and saw that there was a small group of infected children, and her eyes widened. He ran quickly as he tried to get to her in time, but one of the things had already pounced on her. Naruto gritted his teeth as the world blurred and channeled more chakra into his legs, but found his reserves were nearly dry. Alter! Give me chakra! His head stilled for a second. No. This isn't a mutually beneficial situation, is it? He growled as he began to press against her muscles as hard as he could. Only seeing what he didn't want to, the boy sank his teeth into her arm, tearing at her sleeve and skin, eliciting a scream of excruciating pain from Siko. Her mind stopped when she saw him. She stopped running when she saw Siko kick him, and she fell back against the brick wall to her right. She cradled her arm as she tried her best to hold back her tears, but soon the pain became too much, and she looked up at Naruto with a quivering lip and a gleam in her eyes, telling him she was scared. Her pupils dilated as she saw the look in his eyes. She saw the fear that was taking over him. She saw the fear of death, a fear that shouldn't even be there, a fear that she should have been able to prevent. She saw his eyes slowly begin to close and knelt down, letting Shiketsu's Sura fall from her hands. The pain soon became too much for her, and his eyes closed just like Naruto's. Her tears began to burn her eyes as they trickled down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth and made fists so tight that blood came out. She hunched over and placed her bloody palms on her head as if she were protecting herself. She did her best to wipe it away. No, it's not true, it can't be, I didn't even know, I didn't know. I never told him. He looked up with bloodshot blue eyes as his tears continued to flow. He saw that the small creatures were now crowding around his body, as if they were sizing up their meal. It was at this moment that he forcibly reached towards his other half and ripped his chakra out, despite the repercussions. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Naruto ignored Alter's voice as his eyes turned cold black and his mind went blank, and he never felt that tiny tingle of hybrid chakra on his wound. The simplest way to describe what was happening was nothing short of a horrific massacre. It was too grotesque for even the strongest to bear. Naruto had once again lost it, but now he was a monster. He had left his sword on the ground and had begun to tear the infested park to pieces with his bare hands. His entire body was covered in blood and his eyes were wide with raging madness. It reached one of them, grabbed its head, and crushed it with little effort before reaching another and tearing off its arm, using it like a bat and sending a different head towards another, implanting it in its chest. It roared as it threw its leg at another creature, making it look like it had a third arm growing from its stomach. As the carnage continued, he didn't realize what was happening to Siko. The wound on her forearm had a small layer of dark red energy over it, and began to smoke. Even though it was small, the energy output was astonishingly high. The wound began to pump blood that seemed to boil when it touched the ground. As more blood arrived, it soon stopped, and a layer of skin began to grow over it. Her body convulsed, and she moaned in pain until she fell limp again. Her eyes opened as the sound began to assault her ears. She saw through her blurred vision that Naruto was charging into the horde with a vengeance. She felt so numb, but her lips worked fine. "Na are you Takun?" It was at that moment that she heard a deafening, high-pitched roar that shattered the air with bloodlust. Her eyes closed, and she fell unconscious. As the roar tore through the air, Naruto turned, bloodlust visible in his coal-black eyes. His mouth was curved in a crazed grin, and his fingers were curled at angles that screamed terror and madness. Along the way they'd come, he saw some sort of animal-like creature staring at him like a predator. It was, or used to be, human, but the way it was crouched made it look somewhat like an animal. It wasn't shirtless, but wore baggy, ripped shorts, giving Naruto a perfect view of its pale gray skin and lean muscles. Its nails were longer and sharper like Naruto's currently were. The creature's eyes weren't the same dead white the other zombies had. Instead, they were a piercing yellow. However, its teeth were no different than normal human teeth. He let out another high-pitched roar and Naruto charged in his blind rage. He did the same and tried to claw Naruto when he got close, but Naruto was able to push past him as he raked his claws across his chest, cutting him deeply but not in half like Naruto had intended. He landed and turned, his coat whipping wildly in the rising wind. The scene was perfect, much like one you'd see in a movie. Naruto was crouching at one end of the park, his legs spread to the point where he looked like a gymnast. His left arm was forward on the ground with his right back under his hunched chest, keeping him steady and balanced. As his jacket flapped, his grin showed his ferocious teeth to the other creature, the predator. The predator was wild and erratic, with no real stance to take as it moved in anticipation. Soon it became too much and disappeared at high speed. Naruto also disappeared, his overhead view looking down on him as he moved. Their claws met and clashed like two swords in battle as they kept moving, one after the other with purpose. Naruto stopped on his sword, still crouching as he reached for it. He grabbed the hilt and disappeared once more, colliding with its claws instead of its talons. The predator stood firm against the sword and pushed Naruto back hard. He hit the ground and the creature followed even faster. He blocked the next swing with his sword and slammed the predator down with his left hand, grabbing its face and sending it tumbling into the fountain. Naruto dodged a blow from a nearby infected creature and grabbed its face before throwing it at the predator with great force. It slammed into the evil creature, but a puff of air and a small trail of smoke from the dust cloud told Naruto it had moved. His black eyes looked around until he heard the air shatter behind him and spun around, delivering a large slash in the process. It ended with a bang as the predator's body crashed to the ground in two pieces. Naruto turned around and saw the halves still moving and smiled before his head began to throb in pain. He squeezed his eyes shut as he fought through the pain and reluctantly began to move towards Siko's supposedly corpse. He slowly sheathed his sword as he knelt beside her, his eyes returning to their cerulean blue as he felt tears begin to well up. He saw her face so peaceful even in death. He placed a hand on her shoulder as he looked down at her arm to see the wound wasn't there. His eyes widened as he inspected it closer. There was no scab or scar, there was nothing to show there had ever been a wound, except for her torn sleeve. How did I think she was dead? This is so confusing but so intriguing. She was able to beat the infection. Could it be is it because of mine and Kyuubi's chakra inside her? That has to be the answer, it's the only way. He heard another roar and turned his head, but quickly turned back to Siko's body. He picked her up bridal style and stood, looking for a way to get away from whatever was coming their way. He saw something that looked like it was leading to a shrine. He quickly took off and ran down the path. He saw there was nothing blocking his way and breathed a sigh of relief. When he reached the landing where the shrine rested, he also saw that none of the infected were there. He smiled as he headed to the central building, carefully opened the door, and maneuvered inside. When he had Siko put to bed, he walked over and closed the door as quietly as he could. There was little light in the shrine due to the lack of windows, and she looked around as best she could to find some way to bring some kind of light into the room. When she found the candles in the back, she began a small chain of seals. Katan kasai no finger. A small flame appeared on the tip of her right index finger, and she carefully lit the candles surrounding the inside of the shrine. When he finished, he simply shook his finger, and the flame went out with a small stream of smoke coming from the tip. He looked at Siko, who had now curled up and had the tip of her thumb between her teeth, as if she was trying not to suck her thumb. He smiled at how cute he made her look. Naruto then continued sighing and sat near the back where a katana was in its holder. "Alter, we need to talk." "Yeah? What the hell do you want?" Naruto caught the attitude in her voice and was immediately angry. "After what just happened, you have no right to have an attitude. You can shut up and relax, you sadistic, evil, sarcastic, manipulative son of a bitch." His head went silent for a moment, as he had to calm himself. "You know, I was honestly starting to wonder if you had a set of balls hidden between your legs. Guess you're starting to show them, huh?" Naruto snarled. "You better have a damn excuse for withholding your chakra when I asked you to. We had an agreement. Last time I checked, I'm still in this body. The last time I let you use it, it was a mutually beneficial situation, remember? There was nothing beneficial for me in saving her. Why the hell should I care? She's a friend. She more than that too. She's for you, not me. I don't care if the bitch had died back there. In fact, I wish she had. Take control and I'd be out of this godforsaken mindscape." Naruto could barely contain his anger as he closed the connection to her mind. He looked up with hard eyes and saw that Siko was moving. He shook his head and did his best to erase his look of disgust and rage. Siko stood up and looked around in a daze before a massive headache hit her, and she rubbed her temple with a pained look. Naruto was at least relieved that she was okay. He smiled and stood up to walk over to her. Her headache subsided and she smiled at him before sitting down completely with her legs to the sides while propped up with her arm. Naruto sat down in front of her with his legs crossed, but not before he untied his sword and set it down beside him. Siko saw this and her eyes widened as she looked down at her sheath and found no sword. She looked back at Naruto. "I'm so sorry! I lost your sword!" Naruto held up a hand with a smile for her to stop, and she did. She took out a different scroll in place of the one holding the sword he gave her. She held it out and took out 2 small bento boxes. She smiled as she rolled the scroll up before putting it back in her scroll belt. "Did you take these the whole time?" Naruto nodded. "I have 3 scrolls on my belt dedicated to food. Each scroll contains around 2,000 items each, and certain items are in seals that provide the perfect conditions for storing them." Siko nodded as she took the bento he offered her. She opened it and began to speak. "You definitely came prepared with your attire and equipment. Not only would you give off an intimidating aura, but you'd also be ready for any situation that might arise." Naruto nodded and searched through his bento, deep in thought. It's like she doesn't even remember being bitten by that thing. And I won't tell her if she doesn't know. I don't need her thinking she can just walk right into death without fear. Arrogance would get her killed no matter what. "Even I'm not invincible." Siko calmly ate her food and spoke between her occasional bites. "So, when you came to school to pick us up, did you already have those things packed, or did you pack them as you came?" "Actually, I made this a long time ago. Everything was made by a good friend of mine, and even the sword I carry was made by someone I know. Kurenai-chan made the outfit long before the outbreak happened, and I never found a use for it before now." She smiled at his answer and took another bite. "Now's my chance. I can ask him about his distance." She sighed as she put down the unfinished food and covered it. Naruto gave her a questioning look. "Are you okay, Siko-chan?" She looked to the side with a sad face. "Naruto-kun, ever since we left the bridge you've been distant from me. I was wondering why." Naruto sighed as he hung his head to where their eyes were locked. He slowly placed the bento down and covered it as well. "I was hoping you wouldn't notice. I thought I was being pretty subtle about it." Siko laughed. "Not subtle enough, I guess." Naruto let out a dry laugh. "Yeah." Siko started to worry and crawled over to him. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Is something wrong?" Naruto sighed again and looked at her with a small smile. "No, nothing's wrong. But I have to tell you something, Siko-chan. What I'm telling you cannot, under any circumstances, be known to anyone else. Do you understand? She nodded quickly as she sat on her knees just a foot away from him. She looked into the candlelight and began. Well, you know I'm definitely not normal. That can be sorted out pretty quickly if you have common sense, and everyone in the group has plenty of it except for Shizuka-chan sometimes, though she has her moments. But anyway, my normality isn't just because I'm faster, stronger, and more resilient than a normal human I am. Siko leaned closer as Naruto lowered his head once more. Yes, Naruto-kun? What is it? Naruto looked at her. I'm not bringing this up, Siko-chan, you deserve to know. I'm not from this time. I'm from the past. Her eyes widened when she heard this and she leaned back. What? Naruto sighed as he looked to the side. I didn't expect you to believe me, but I guess it was worth a shot. She just stared at him, her mouth slightly agape. You are from the past? Naruto nodded, and she stared at the ground as he spoke. Like I said, I never expected you to believe me, but it was worth a shot. And since you're already at the point where I'm telling you things, I think I should say the real reason I've been distant. She looked up as Naruto sighed and tried to find the right words. The easiest way to say something is to just come right out and say it, so I guess I'll do just that. Siko-chan, I'm your ancestor. Her eyes widened to larger points that shouldn't have been possible. She pointed at him with a trembling finger. You are my ancestor? Once again, Naruto nodded. He dropped to his knees on his butt and stared at nothing with wide eyes. But you're not in our family archives, and I've checked those archives twice. He walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder, and she didn't move. Now I can explain that. A friend, the same one who made my sword, told me that the place where I once lived was struck by an unknown disaster. It was never recorded, and it destroyed everything. Our way of life was destroyed, and it also affected the growth of the world. Because of this, everyone I know, including me, was probably wiped out, he spoke softly. But if your homeland was destroyed, your children, how did they survive? Naruto shrugged. At least he didn't ask about my friend. I'm not even sure myself, Siko-chan. I guess they moved somewhere else. It would make sense. Siko nodded as she felt her eyes start to burn. This can't be true, this just can't be true. Naruto stared at the wall in front of them. I understand this is quite unbelievable, but you must believe me, Siko. I've felt my own energy inside you. There's only one explanation for that, Siko-chan. She turned away and buried her head in his shoulder before letting out a scream. Naruto quickly cast a sound-dampening jutsu on the building as he let her cry into his shoulder. He put a hand in her hair and began to stroke it gently. She's so strong to be reduced to crying on a man's shoulder, she must feel so ashamed. Damn it, I shouldn't have told her. Siko-chan, there's no need to cry. I understand that by telling you this you'll probably think differently of me, but I couldn't hide it from you, it didn't seem fair. She sniffled as she lifted her head. She coughed lightly until she spoke. No, it's okay, just I need to stop crying. It's not because of you, though, I promise. He looked confused. Then what is it? I thought you'd be under some sort of emotional stress due to the fact that I'm not actually from this time and that I'm your ancestor. What is it? She smiled as she wiped her tears with the back of her hand. I just find it sad the boy I was starting to fall in love with turns out to be my ancestor from the past. I guess I just overloaded the fact that who I fell in love with is actually the reason I'm here in the first place. Naruto smiled and chuckled. I guess information I'd expect. What? Siko blushed as he looked at her, and she looked away. I said I was falling for you. Now that this came up, I guess that's shot down. Naruto looked at her, and looked away as well. He gave a dry laugh. I don't know until I found out I was actually starting to like you. She looked back at him. But now you're with Takagi-san, how can you cheat on her? Once again, Naruto laughed. You understand that the last member of a clan must father a son, right? Well, in my old village, we enacted the CRA. The clan restoration law was basically making the last male take multiple wives or the last female marry another. It was to make their children continue to live on. Clans are made to grow stronger by combining techniques. When I think about it, The easiest way to make a clan stronger is to have a daughter marry outside of a clan, but some of our older, stronger clans grew to the point that they were afraid to marry outside. Anyone who wasn't in their clan was automatically removed from the list of people eligible to marry. Those who were persistent were almost killed, and those who were despised by everyone the clan normally wouldn't even speak. Naruto started looking down as he spoke, and Siko was noticing. You were in love with the daughter of a clan, weren't you? Naruto nodded as he looked away. I was until I came along. Right now we were working together to fight our own outbreak. Wait, you mean this isn't the first outbreak? He shook his head. No, ours started out a lot like yours, only we were able to mobilize faster and take it down at the source. It took us almost 8 years to figure out how to kill them all, but we were able to do it. She looked at him with interest. Do you know how to take out all of these things at once? Naruto nodded. We'd have to find the viral origin, though tracing it is nearly impossible. The point of origin is so small that you can look directly at it and not know it's there. The only way we were able to eliminate it was because of the perseverance of the one I was in love with. Was she the reason you destroyed them? She must have abilities even greater than yours. Naruto laughed his head off as he spoke. I admit that she is very strong, but I was, without a doubt, the strongest shinobi back then. However, she had a great ability that allowed her to track the thing. She had a technique known as the Byakugan. It allowed her to see a person's chakra coils and allowed her to negate their use of chakra. She used it to track the viral origin by pinpointing the massive chakra output. I already told you about her, remember? Siko thought and remembered the name of the girl he spoke so highly of. Hinata? Naruto nodded with a smile. She was an amazing woman. Siko smiled softly at how he spoke of her. He must have genuinely loved her. I wonder what would have happened if he had stayed in his time. Would they have gotten married? Would they have? Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up and down at Siko. Yes, Siko-chan? He tried to choose his words correctly. Could it be possible? Could she, Hinata, could she be the one who bore your children? Naruto's eyes widened as he thought deeply, but it came out with a sad look. It could very well be possible, but the odds of that are extremely slim. Why? Naruto uncrossed his legs and lay back on the floor, staring up at the ceiling as Siko leaned down to look up at him. I already told you, she was part of a clan. Her clan was one of the worst for intermarriages. They also weren't my biggest fans when I was in the village. Besides, I'd have to take multiple wives. If I didn't, the council would force me to marry. I'd have to take, at the very least, 5 wives. While I'd like to think I was able to marry her, I can't say for sure, Siko nodded. Okay, so while you know for a fact that you're my ancestor, you don't know who the wife was? Naruto shook his head and looked away. I know it sucks, you know who I am, but you don't know who my wives were. You're probably crazy. Siko laughed, and Naruto looked over to where he heard it, and was looking at Siko, who had laid down next to him. He almost jumped, but remained calm. Why on earth would these women do this to me? I'm not angry, I really can't be angry with you. Naruto was starting to blush as she walked up to him. Naruto chuckled as he shifted a little on the ground. Siko-chan. She gave a soft murmur of question as she continued to shift. Doesn't it seem strange that you're falling in love with your great-great-grandfather so many times? She gave him a seductive smile as she shook her head. With how far apart we are, it's like we're barely related. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized it. She thinks like Alter, oh my god! He didn't have much time to think as she was soon on top of him, her body on top of his and her face right in his. She was starting to shake a little, but he had a feeling she was something hardening. His eyes widened as he felt her leg rub closer and closer to where he felt it. Oh, Siko-chan. She maintained her smile and spoke with a soft voice that warmed him to the core. Yes, Naruto-kun. He gulped as he felt her breath on his lips, and for some reason, like with Saya, he felt the urge to press his own against them. How about it, Saya-chan? Siko giggled as she ran her hand down his chest and towards the slowly growing bulge. You're the last of your clan. I think that justifies having multiple wives. Like you said, you should have taken 5, after all. Naruto's mind started racing even faster. Oh boy, Shizuka-chan, Saya-chan, Siko-chan, she's right. There are only 3 of them. Oh man, this is going to be harder than I thought. He was pulled out of his thoughts when she gently placed her lips on his. His eyes widened until she started thrusting into him. He closed his eyes as her hands started to gently slide down his back. She broke the kiss, and he opened his eyes as she gave him a very hexier wink and spoke. Do you want to make some noise? Chapter 9. Siko had her hands against Naruto's chest as their lips met with fiery passion. She ran her gloved hands through his long, silky hair as the kiss deepened with the clash of their tongues. Her wandering hands couldn't help but make their way to his well-endowed chest, groping him hard and eliciting a moan from him. Naruto, deciding to take the initiative, quickly shifted positions with their lips still locked. She yelped slightly into the kiss but did it again. Her hands began tracing a tender path south to the bulge in his pants. She found it, and gave it a firm squeeze through the fabric, causing Naruto to tense at the sensation as a small moan escaped into the kiss. She broke it with a small, hexy smile. You look so stressed, Naruto-kun. She gave him another squeeze as he moaned again, a little deeper than before. He opened his eyes and looked down at her, only feeling his blood run hotter and hotter as the expression on her face made her look even more tempting. He leaned in and whispered in a breathy, seductive voice. I think maybe we should let you breathe. Her hand remained on the bundle as her other hand reached for his shoulder, removing his trench coat from one arm as he tossed it over with his other arm, leaving him in his black t-shirt and face mask around his neck where it had been since he and Saya had their time on the balcony. Her hand then moved at a slightly faster pace towards his cargo pants. He went to kiss her, and she obeyed as her hands went to work on his scroll belt. She opened it and tossed it open, the scrolls staying in place as they continued their passionate battle for each other's tongues. While her other hand caressed his bulge, one of hers was beginning to unbutton his shirt in a teasing manner, while the other kept him propped up but low enough to remain in the kiss. Siko's hands were skilled in their pursuit of their target. Her hands had undone his waistband and zipper, and were beginning to move beneath his black boxers. Naruto's body immediately heated to great heights as she wrapped a hand around his throbbing member. She broke the kiss when Naruto now had both hands on the ground to keep from falling on top of her. You're so tense, Naruto-kun. She leaned in and spoke softly against his lips. Calm down, it's only natural. He took a deep breath as she smiled. It quickly turned torturous as she did what he had done and switched positions in an instant. She now straddled him with her body pressed against his as her own clothed area rubbed against his bulge. She tried not to moan at the touch, but found it difficult to contain it. Now it was Naruto's turn to smile. You like the feeling, huh, Siko-chan? She blushed and kissed him quickly before moving her kisses to his cheek and then his neck, earning a small moan of pleasure from him. She reached up and ran her fingernail gently down his chest as she moved towards his waist, her other hand still under his boxers. When she moved down, she looked up at his face with a devilish grin as both of her hands pulled down his pants and boxers, allowing his manhood to be released. She looked at it before grabbing it. Mate, not bad, not too big, not too small, HM, just enough for fun. She pumped once before smiling and licked from the base to the shaft with her tongue circling the tip slowly, earning eager moans from Naruto. Siko-chan, certainly you tease. She laughed and saw he was going to speak again and quickly silenced him. She pushed him into her mouth as far as she could take him, and he made a noise that sounded like satisfaction mixed with a low growl. She pulled him out of her mouth, a small line of saliva between him and her smiling mouth. She licked her lips before going back for more. She started slowly, moving her mouth at a teasing, slow pace, occasionally slipping out as her tongue licked him to elicit the same moan of pleasure she enjoyed hearing. She began pumping with her hand and looked up at his face. There was a small bead of sweat on his forehead, and she was a little impressed. He's got stamina, I wonder how long he'll last. When her thoughts ceased, she couldn't resist the heat building inside her. As she pumped with one hand, the other rubbed against her own passage as her wetness increased. She looked back up at him and smiled softly as her pumping slowed slightly. Naruto saw this and sat up, bringing his face closer to hers before giving her another kiss, pushing her back and once again reversing their roles. His hand was still against her innocence when Naruto grew impatient and ripped off her shirt before tossing it aside. However, he didn't care, as his mind was racing over the things he was going to do to her. Naruto moved his hand to her chest and groped it hard, eliciting a deliciously muffled squeal from her tongue-filled mouth. He smiled into the kiss. Now it's my turn to have some fun. He broke the kiss with both tongues hanging out, a thread of saliva connecting the two. He maintained his smile as he removed his hand and began untying her skirt. He didn't worry about her boots or her lace stockings, thinking it only made the moment hexier. He untied the thin line of fabric, and she arched her back slightly so he could pull it away from under her. Siko was then disappointed, but instantly caught in a web of pleasure when she felt 2 fingers pressing against her slit over the fabric of her black panties, matching the color of her lace bra. Naruto smiled in delight as he heard his new lover's moans of pleasure. He couldn't help but notice how she pulled her breasts out of her bra and touched herself with one hand, but did her best to keep the other from interfering with what he was doing to her, as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to join in as it rested roughly against her bare stomach. He finally stopped, much to Siko's annoyance, but she was surprised when he began to remove her panties. She blushed and looked over to see him watching her the whole time. When he had slipped them around her boots and removed them, he tossed them onto his torn shirt. Then he returned to her face. "You seem very excited." She held her blush back as she let go of his chest and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down to kiss her hard. When they broke apart, he looked into her eyes. "Why so rough?" She blushed again and looked to the side a little. "I enjoy the feel when your lips touch mine, it's so new. I can't get enough of it." Naruto smiled as he moved down to kiss her cheek. Siko looked at him and smiled, though it soon returned to her previous devious smile. She arched up to rub against him, sending heat through both of their bodies from the strange contact. Naruto looked into her eyes, and she gave him a more pleasant smile that made him even warmer than she already was. He smiled back and slowly placed his tip against her shaved entrance. "You do realize what I'm doing, right, Siko-chan?" She nodded and closed her eyes. Soon she felt the touch of his rough yet kissable lips against hers and then a wave of pain as he forced his way through her nether lips, filling her with the very tool that made him a man. She let out a loud cry of pain, but then he lifted his finger and clamped down on it with his teeth. Naruto let out a gasp at the sensation between her walls. "God, so tight, Siko-chan." She let a blush show at the sound of his name on her lips. He breathed as he pulled out a little before pushing back with all his might. Siko allowed herself to squeal, but nothing more as she felt tears welling up. The pain was unimaginable, but she knew it would change soon enough. Naruto noticed her distress and did his best to smother it, but when he pulled out, he felt the warm liquid and looked down, seeing the red glowing in the candlelight. He knew then why she was in so much pain. This is her first time now I have her innocence. He smiled softly and lowered his head to hers. "Siko-chan." She looked up at him with her eyes shining, his finger still between her teeth. He took her hand and used it to gently remove her finger before pressing his lips gently against hers. She closed her eyes and leaned forward when she felt him break the kiss. She kept her eyes closed as he began to move inside her at a steady pace. Her moans started out as pained, barely able to be called moans before they were screams, but they soon turned into cries of pleasure, calls for more, a plea for him to go faster. Naruto obeyed these pleas as he quickened his pace, thrusting deep onto his throbbing member before pulling out and reattaching, again and again. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun! Naruto-kun! The fact that she was screaming his name only made both of their ecstasy shoot through the roof as the sound bombarded their ears. Naruto felt his muscles around his pelvic area begin to tense. "Siko-chan, I'm gonna come." Siko heard this and tried to speak through her moans. Naruto-kun, please, not inside, not now." When he felt her muscles tense, he pulled out just in time as his hot juices spurted from his tip all over Siko's stomach and chest, coating her in a pearly white liquid that was warm against her skin. Naruto fell beside her, a pile of sweat on his forehead. Siko wasn't any better when she felt the sweat covering her body. He looked down and saw the sheen her body gave off from both sweat and the white substance covering her. She smiled as she sat on her knees once more, wiping her juices off her breasts and bringing her finger to her mouth, all the while giving Naruto a hexy look. His blush grew at the sight of her ingesting her juices, and it only got worse as he spoke. "Wow, you definitely made a mess, huh, Naruto-kun?" Her face was a healthy red as she continued to eat the offending liquid over his body. When she was finished, she lay on top of him with a devious smile. She spoke in a low, seductive voice that warmed Naruto's heart. "I guess I'll let it go this time. You taste pretty good, after all." He couldn't help the heat that escaped his body. Her voice, coupled with the feel of her bare breasts against his chest and the sensation of her womanhood once again against his now resting member, made his body burn with a sensation he longed to retain. However, he quickly recovered from his shy behavior and decided to join in a little game, whispering in a raspy tone. "I taste good, don't I? Do you sound like you want more?" She sighed and rested her head against his chest, speaking softly. "I wish it could stay that way, but unfortunately we must leave the road to Takagi-san's house tomorrow morning and we'll have to hurry. If they're attacked by the behemoths when we're not there, then they could be in some major trouble." Naruto nodded as he placed his hand on her hair, stroking it gently. "I know, but behemoths aren't the only things we have to worry about now. When you were away, I lost it and soon ran into something I've come to call the Predator. It's almost as fast as I am and has claws that were able to hold against Shiketsu Suru." Siko tried not to shudder at the thought, but found she couldn't. "That's definitely a scary thought. Yet you killed it. Can't you just keep killing it?" Naruto sighed as he spoke. "I was able to kill it, yes. But fighting even one was a difficult challenge. It's starting to scare me. These things are evolving far beyond anything I've ever faced against these things. When our outbreak happened, merely the dead brought back now its behemoths and predators and God only knows what else." Siko raised her head as she spoke her final words. "Speaking of when, will you ever tell the group?" Naruto thought about it until he came to his conclusion. "I'll tell them if there's a need for them to know. They don't need to worry about such a trivial detail." Siko giggled as she leaned her head back with a yawn. "I'm sure being from the past isn't as trivial as you think. It's actually quite important." Naruto shrugged and yawned. "I guess it's a matter of perspective. My real concern right now is getting to the house. Do you know which way we'll be headed?" Siko nodded, but she was sleepy, and Naruto noticed. "I think we should sleep, Siko-chan, it's pretty late, and we'll need our energy." She nodded sleepily and almost instantly took her last conscious breath. Naruto sighed as he felt her chest pressing against his with each breath he took. "Well, I guess I'm going into my head now. Humph, I'm going to kill him." He closed his eyes with a final sigh and drifted off into his fitful sleep. Naruto appeared fully clothed in the tormented mindscape only to find it in much worse shape. Lightning struck the ground randomly, trees had been uprooted, craters littered the ground, and river blood sprayed onto the dead or dying grass. The ropes holding the corpses were also cut, and their respective carcasses were scattered across the ground. Naruto looked around and soon found the source of the gruesome sight. Alter sat on a charred stump that had once been a tree he remembered as the first one he had made when he first shifted his mindscape. The malevolent soul sat cross-legged with his sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Naruto narrowed his eyes and approached him. Alter looked up with a deadly glare, but Naruto didn't hesitate. "Why the hell are you here, you damn sack? I didn't call for you." Naruto walked over and ripped the pale man off his stump with the fabric of his trench coat, lifting him as high as his arms would allow, startling Alter. "Didn't I tell you to shut the buck up?" He then tossed him across the grass and slammed into one of the few dead trees still standing, only for it to explode into splinters. He walked back over to Alter's sword and picked it up in a reverse grip before throwing it at the dark spirit. He thought he'd hit his target until he saw her pale hand rise from the dust and grab it by the blade. Alter stood up, his evil glare directed at Naruto. He threw the sword into his right hand and held it normally before pointing the tip at Naruto. "You'd better watch yourself, Naruto." Naruto almost flinched at the venom in her voice. He drew his own sword in a furious two-handed stance. "Look who you're talking to. Alter!" The one spoken of simply smirked. "You think you can take on me? Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" That is the funniest damn thing you've ever said. He snarled at his other half's mockery of him and disappeared with sheer speed. He reappeared and tried to strike at his neck only for Alter's forearm to block it. Naruto's eyes widened at this and he quickly moved away, reappearing once more in his stance nearly 10 feet away. Alter chuckled as he spoke. I knew it, you really are weak. He charged at Naruto and raised his sword to strike, only for Naruto to disappear. Alter stopped running and looked around until he heard a small noise to his right, and reached up to grab the blade that crossed his path. Naruto growled again as he dropped his sword and delivered a hard blow to Alter's face, sending him hurtling towards a large boulder. He stood up from the rubble and rubbed his head, frowning. Naruto, who was 15 meters away, picked up his sword that Alter had dropped and readied it. I thought I was weak. Alter growled and shouted at him. You're pathetic. One hit doesn't make you strong. Alter was back on his feet and began charging his dark chakra into his sword. He let it all out as he swung his sword, releasing it in a crescent of pure energy. Naruto dodged and switched his sword hand to his left as he gathered energy in his right palm. It took the form of a blue ball no bigger than his hand and swirled with great energy. Alter's eyes began to widen as Naruto charged at him, a bolt of lightning striking where he had been standing. You didn't forget my favorite technique, did you? He rammed the ball into Alter's stomach as he was too surprised to dodge the attack. The cyclonic force of the attack began to cause his shirt to tear and his skin to ripple under the pressure of the attack. He couldn't hold back the roar of pain as Naruto began to put more and more chakra into the attack. The blonde swordsman then smiled as the wind picked up before he died, and everything went silent. Boom! The chakra overload from the attack caused it to become unstable, and it blasted at both fighters. Naruto flew in a beeline straight through 3 boulders, not stopping until he slammed into another rock twice the size of the one Alter hit. Alter himself had flown across the ground as nothing more than a smoking heap. He finally stopped, coughing up a drop of blood. They were both 100 meters apart, but they both heard the sound of a spin high in the air. Alter could barely move his head to see their swords spinning towards the ground from hundreds of meters in the air. Naruto looked up as well and saw this. A bolt of lightning struck the 2 blades as they fell to the ground, piercing in a perfect X formation. They both chuckled, though each for different reasons. Alter smiled slightly at the sight. I guess either of us is destined to win this. We're both 2 sides of an X. You cut it in half and look at both sides either better than the other while different sides are part of the same person. Naruto's sighed as he ended his little fit of laughter. When leaves cross, it's perfect. The only thing that sets them apart is the fact that they're a different color. Even though he is an idiot, all he really is a different shade of me. They both struggled to their feet and headed to the center where the swords resided. Alter placed his arm across his chest, and Naruto was trying to rub his shoulder better from the chakra blast. They reached the center at the same time and both looked at each other. Alter looked away with an annoyed look on his face. He grumbled something that Naruto didn't catch. What? Alter looked at him and snorted. I said I'm sorry, I've been having a hard time in this place. I need to get out of here, I can't stand it. Naruto sighed as he looked at the crossed swords. I understand that, but why would you hold back your chakra at another time when I needed it? She could have died, Alter, you know that. He nodded as he looked down at Naruto's eyes as well. I understand, I guess I just overreacted. Being stuck here makes me very, very irritable. Naruto chuckled at this. You're on your period, huh? Alter growled at him and stopped laughing. No, I just have a feeling you won't keep your end of the bargain. Hey, I always keep my word. Although after that stunt you pulled, I was seriously thinking of ending our deal. Alter grumbled. I figured you would. I can't really blame you. I guess my own paranoia caused me to break my end of the bargain. Naruto nodded as his eyes never left the X sword formation. I get it, you don't have to worry, man, I'll get you out of here like I said I would. Actually, I have an idea on how to get you a body instead of a simple Kagebushin. Alter perked up at this, his eyes widening slightly. How the hell are you going to do that? That would mean you know. Naruto looked up with a wide grin, and Alter laughed. Haha! Oh crap! You know? That's in the Forbidden Sealing Scroll! Naruto chuckled. I thought being a part of me meant you knew everything I've done. I got the scroll as a kid and learned the Kagebushin from it. I thought that was the only thing you learned from him. Naruto shook his head, his grin still plastered on his face. It was actually right next to Kagebushin's description. Alter just let out a heavy sigh as he fell onto his butt, laughing. I can't believe it, you just remembered that jutsu. The blonde rubbed his head sheepishly. Yeah, sort of, the dark entity just sighed. Even if you know that jutsu, you'll need a body almost exactly like yours. There's very little room for error. It's really the jutsu's only drawback. If you were to choose a body with slightly less muscle than yours or smaller in stature than you, then my half would likely overload it and destroy both me and the body. Too much room for me in the body and I wouldn't be able to function properly. If you can find a body generally like yours, you could transfer me into it. Naruto nodded at his explanation but spoke. You're right, but you're also forgetting the other drawback of the jutsu. Alter looked at him, confused. Naruto sighed as he sat down and began to explain. The seals required for this would take me, at the very least, 24 hours to complete. If I were interrupted, then I'd have to start all over again. It's not that simple now, Alter. The body is the easiest part. Finding the time in this chaos is nearly impossible. Alter sighed as he sank to the ground, groaning loudly. Fine, damn it. I'll trust you to do this, Naruto. In return, you'll have my chakra whenever you want. Naruto laughed again, and his other half looked at him in amusement. What's so funny? Naruto continued until he calmed down. You do realize that when I do this, your chakra goes with you too, right? Alter looked confused once again, and Naruto sighed. When I transfer your soul, I would have to give you chakra to keep you alive. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I can't control your chakra. Even when you didn't take control of me, that's why you willingly helped me, I still went berserk. That's also why Kagebushin would be ineffective. I would master the jutsu to the point that the technique would be useless. No, I have no choice, and I also want a permanent comrade who can fight at exactly the same level as me. Alter was dumbfounded when he heard Naruto. He sat up and stared at him before speaking. Wait a minute, you're willing to give up my chakra so I can have an equal partner? You'd be toughening up with the whole deal. He shrugged. I know, I thought I'd be the bigger man this time. Besides, with two as strong as us in the group, we'd be able to track down the viral origin faster and eliminate it. Especially if your idea that someone was able to bring it back is correct. If that's what's going on, it would be much better if we were both out of the house at all times. Alter nodded. That actually makes sense, I guess. However, I still can't believe you're willing to back out of a deal you made yourself. Naruto sighed as he stood up and reached for the handle of his sword, and Alter grabbed it from her sitting position. As they both grasped the handles, they locked eyes for a brief moment. Naruto smiled at her as he pulled his sword out of the ground. You know, now that I think about it, you're a good friend, Alter. Alter pulled his own sword back and placed it on his lap and looked at Naruto as if he had grown a second head. Are you shitting me? Naruto shook his head as he sheathed his sword. I'm being as serious as a heart attack. You may be a complete asshole, but overall you've given me good advice, and, even if it was in an offensive way, you've told me things I would otherwise forget about. You've held me very sternly in light of the events in the timeline. I'd say you're a pretty good friend. Alter just smiled and looked away. The only reason I do those things is because you're too stupid to figure them out on your own. It's not because I like you. Naruto shrugged as he turned his back on him and began walking away. Even if you don't like me, you'll be dealing with me for a long time, so I guess you'll just have to suck it up, man. I'll talk to you later. Naruto faded from the mindscape as Alter looked down at the blade, staring at his barely visible reflection in the black blade. A friend, huh? He chuckled at the thought before standing up and sheathing his sword. He turned in the opposite direction Naruto had and began walking. I'm too tough to have friends. Naruto woke up to the feeling of Siko still breathing on his exposed chest. He could still feel the pressure of her chest with every breath he took and smiled, at least until he heard a noise from outside. His eyes shot open when he heard a thump against the entrance to the shrine. He frantically began shaking Siko awake on top of him. She slowly woke up with a line of drool running from her mouth to her chest, but Naruto wasn't paying attention to that. "Siko-chan, hurry up! We have to hurry and get ready! The infected are here!" This woke Siko up in an instant, and she stood up, gathering all her things. When she had everything on except for her shirt, she looked to Naruto for a solution, not wanting to run in just her brow. Naruto quickly unrolled another scroll, opened a black tank top, and tossed it to her. She excitedly took it and put it on, realizing that it was a little tight. How the heck would he put this thing on? It's almost a glove on me, so it would be incredibly straining for him. She decided not to dwell on that when she realized she was missing the sword Naruto had given her. She looked at him once more, and he was now fully clothed with his mask covering his mouth and nose. He nodded and unrolled another scroll, only with this one he was much more careful as it stretched across the floor, almost from wall to wall. He stood up and began walking along the scroll with a thoughtful look, telling Siko that he knew what was in each seal and was wondering which one to use. He came to a seal near the end and crouched down to get a closer look. He smiled as he hovered his hand over it, and added a bit of chakra, drawing a puff of smoke and causing a work of art to appear in both swordsmen's eyes. The katana's scabbard was an abysmal black with a golden fox head design at the base, a wisp of gold swirling around the scabbard to the other end. The blade guard was gold, as was the pommel. The handle had black fabric covering it to give it a golden diamond pattern. Naruto nodded in satisfaction as he re-rolled the scroll and tied it. He walked over to Siko and held it out to her. "I'll give you this one, but you'll have to take good care of it. It took me a long time making D-ranks to pay for that sword." Siko was about to refuse to accept it, due to the fact that she had lost the other one, but Naruto quickly shut her down. "You must accept it, Siko-chan. We don't have much time, and those things are practically breaking down the door to this place." She looked from the sword to the door, and then back to the sword. She nodded and took it before attaching it to her waist where her other sword had been. Naruto smiled at her carrying his second favorite sword. "It seems Kitsunhai suits her well. At least her sword isn't alive. I doubt she'll be able to handle that on top of everything that's been going on." Siko pulled out the blade and saw that someone had taken their time when making it. There were no cracks in the metal, and nothing to mar its perfection. Even in the dim light, it had a shine. She smiled at the sight and sheathed it once more. Naruto pushed himself up off the floor and turned toward the door. He looked over his shoulder at Siko. "Are you ready for this, Siko-chan?" She nodded with a smile and looked towards the door. Naruto looked back, his eyes narrowed and his body ready to fight. Drawing his sword and walking towards the door, he tried to drop the sound barrier but found it was already gone. He chuckled. "That's how they were able to figure out where we were. The barrier must have been broken during our activities." He smiled as he raised his fist and slammed it against the door, sending it flying through the air and striking a behemoth's chest before it shattered into two pieces. Naruto stepped outside and looked out at the foggy early morning courtyard. A behemoth was poised to charge, with two predators flanking it on either side. He smiled as he crouched down and Siko got into her stance. He looked up at her and nodded before looking back at the creatures that would soon attack. Just as they began their charge, Naruto chuckled. "Siko-chan, let's go." Chapter 10. The battle had begun, and it wasn't going the way Naruto had originally planned. The behemoth had zeroed in on him, keeping him away from Siko as the predators attacked her at full force. However, she wasn't being pushed back by them in any way. She was able to defend herself. One of them moved in for a quick slash, but she was able to slice off his hand at the wrist. He roared and jumped back, leaving his companion hanging in the balance. Siko looked back just in time as she heard a roar. She saw the other predator upon her, and brought Kitsunhai close to block the claw. There was a small tremor as the two collided, and she was able to push the creature back. About to strike, she didn't notice the other until it slashed across her back with its uninjured hand. She gasped in pain and turned, only for her attention to be diverted the second it grabbed her sword arm, causing her to drop the blade. Naruto saw all of this happening even through his endless bouts with the behemoth. She caught a fist in her hand and ran Shiketsu's Sura deep between the knuckles of his index and middle fingers, earning a roar of pain from the creature as she pulled the fist away along with the sword still lodged in her hand. Naruto jerked back and staggered slightly as the sword was ripped from his hands. He looked over and saw Siko trying to keep an eye on the predators with Kitsune High about 1.5 meters away from her. He dashed past the roaring behemoth and slid down to grab the blade as he did so. Standing up, he quickly ripped the arm off the attacking predator. Siko stood behind him, her bloody arm cradled in the other, unmarked one, though she had no way to help the wound on her back. The blonde swordsman watched as the predators rushed toward the enraged behemoth, as if waiting for orders like good soldiers. These things work as a team. What the hell is going on here? He paid close attention as the undead giant charged, the predators running in zigzag formations behind it. As he approached, Naruto handed the sword back to Siko, and she took it with her uninjured arm with a small, grateful smile. She spun around and met the behemoth's fist with her own, the beast's momentum causing Shiketsu's Suru to break free from its bone prison and return to Naruto's waiting hand. She grabbed the sword and quickly sliced through the behemoth's other hand as it tried to catch him off guard. However, while Naruto was preoccupied with the monster, the predators rushed past him towards Siko, who was barely able to block the barrage of attacks. Naruto heard the sounds of the attacks and growled as he pushed the behemoth back with one last forceful thrust. Charging his sword with chakra, Naruto rushed forward and jumped with all his might at the thing's head. He raised his bleeding stump and tried to block the attack, but was easily cut down as Naruto slashed through his arm and neck like a vengeful angel. He landed in a strong gust of wind that blew past him as he quickly sheathed his sword, causing him to convulse and his head to fall to the ground. He quickly turned and ran to the scene of Siko and the predators' battle, but found that they were no longer attacking her. They had stopped and were staring at the behemoth's corpse. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. What the hell? Is the behemoth a controller of these things? He was torn from his thoughts when the predators charged ferociously at Naruto. He jumped slightly as he raised Shiketsu's Suru to block the injured man's claw. Shit! Alter, what the hell is going on with these things? As he dodged and attacked as best he could, he heard Alter giving him an explanation. They're obviously working as a group, there's no doubt about that. However, this is almost a dead giveaway. Someone is definitely behind this outbreak. It was just a thought when we first saw the behemoth and the predators, but the fact that they're developing a sense of teamwork. They were originally simple-minded creatures who only had one thing on their minds, eating. Now they're working in teams and going after you specifically. This is the work of engineering and research on any virus that does this. We need to find whoever started this, and shut down the system. Naruto snarled as he blocked another blow and severed the predator's already wounded head from its shoulders. The other became much wilder than he had been and began to go berserk with his blows until a sword found its way through the creature's head. Naruto was stunned when the monster's face was only 6 inches away with the blade barely an inch from his forehead. He bent down to look past the thing and saw Siko, snorting and holding the blade with her one good arm. He smiled as she pulled the sword from the predator's head and let it fall to the ground. Naruto walked over and placed his hand on her shoulder, and she smiled at him before shakily sheathing her sword. She looked back at the creatures' bodies with a frown as she spoke. These things are getting smarter, Siko-chan, that's not good. She nodded as she tried to walk forward to stand beside him, but grunted in pain. Naruto heard this and looked back to see her in pain. Smiling, he walked over and quickly lifted her into a bridal clutch, blushing despite having slept with him the night before. He looked around and was about to move until he stopped. Siko-chan. She looked up, ready for any questions he would ask. She then looked back down with an embarrassed smile as she spoke. Where are we going? The area was silent except for the slight breeze that cut through the air. Siko simply stared at him with a shocked expression on her face. Are you serious with me? Naruto mocked as he tried to play it off, but quickly found he couldn't and lowered his head. Siko just smiled and laughed. He's smart and strong, but he acts like a child. She used her good arm to point in the general direction they were headed. He smiled and nodded as he took off faster than she thought possible. They shot through the trees, and Naruto soon saw they were approaching buildings that climbed a hill toward a mansion-like house. He took to the rooftops and spoke as he ran. So, which of these houses is Saya-chan's house? Siko had to squint as they began to cry from the gust of wind, and she had to speak louder than usual to be heard over the gale that whipped around them as she ran. Hers is the house at the top. It's the one surrounded by the gate and most likely has guards, so we'll most likely have to get through them and convince them we're with her. Naruto nodded and decided not to be scared because the first girl who decided to comfort him in this horror-ridden world was the daughter of someone rich and probably famous. However, he smiled at the thought. Funny, one of those who loves me is from a prestigious line a bit like me, I guess, being the son of the Yondaime Hokage and all. As they ran faster, Naruto saw a small obstacle in the way with two people and a forklift behind it. It was made of small concrete walls, and Naruto scoffed at the sight. The man hires stupid help. Siko looked back over his shoulder and saw what he was talking about. When they were out of sight and approaching the mansion, she spoke. Putting up a barrier will stop them, though. Naruto shook his head as he slowed down on the last rooftop to walk. No, it won't. I've seen the strength of these things firsthand. They may be fragile in the body, but when it comes to their muscle power, they have it in spades. They could probably break through the barrier in maybe 5 minutes if left unchecked. And if my suspicions are correct, then they're stronger than the ones I faced in my outbreak. He sighed as he tried to lay his head down to rest, only for a different voice to interrupt his attempts. Stop and identify yourself, outsider. Speak now or we'll kill you. Naruto took offense to this as he leaped from the small rooftop to the ground, landing in a crouch and surprising the men, only for them to raise their weapons seconds later. He stood with Siko in his hands and began walking forward with a kind smile on his face. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What's your? He didn't finish until he heard a loud bang, a quick scream from Siko, and felt something cut his right cheek lightly, causing a drop of blood to run down his chin. He stopped dead in his tracks when he felt heat creep down his face. He saw the barrel of the man's gun smoking and knew he'd shot him. Naruto carefully sat Siko down on the ground as he felt his cheek begin to burn from Alter's corrupted chakra healing his wound. He looked the man in the eye with piercing blue orbs. I did what you wanted, but you shot me. That makes me really angry. He was about to draw his sword when he heard a voice from the other side of the door. Naruto-kun! He looked past the guards and saw Saya running toward the entrance and smiled. She was wearing a frilly white button-down shirt, a black skirt, and black sneaker-style shoes with white knee-high socks. Saya-chan, I'm so happy to see you! The guards were dumbfounded by the display the two were putting on and did their best to look innocent. Saya ran past them and threw Naruto to the ground, showering his face with kisses. This prompted a slight cough of attention from Siko, and the two looked up to see the aforementioned standing over them, cradling her injured arm. Naruto then looked back at Saya. I think there are a few things you need to know, Saya-chan. She looked worried, but eventually nodded as she stood up to let Naruto up. He stood and dusted off his dusty backside before Siko walked past them and into the compound's courtyard. Saya slipped her arm through Naruto's as they walked. However, she noticed it wasn't affection she was getting into, it was something else, not fear exactly, but something similar. He wondered what was making her feel this way, but decided she would tell him if he wanted. The house was quite large, and when Naruto thought about it, it was a bit too big for his liking. They walked around the fountain that adorned the middle walkway to the stairs that led to the main house. Naruto continued to look around in awe as he watched people working, putting things where they belonged, and loading boxes onto large trucks. It wasn't long until they reached the house and were inside. Saya pulled him in the right direction. This is where Rei-san's room is. She needs to rest because of the treatment from the weapon Takashi used her for balance. It hurt her breasts and slightly injured her back. Naruto nodded as he and Siko followed her. They went upstairs and down a hallway lined with a beautiful red carpet with windows that let the dazzling sunlight radiate down the halls, eliminating the need for lights. It led them to a door and discovered that the people they were supposed to meet were there. Rei was lying face down naked on the bed with Takashi sitting in a chair next to her talking to her. Shizuka sat in a chair wearing a blue turtleneck sweater with white capri pants and a pair of white-heeled socks. Kota sat in the corner playing with little Alice and her dog Zeke. Saya let go of Naruto's arm and walked over to the window, talking the whole time. We were actually getting ready to have a group meeting before we heard the gunshot at the door. I ran outside to see what it was and found you too. I'm happy you're okay and wish you could rest before you were dragged into this, but this meeting needs to take place now. Naruto looked confused, and she spoke without even turning to him. We have to make our decision now. Are we going to stay here or are we going to leave them and go on our own? Kakashi spoke. Why do we have to leave? They have a plan here. They have supplies, manpower, and a good plan. Ray spoke next. What about our parents, Takashi-kun? He stopped when he heard her ask this. That's right, we have to find them first. Naruto looked at the screen between them with a strange interest. Conflict, even if this is just a friendly reminder of the objective, it could become more than that. This is very bad for a group. With Saya-chan giving the two options and Takashi-san's clash of ideas, different ideas would be created in a group. Different ideas can cause conflict and can make the group become less efficient and will lead to people dying. If this escalates, it could end very badly. I can't let that happen. That goes against my mission. He pushed himself away from the wall he'd been leaning against and walked over to Saya before turning back to the room. Now we don't have to worry about something like this. Saya turned to him. What are you talking about, Naruto-kun? This isn't a small decision. It's a very important decision. We can either assimilate or separate. Naruto nodded in understanding as he began to walk. That's true. But you see, there are advantages to different choices, but there are much more serious consequences. Tell me, Saya-chan, how old are you? I'm 16. Naruto nodded. From what I've seen, the group we'd assimilate into is made up of adults calling the shots, thinking we're nothing more than teenagers who need to be protected, when we've been through the same things they've been through. In reality, I doubt they've been attacked by behemoths and predators, so we've been through more than them and they would easily waste or experiment with these things. Saya nodded, as did everyone else in the room. She looked at him again and spoke. That all sounds like consequences. What would be the advantages? She already knew them, but wanted to know how much Naruto could learn in the short time he'd been at the complex. She leaned against the window and crossed her arms. There are quite a few if the number of workers is anything to go by, but that could be a pro or a con, no more con than pro. Their numbers would create noise and make it difficult for them to move silently. Also, if one of them were to be bitten without anyone knowing, it would ultimately separate the group from the inside out. Saya smiled as she nodded and looked at everyone. See? That's what could happen to us. We'd become part of a group that would waste our strength and cast us aside, calling us useless children when we've been through more than them. Everyone nodded again, and she was about to continue until Siko spoke up. Well then, since it's pretty clear we'll be sticking together as a group, I think there's something else that needs to be addressed. Naruto knew what she was talking about and started to sweat a little. I told him it wasn't that big of a deal, Siko-chan. She turned serious. And I told you something like that isn't very trivial. Kota raised an eyebrow at what he was hearing. What are you two talking about? Everyone saw Naruto in a single second. He immediately started twiddling his thumbs while laughing sheepishly. Well, it's nothing really. Just a small detail, there's really nothing to worry about. Siko sighed as she walked to his side and turned to everyone. He's being modest, I suppose it's only fair I tell you all, and oh. This made everyone in the room jump as they heard Naruto break down. He looked up with a solemn face. If they're going to be told, it has to be me. He turned away from the window and let Siko stand alone beside it. He stood in the middle of the room at the foot of the bed Ray was lying on, and began trying to choose his words correctly. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he was able to speak. Oh boy, I'm. Saya was worried for him as she still couldn't choose her words well. He's going to tell them about his demon. She closed her eyes and waited for him to come out, but found that what she was truly waiting for never came. I'm not from this time, I'm from the past. The room was silent as everyone looked at him after what he had just said. Takashi was the first to regain his ability to speak. What? Naruto sighed as he spoke again. I'm from the past 3,000 years to be exact. I came here after my own outbreak to stop this outbreak and protect this group. A friend of mine said I was a wild card in this. Saya stared at his back with new interest but also a slight fear, but not fear of him, fear for him like she had felt on the balcony. How much burden will be placed on his shoulders until he can finally walk away from it all? He already went through one of these and then someone made him do it again for the sake of us? After almost an hour of silence, Naruto began to walk out of the room as the deafening silence took over. No one stopped him as he opened the door and left. As he walked through the hallways, he felt a pang in his heart. Why didn't Saya-chan say anything? He didn't get a response from Alter as he retraced the way Saya had led them through the house. When he reached the door leading outside, he simply opened it and walked out, not looking back as he closed it. Everyone was trying to deal with the information in their own way as they sat staring at the spot Naruto had once been. Saya was just wondering when it would get easier for Naruto as Siko just hung her head at the reactions, or lack thereof, of her classmates. Shizuka could only look down. I should have said something, I should have done something to make him feel better, maybe make him stay. He seemed so sad when he left. She got up from her seat and quickly left the room to go find him. Takashi's eyes were wide as he stared off into nothingness. Is he from the past? That should be impossible. But with everything that's been going on, I guess even time travel may be possible. Rei was trying her best to stay still and not run after him. She didn't like him like Saya, Siko, or Shizuka, but she still considered him a good friend even if she had only known him for a little over 3 days. He looked so broken. He had hoped we would accept him. He probably told Byasujima-senpai since she was the one who announced the beginning, so chances are she accepted him for who he was, so she expected the same from us. Koda was thoughtless as Alice sat on his lap holding Zeke in her arms. He looked at Koda's unreadable face. Koda Oniai-chan, what's wrong with Naruto Oniai-chan? Everyone flinched at his name and tried to burrow into their own skin except for Saya and Siko because they accepted him immediately, and Shizuka was gone. Koda tried to look at her and smile. Nothing's wrong with him, Alice-chan. He's just different, that's all. There was a small twinkle in his eye, giving him the same look everyone was getting used to that showed his childlike innocence. Will he be staying with us? Just because he's different doesn't mean he has to leave, right? Takashi looked down, and Saya and Siko smiled at the question. Siko spoke before anyone else. No, little one, he's staying because no matter what, if he's from a different place or time, he's still our friend, and he's done nothing but protect us with his life when he needed to. We won't hate him for something like that. She barely contained her smile. Trivial. Alice smiled her beautifully innocent smile as she jumped off Koda's lap and ran to the door. She turned with her smile. Then I'll go tell Naruto Oniai-chan. He'll be happy. She set Zeke down and opened the door as she started running down the hallway with the dog right behind her. Saya smiled as the door hung open on its hinges. She then turned to Siko with a smaller smile. You're right, you know. Siko nodded with her own smile as she looked down. I know, but there's something Naruto-kun and I are going to have to tell you later. Saya raised an eyebrow, but then her mind clicked as she knew what he meant. They slept together, didn't they? What else could you expect from two hormonal teenagers spending the night together alone during an undead outbreak? And that little twinkle in her eye makes it clear. Well, I told her I don't mind sharing, and it's true. I wonder maybe Shizuka-chan and I could know. Bad Saya. As she shook the thoughts out of her head, she smiled at Siko. I'm sure whatever it is, it's fine. Besides, she smiled slightly lasciviously as Siko started to blush. If it is what I think it is, I already said I don't mind sharing. This left Siko and Rei speechless, while Koda and Takashi had amused grins plastered on their faces and blood running from their noses. Saya blushed when she remembered there were other people in the room, but kept her perverted smile on Siko, causing the young swordswoman to blush even deeper. Saya giggled as she walked towards the door. Now I just need to find Naruto-kun, he must be heartbroken. Naruto had grown accustomed to sitting on the roof of the house, looking up at the darkening sky. Since leaving the room, he had witnessed a man enter with one of the creatures in a cage. He talked about how he was a hero and then opened the cage to decapitate him. Then he talked about how if they wanted to survive, they would fight for it. She couldn't help but smile at him when she saw him walk in. However, that was a while ago, and now he could only watch as the sky in the distance began to turn glassy with a gray layer of clouds. It was windy where they were, but still sunny. I just wish the events would coincide with the day. They'll probably want me to leave keeping secrets, only made them trust me less, he sighed as he was about to lie down until he heard someone call his name. Naruto-kun! Naruto-kun, where are you? He sat back up when he recognized the voice as Shizuka's. Looking over the edge of the roof, he saw her running out of the house doing her best to find him. Is she looking for me? He stopped walking when he came to a stop and brought his hands to his chest. With his superior hearing, he heard something it sounded strangely like sobbing. His eyes widened a fraction. Is she crying? Over me? Why? You know, kid, I knew you were dumb, but I never thought you were actually that stupid. Naruto ignored him but noticed what he had said. He kept his eyes on Shizuka and watched her bring her hand to her eyes to wipe away what he thought were tears. He scolded himself as he realized she was crying for him. I guess maybe leaving like that wasn't such a good idea. He stood there, his long coat whipping in the wind as he disappeared in a black flash of speed. He reappeared beside her without a sound. Shizuka-chan, are you okay? She immediately turned to him, her eyes reddened with tears. Naruto-kun, why did you leave? She turned her head and sighed. I thought maybe I would give you all the time. You seem to be so surprised by the information given. Shizuka cried even harder. Of course we would be surprised. Things like this, it's not like that, they just don't happen regularly. He tried to look at her, but he couldn't bear to see her cry. He turned his back on her completely. But that's not even half of the things I'm keeping from all of you. Shizuka walked over to him, keeping one arm across his chest while reaching for his shoulder with the other. She looked over her shoulder just a little when she felt his touch. Everyone has secrets, some we just can't tell, Naruto-kun. You don't need to feel this way to be natural. He tried to ignore her, but she kept her hand steady. He spoke when he realized she wouldn't let go. But these secrets are dangerous. They're evil. They can kill someone if not handled properly. Shizuka kept her hand on his shoulder as she spoke. Naruto-kun. He turned his head forward as he tried to tear his eyes away from hers, knowing he'd only break down if he saw them. Inside, he was fighting a battle with himself, and the sky was starting to turn gray as his mind was tearing itself apart. Damn, so much. I can't, these feelings. God. Rejection. I don't want it. They won't accept me. It'll be like home. They'll stay because I can protect them, but after that, they'll reject me. They'll block me off as nothing more than a weapon to pull out when things get tough. Naruto! Stop this now! I know saying so much to people you should barely be able to trust is hard, but they haven't judged you yet. You've trusted them, and they haven't shown any signs of judging you or pushing you away. You told Saya about your demon, you told everyone you were from the past, they're still here. They're in shock. Not about to avoid you. Her body began to shake as she fell to her knees and clutched her head, rain beginning to pour down around them. You don't understand. Everyone back home is gone. They left me. They came back when they needed me. I'm nothing more than a tool, a weapon. They hid their feelings from me, and when I served their purposes, they threw me away. Shizuka began to worry as she bent down to comfort him. Naruto-kun, we're not going to leave you, we'll stay together. She continued to tremble as she hit the ground, her tears beginning to fall, though she couldn't tell through the rain. She began to whimper as she kept her hands on her head, as if trying to protect herself from something. At the entrance to the house, Alice had just stepped through the door and was about to go back for an umbrella until she heard Naruto's outburst. She looked back and outside until she saw Shizuka step back a bit as she collapsed to her knees. She left Zeke and ran over to him, getting drenched in the rain. Oni-chan! Naruto lifted his head slightly in the rain and looked at her, his eyes bloodshot from crying. Alice-chan! She slumped down and hugged him tightly by the neck, burying her head in his shoulder. Naruto, Oni-chan, are you okay? She tried her best to smile and laugh, but her smile was half-hearted and her laugh dry. Alice-chan. I'm fine, don't worry. You should go play with little Zeke. She pulled away and looked at him, tears beginning to form in her eyes. She couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears again, her arms limp at her sides. Oni-chan. He continued to cry as she did her best to make him happier. She hugged him and gave him a quick, innocent kiss on the cheek, like a daughter would give her father before going to bed. It took a while, but he was soon able to get her to pull herself together a bit. She sobbed as rainwater dripped from her now messy hair and down her nose. Naruto, you have to listen to them. They're not going to abandon you. They're not going to leave you for something that doesn't really matter. He looked up and met her gaze once more before attempting to stand, shaky at best as his legs felt like jelly. His head was still down as he looked at Alice, who had her hands clasped together. Are you okay, Oni-chan? Naruto smiled through the rain as her blonde hair fell over her face. I'll be fine, Alice-chan, don't worry about me. He tried to smile, but it still faltered until another voice joined the fray. It was soft and close. Naruto-kun. He looked to his right to see that Saya had appeared somewhere along the line. He looked away, embarrassed that he had kept a secret from her. Saya-chan. He felt two pairs of arms wrap around him tightly, and felt Alice's arms wrap around his legs in a hug. His body tensed at the woman and girl's touch, but he was eventually able to calm himself. Alice spoke in a low, reassuring voice that most his age wouldn't normally have, and that could warm even the coldest person. Naruto, Oni-chan, we're not going to let you go. You don't need to worry about us leaving you. We're all family. Chords struck in his heart when he heard the words spoken by the girl. He smiled a small smile as his thoughts cleared. A family? I've only been here a few days, but they accept me as part of a family? Why do I feel so safe? They love me, don't they? They do, man. You don't have to worry. Naruto chuckled, and the women and children around him hugged him tighter. You're actually being nice to me, huh? Shut up, kid. I'm not being nice. I can't have you running amok before I get out. When I get out, I can kick your ass when you pull something like this. Naruto continued to laugh as he felt her arms leave him and the coldness of the rain return. He opened his closed eyes unknowingly and met Saya's gaze. He held his smile as he pulled her in for a quick, chaste kiss on the lips. He heard Alice give her innocent little protest and heard Shizuka whimper. When he broke it, he felt her arms wrap around him from behind as she spoke. What about me, Naruto-kun? He laughed shyly and looked at Saya for an answer, and she gave him the same smile she had given Siko. She blushed and took that as a yes, giving him the same quick kiss she had given Saya, earning another moan of protest from Alice. He looked towards the source of it all and gave her a playful smile. Can I have a hug, Alice-chan? She immediately smiled at this and tackled her legs. He grunted and forced himself to stay standing as he picked her up, spinning her around and making her squeal with delight. When he stopped, she was giggling, and he put her down. He kept his smile when she stopped laughing and ran off to go back to playing with Kota. Naruto looked at Saya and smiled. Guess I overreacted, huh? She nodded and laughed. Just a little, Naruto-kun. He took her arm and placed it around her shoulders and was about to walk away until he received the cough that caught Shizuka's attention. He glanced back, and sweat dropped as she impatiently tapped her foot. He sighed with a smile as he used his other arm to wave at her, and his playful disdain fell when she jumped up and put her arm around him like she had with Saya. As Naruto walked, he heard alter in his head. I'm not one to congratulate people, but you're lucky, son of a bitch, Naruto. Naruto chuckled as he was about to reply, but he didn't have time to when he heard a shout from the front of the house. He looked over and saw Alice standing in the doorway yelling for him. Oni-chan! Hurry! Kota Oni-chan is in trouble! She needs your help! Come quickly! Naruto snatched his arms out and took off faster than they could follow. All they saw was a black and blonde blur running towards Alice before picking her up and speeding off. Saya was amazed. No matter how much I see that happening, it's still pretty cool. Shizuka nodded and Saya continued. Anyway, we have to get them all to Kota-san. I'll find Siko-chan and Takashi-san. If they're still in the room, we'll grab Rei-chan too. We have to hurry and get to them. Shizuka nodded and they left.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.